Hello and welcome to the Stew with JT Brew on Fantasy and Frames NFL Draft Coverage Night 2. We got round 2 and 3 coming up here in about 25 minutes. The second round will get kicked off. We're going to talk about kind of some stuff that happened in the first round. Long show last night, 5-hour bonanza with a lot of people. We'll have more people jumping in throughout the night. All kinds of guests and people from Fantasy and Frames will be jumping on throughout the night. We're going to talk about some of our favorite first round picks and maybe what we're expecting here in the upcoming round. Stick with us here on the Stew with JT Brew on Fantasy and Frames.
You up on trades and wire moves, you ain't designed to lose. Find you jumping over seemingly nothing, racking up points, makes the game a little more fun to watch. Can drop release, we started with the mock draft and now we making a mockery of the leaderboard. Quite obviously not a scrub, so start an institute, make evaluations like a commissioner do. It's to the point your wife make you watch in a different room. Update your roster and pick and choose when you get some news. Not much that we enjoy more than sipping through, sifting through new statistics to make it to our end zones through different routes. Universities, institutes, down to homies who click in groups. I introduce you to the Stew with JT Brew.
Welcome in, folks. I'm JT. You can find me at JT Orange on Twitter, the X Machine. Also joined now here by Jim, one of our guys over at Fantasy and Frames, helps us put all this stuff together, put all these shows together. Jim, thanks for joining me, man, here in the early going. Me and you kicking things off here on night 2.
Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me help out till we get somebody better than me on.
Yeah, it's Friday. Everybody's trying to get home from work, all that good Friday traffic. So we're going to kick things off here a little early. Let's talk about either your favorite pick, one of your most surprise picks from the first round. Anything kind of jump out at you from what happened last night?
My favorite pick was actually the Hampton pick. I think it was probably, I don't know if it was obvious, but it wasn't, I don't think it was surprising. I still liked it, and I know that a lot of people were happy with Najee there. I'm in the I don't think Najee's that good camp, even with his 1,000 yards. And I think, after JT, Hampton was the clear favorite, right? So I think that's probably my favorite.
For fantasy purposes, I love that pick. To me, it felt like a lot of people were mocking Marion Hampton to the Chargers, and everyone's like, "Hey, man, this is a team that needs a running back." They did sign Najee. While I'm a person who's on the Najee side, I actually like Najee. I think he's underrated. It did feel like this was a perfect spot for the Chargers who want to pound the football. They only basically have Najee on like a 1-year deal. Not a ton of money tied up into him. You had to figure they were going to try to go running back at some point. The question was, were they going to wait till later rounds or were they going to go early? I absolutely love this pick. I think Amari Hampton fits perfectly with this Chargers teams. He gets that sweet uniform over again, had that light blue at North Carolina, and now gets the light blue of the Chargers, which is one of my favorite uniform combinations in all of football. I love it. To me, it's going to be hard not to take him at 102, 103. What do you think? Is he a clear cut, has to be top 4 pick now after going to the first round of the Chargers?
Yeah, Dynasty, right?
Yeah, Dynasty.
Yeah, I think he was top 4 before. Like, he had to go to a bad team to not be there, and to get a landing spot like that. I think you're age 2. I mean, also with oh my goodness, with Hunter going to the Jags, I think that that might have been like the counter there. But I think where the wide receivers went and then where Hampton went, that kind of solidifies that argument and gives him the number 2.
Yeah, I like if you're in a 1 QB league, I feel like Hampton's right behind JT. You got 101, 102 for sure there. Hampton had been kind of pre-draft. A lot of people had him in that 102 spot. You were just kind of hoping he'd get that first round draft capital when he didn't. I mean, a lot of people, I think, liked the Chargers landing spot, or the Broncos was another one. A lot of people had him, maybe mocked too. Some people talked about the Steelers possibly. So I think the landing spot's great. I love it. The wideouts are going to be interesting to see what people think about him on Dynasty rookie mock drafts. You've got Cam Ward. Clearly, if you need a QB, Cam Ward's going to be in your top 3 or 4, as he was the first player off the board. Wide receiver wise, there was a lot of like last kind of minute hate on Ted McMillan. Everybody kind of really loved him. He was kind of the wide receiver one. And then he started, I don't know, it was, a little fatigue from just talking about him forever, but he had kind of dropped for a little people, but for some people, I guess. But going to the Carolina Panthers at 8, what did you think about that? To me, that is a really nice landing spot for him that helps Bryce Young owners. And you got to figure that's a spot where he goes in and immediately becomes the wide receiver one for that team.
So yes, with everybody, I'm going to forget Thielen for a second. But nobody else like Leggett and Coker didn't steal that job. Right. So it's there here. It is his for the taking. I think that if Thielen can continue to do what he has always done, he'll probably cap McMillan's upside a little bit because he's a comfortable outlet for Young. Knowing that he's older, like for Dynasty, that's the dude in Carolina. That's the dude that old. I think there might be a year left where Thielen gets in his way, but that's probably the only hurdle to like the wide receiver one on that team.
Yeah, I like the spot for him. Obviously, Carolina is going to need to keep improving on that offensive side. A couple other wideouts going. We'll talk about Travis Hunter here first. The question has always been surrounded: is he going to play offense? Is he going to play defense? Can he play both? It seemed like to me the Jags were pretty sure they're going to play him both ways, and they have a ton of intention to play him on offense. Which I think if you make the move up to 2, to me that is the only thing that makes sense. Like if you're trading up to 2 to get him, you're doing that for a reason because you think that the guy is special. He can play both ways. I've said I thought he was the number 1 player in this draft as far as just pure talent wise. I just think he is a special player. I love this for Trevor Lawrence. I've got a ton of Trevor Lawrence in Dynasty, so I like this move. I think adding another guy for him to go with Brian Thomas is great. So I actually like the move, and we talked about it a little bit on the show last night. I know there's not a ton of IDP people out there, but if you are in an IDP league, you have to very, very heavily be considering taking Travis Hunter with the 101. The fact that you can play him, if your league allows you to play him in a defensive spot, where he's going to get you offensive stats. And we ran through some of those stats last night on the show, just showing how little receptions he would have to need in order to be the number 1 scoring DB in IDP. It's not a lot. It's 3 catches for 30 yards is basically what he needs to average per game and get about 3.5 tackles a game with a couple picks on the season. And he would be IDP DB1. So that one's going to be, I think, up for debate, depending on what league you're in, and people who really like GT, or if you're in a super flex or start QB league and you really need a QB, do you go Cam Ward over him? I'm in a couple IDP 2 QB, start 2 QB leagues that I think is going to be very interesting how the top 5 or 6 kind of work out in that system. Or at least in that league, because of the different team needs for people. Jorge stuck in traffic, saying he's hopefully going to get here soon. We'll keep it warm for you here, Jorge, boss, until you get home. You can jump on the show. Also jumping in here, Drew, another one of our guys over Fantasy and Frames. Drew, thanks for jumping in here. He says my favorite pick was the one that wasn't made. Rams getting an extra first to trade back 20 picks. Our resident Rams fan, Drew. It seems crazy because how many years was it in a row with the Rams 0 first round picks where they just constantly were trading every way and then finally they go and get one. I thought it was a wise move by the Rams. Some people thought maybe they take Jackson Dart, but I thought the trade back was good. Drew likes it. I like that move as well. If you could move back in this draft, I think there was plenty of reasons to do it. I think there's maybe more teams that wanted to move back than teams that wanted to move up. What do you think, Jim?
I know that I wanted my team to move back, and they picked it forward. So I think I agree with that. I mean, look at we talked about it before we came on, right? Like look where Burden is, and I know that not everybody's talking fantasy when we're talking about actual teams moving back. My brain kind of resides there, so I'll try not to. But I mean, shit. Even if you need a QB, Sanders. Right, like I know nobody likes him, but
I'm the only person that likes him. I talked about. I think it's me and Mel Kiper right now are the only people that like Sugar Sanders. I'm shocked he dropped out of the first round. He's my QB1. Now we're getting reports that he might not even go second round. It could be the third round before someone takes him. I would be shocked. I really think the Raiders at the top of this second round would be wise to take him and put him behind Geno for a year or two. To me, that was my landing spot before the season. I thought the Raiders were going to be just a really good fit for him. I as a Steelers fan, I selfishly want him to take the Steelers because I'm not sure what their Steelers are doing. They say they're comfortable with Mason Rudolph. I don't know if I totally believe them, even though I actually probably like Mason Rudolph a little more than other people, in that I don't think he's an absolute terrible quarterback. I mean, you look at his numbers when he had to play for the Steelers, he actually played pretty well. At times when he helped lead them to a playoffs and he was in a game, a bad pick cost them, but they were in a game against the Bills a couple years ago. So it's not out of, things. I tell you what, Jim, let's say at the top of this second round here, is there any landing spots that you love or a guy you would like to see outside of Sanders going the Raiders? My favorite landing spot, and I got the jersey on, so that's why I got to talk about it. My guy, Luther Burden, shocked he didn't go the first round. I think he's absolutely going to be a steal at the top of this second round. I think the Patriots or the Raiders at the top of the second round would be just great landing spot for him for fantasy reasons. And I think he would just help those offenses a ton. What do you think about Burden there? Is there anybody you're kind of eyeing at the top of the second round you want to see maybe go off to a board to a certain team?
I would like Burden as a Patriot. I wonder if Houston might try it. I don't know. I don't know what their other needs are, or if there's other players at non-offensive positions that they might want. So my lack of knowledge could hurt that pick there. But with Diggs gone and Dell, is Dell going to play again?
It seems like he, at least for this season, is no. But let's talk through the top of the second round. I think every one of these teams could use Luther Burden, to be honest with you. Cleveland Browns at 33, Texans at 34, Titans at 35. He got mock draft on NFL.com, got mocked Luther Burden to Tennessee with a pick 35. I don't love that because I just don't love him at Tennessee for fantasy purposes, though I do like Luther Burden. I think a good spot. I like the Texans. I think would be a great spot for him. Then you've got the Browns at 36 again, Raiders at 37, Patriots at 38. Is one of these teams desperate enough to get him to maybe move up? I mean, you even got the Saints at 40, at pick 40, Bears 39 and 41. I don't know if they'd be in the mix for a wide receiver there. Jets at 42. You got to think they're looking at some offensive help. Cowboys at 44. I saw a couple people that had Luther Burden mocked to the Cowboys in the first round. So there's a lot of teams in this second round, at least especially the top half of the second round, that I think he would be a fantastic fit for. And it's going to be interesting to see it once he goes off the board. Do we see a little bit of a run on wide receiver in this second round? We've got Jalen Noel out of Iowa State, Chayton Higgins out of Iowa State. We've got a couple big tight ends that have fell a little bit. I love Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. He's one of my favorite guys. I saw he was mocked later in the second round to the Texans. I think that would be a nice spot for him there. Anybody else kind of jumping out to you, wide receiver wise, or another position that you'd be looking at here at the top of the second round?
I don't. Did the tight ends I guess they go that early. I
think Elijah Arroyo fallen is kind of nice. I actually thought Mason Taylor is my tight end 3 in this class. I love Mason Taylor. I had originally mocked him to the Colts in the second round if they didn't take Tyler Warren in the first round. He actually had moved up draft boards where he was kind of considered a late second, early third rounder. Then all of a sudden yesterday going into the draft, he was plus 110 to go in the first round. So I was like, oh, there's definitely some heat and buzz behind him. If he was plus 110 to go in the first round, he obviously did not go in the first round. So it'll be interesting to see second round if there's somebody. I like the Chargers landing spot for him as well. They do not have a pick here at the top of this second round, so that probably negates him maybe going there. But he's a guy I like for fantasy purposes. And NFL.com, with the Jacksonville Jags trading an extra pick there in the second round, they actually have Mason Taylor from LSU, the tight end, going to Cleveland. So that would be an interesting spot with him to land with Njoku there.
I like Drew's comment about Henderson. But where? I guess Drew, if you could throw that in. I don't think you're wrong talent wise, but with Houston, with Mixon, Tennessee maybe want to upgrade Pollard. Raiders obviously aren't taking a running back.
Yeah, I think Travion Henderson, a lot of people had maybe the Raiders take him in the second round if they didn't go GT in the first round. Travion Henderson, for fantasy purposes, I think this is pretty big to see where he goes at the top of the second round. A lot of people had him as their RB3, RB4. Some people even have him as RB2 behind GT. So where Travion Henderson could go this top of the second round is interesting. NFL.com had him going the number 1 pick in the second round. They had him going to the Cleveland Browns as a replacement for Nick Chubb. So that would be definitely an interesting spot if they got him there. Texans have Joe Mixon, but he's older. He's, like you said, Tennessee with Pollard and Spears. Would they maybe want to try to upgrade with a younger guy there as well? Like you said, Raiders are probably out. Patriots would be very interesting. Would they be looking to move on for Ramador Stevenson, get a replacement for him? They've got that 38th pick. And the Bears, I think the Bears, they've right now got the Bears at 39 and 41 going defense and then going Caleb Johnson, the Iowa running back. If he got to the Bears, if Travion Henderson got past the Browns and got to the Bears, I think that would be a fantastic landing spot for him. I would personally love to see Henderson on the Bears, especially for all my friends that are Bears fans that were hoping they were going to get Ashton GT and they didn't. I think getting a Travion Henderson in the second round would be phenomenal for them missing out on Genie in the first.
I agree. I think that's the best way to break it down. I'm going to step outside the draft for a second because with the Patriots and Stevenson, just because you brought it up, I don't feel like I've seen enough people talk about the fact that Stevenson is the first running back that the Patriots have paid since Corey Dillon, I think. And it obviously it goes against the old regime's, way of conducting business. And I'm not saying that that's what Vrabel wanted to do either, but the dude's getting paid a lot of money to play there for 2 more years. And I think they're going to use him. I don't know if they're going to try and replace him yet, but I just don't see how you don't be like, dude, we're paying you all this money. You're going out there. We're going to figure out a way to make the ball stick in your hands, and you're going to play these downs because whether or not Vrabel made the choice, that is what he's stuck with because of a weird decision that I actually really like Ramondre Stevenson, and I was super pissed when they gave him that contract. That's the most anti-Patriot contract I think I've ever seen. And maybe not was it Aguilar? Whatever wide receiver it was.
Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah, maybe except for that one. But all right, Bill, he gets a lot of leeway in my mind.
I think Stevenson's an interesting one because you'd think with the wide receivers, some people like who they have. Other people are like, man, you really got to upgrade there. Their O-line was bad. So I think going Will Campbell in the first round was a smart decision. I had Membu from Missouri going there, but they took Will Campbell from LSU. Got to protect May. I think wide receiver, if Luther Burden got to him, I think it would be tough to be passing him up. You got to get Drake May some weapons. He's shown he can make guys better, and Luther Burden's also that guy that can make his quarterback look better. So I think that's a nice little match made there. I've got a lot of Drake May as well, so I would love to see the double up there. I'd love to smash that tandem if Luther Burden got there. I think there's a chance the Pats go running back, but I think, like you said, I think it's later. For them to go up and get a guy in the second round after paying Ramonde, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's like, do you wait and maybe do like a 4th or 5th round pick on a running back and see we'll take a chance on that guy later. So it's going to be interesting. This is something we talked about pre-draft, was because it is such a deep running back class. How late would some of these teams wait? How long would they hold out to grab an RB, or is there 1 or 2 players that are on a completely different tier for these teams than others? Because, we don't see their draft boards, beforehand. So it's like, I'm really interested. Do you have a guy? Is it like a Travion Henderson and then everybody else? Or do you have it like stacked with like 5 or 6 running backs all right next to each other in your rankings? If so, then that probably behooves you to like wait. You're like, oh, there's 5 of them. We got to wait till they start coming off the board before we take somebody. But if you have a huge tier break, there does it make more sense to jump up and get the guy you specifically want. That's what we're going to have to see what these NFL GMs are going to do here in the second night of the draft.
It'd be so cool to see that, man. Especially because you have to imagine that teams that tier out their players are looking at other teams and trying to figure out how they would tier theirs or how they would prioritize theirs. Like it's not that it's unspoken or not talked about, but that's like the cool part of it. Like it's, what do we need? What needs do we need to fill? But the other piece of the puzzle for all the teams is like, looking at I don't know what's it like Cleveland, right? Where Cleveland's got 2 picks between their 2 picks, and they can be like, hey, we want to take this guy here because he's going to go in these next. You know what I mean? The tiers compared to what they think.
Yep.
Tennessee and Houston's going to do, and you're never going to see it, but that's got to be the coolest part about being a GM. Like that's the coolest part about being a fantasy GM, right? When you're drafting.
I agree with you, man. Tearing the guys out and drafting, like as a real life GM, this is what you work all year for. Is setting us up, doing the draft. I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, obviously, I like playing, I like winning, but man, drafting is like probably my favorite thing to do in fantasy. I love drafts. I love live drafts. I love online drafts. It's absolutely it's my favorite part. I love getting together with other guys. I love the strategy side of it. You know, like you said, who do these other teams need? I like to look at, okay, what are the other teams might be looking at? Do the guys need running back? Do they need QB? Do they need wide receiver? Because that maybe adjusts how I'm picking, especially if you're in a spot like the Browns here with multiple picks, with just a couple picks apart where they're not, necessarily back to back, but you're just got a couple picks between you. You got to figure out what's the best guy to take first to make sure you don't miss out on that guy. It's almost like being on the turn in a draft and you're drafting 10th or 11th and you got a couple picks back around. You got to make the right call on the first one so you don't get, sniped on the second guy. So definitely interesting there, especially with a few of these teams. The Bears have 2 picks in the early part of this round. A few other teams have multiple picks. It'll be interesting. The Seahawks have 2 picks. Will any of these guys move up? Are people going to kind of sit tight? Chargers end of the second round, pick 55 in there. Again, I like Mason Taylor. I think would be a nice spot to go there. I'd like to see them go wide out as well and keep helping Herbert in that offense. But there's how many of these teams want to move up? And is there a guy that they had on their first round board that they did not think that was going to get in the second round and now is in that second round?
You know what's funny, man? When we were talking pre-show, and you had said that NFL.com, I think Sanders might go 3rd round, right? And that's you talked about a little bit. Take that whole strategy of figuring out what he wants to do. Like if you look at the entire second round, like who needs a quarterback? Like now that Tennessee's addressed that, and oh man, who took Dart? They traded it for
the Giants. Yeah, the Giants was the team that we thought might go QB at the top of the second round, but they got one there.
Like the Saints, maybe that's this out of the whole second round. Maybe the Saints.
Yeah, the Steelers' no second round pick is definitely usually you would say no on the Colts, but it's not like they've shown that they're super, locked in on AR. I mean, Anthony Richardson, they sat him last year. They went and signed Daniel Jones. You're like, okay. I mean, I know you want that QB competition, but it's not like like they're screaming for the rooftops. We believe in you, Anthony Richardson. So
that's kind of funny. I don't think that's a stretch now. When we were talking about Sanders, I was going to say it before, but now that when you talk about looking what other teams are going to do, like Cleveland, even though you have 2 out of the first 4 picks, you might gamble and hold on. Looking at what everybody else's needs. No.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you? Yeah. What's Cleveland's plan? What do they think about their QB situation, what they're doing moving forward? NFL.com had Jalen Milroe from Alabama, QB going off the board at pick 40 to the Saints. So they actually have the Saints grabbing him. Some of these other teams have quarterbacks that they've just signed. not spending a ton of them or putting a bunch of years on them. If you're the New York Jets, are you considering getting a QB if you don't feel like Justin Fields is going to work out possibly? The Rams, how long is Stafford going to be there? When do you dress? Do you wait for a little bit or do you go with him early? A few of these teams have situations. Seahawks, I know, just signed Sam Darnold, but you got to look at these things in the future. You can't just totally go, oh, well, we signed a guy, so we're totally fine. I think you got to look at all these situations. I mean, I have to be honest. I'm not sure what anybody's doing at quarterback because I was shocked and amazed with the Sugar Sanders drop and that he's continued to drop, and people are talking about him maybe not even going to the third round now. So I have no idea what these teams are thinking about quarterback wise. They've got me confused, man. There's people that are talking about Jalen Milroe. I just don't see it. I'm like, okay, I know he's got some athletic ability and all that, but I'm like, man, he seems like a big time project. And after we've seen what's happened with Anthony Richardson, do you want to spend that time and effort on a guy? Like, how long are you going to wait on a guy like Milroe? Do you take him the second round? I mean, they invited him in the draft, so obviously somebody likes him. He didn't go in the first round, but obviously somebody liked him enough that they thought about, inviting him to the draft. So does he go early second round to someone? It's going to be interesting who takes a shot on him. That's for sure.
Did start? How long do
should be right now. Cleveland is on the board. So Cleveland are on the clock. So just depends on where the first pick comes from here. I'll try to keep an eye out on it as we're chatting it up and wait for these picks to come in. I know last night was a little crazy and depending on when the actual picks were coming in on TV and when they were coming in on Twitter. So they were coming in a little bit faster there last night. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that as we continue to work through here.
No, I'll just wait till you say it in case.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm trying to refresh my page and keep an eye out here as we're kind of rolling through this. Anybody you think Cleveland should take? I always feel like I've got a little bit of a skewed sense of the Browns because I'm a Steelers fan. So I'm always like, want to boo the Browns and I don't want them to take any players I like. What player would you like here? What do you think the Browns, what is a smart move for them with all the things they need offensively?
Well, I guess they don't need everything offensively, but I don't know if I'm not a GM. I'm just a fantasy dude. But like, I feel like if you need as much as the Browns need, that you probably just want to get more picks. Because what are you going to do this year? What are you going to get right here that's going to help you? Like, you know what I mean? I feel like you should be looking long term instead of Burden's great. They need Burden. They need a wide receiver, absolutely. But what is that really going to do? What's that going to do for you? Like, you're going to get a great wide receiver, nobody to throw to him. So what do I think they should do? Trade it. But if you want to talk about a specific player, Burden's the right pick. If you want to talk about the best.
I think Burden's the right guy. I don't want to see him in Cleveland. So I would wanted to move. If I was the Browns, I would have definitely been on the horn all night with people talking about trading this pick. Who wants to come up and get a guy? Who wants to overpay to get that guy? If you're Cleveland, can you get someone to give up a first rounder next year to move into the very, very early part of the second round? I don't know if you can. Maybe you can get some pick swaps going somewhere. It's going to be real interesting to see what they do. Man, I don't know about you. Maybe Sanders will play anywhere. Maybe he doesn't care. I just felt like the Browns in Cleveland and their history of QBs, Shadur Sanders would be the worst spot for him to go would be Cleveland. I don't love that landing spot for him at all.
I don't think that'll stop him from taking him, though. I like the comments where Dion might be the coach next year.
Yeah, Barry's saying Dion's the coach. He's like, Dion will be the coach of the Browns next year. They're going to draft Sanders and hire him. I don't know about that. But I think Will Johnson's a good call here. Can't go wrong with cornerback. Obviously, if it wasn't for the injury concerns on Will Johnson, he was the guy most people had as a top 10 pick in this draft, the cornerback out of Michigan. Obviously, some concerns about his knee has helped force him to drop here just a bit. Oh, we got another guest on the show, our guy John McGlynn.
What
from
up,
the Dynasty Evaluation Podcast. Thanks for jumping in, John. We chatted up late last night. I'm glad you could jump back on and talk here. We're talking about what Cleveland should do here at the top of the second round. Is this a trade opportunity? Should they be making the pick? If they do make the pick, who should they take? I already said it's tough for me because as a Steelers fan to want them to take anybody good because I don't want them to take any of the good players here. What do you think about the Browns here at the top of the second round?
I've heard Travion Henderson. I've heard Shedeur Sanders. I've heard trading back. I've heard, every scenario known to man. And I'm not sure whose TV is synced up fast enough or who's got what. What are you guys watching right now on your TV? Just so I know that I'm on the same as you.
I'm currently on NFL Network. And
okay,
then I'm trying to pull it up on X as fast as I can. I'm trying to follow some people and be in the mix on depending on when these picks are coming in.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be Sanders, but right now I'm at 443, 442, 441. Are you there right now too?
You're just a little ahead of me, John. So you might have to make news, right? You might have to make the call with the breaking news then.
I'm at 410, 409.
Yeah. I'm behind you guys. I'm at about 6 minutes, so I'm always behind. Never fails.
I'm not saying anything. Let somebody else get in trouble for spoiling it for everybody.
It's all right. Oh, damn it. I'm going to try to go to NFL Network and see if I can get a heads up on both you guys.
I have the pick is in. That's the most I'll say. Hey,
Jim, I think you said you gotta take off. Thanks for jumping on the show and starting things off with me here on Fantasy and Frames on the Stu with JT Brew Draft Show Night 2. I appreciate you jumping in and chatting it up with me to kick the show off. Thanks, man.
All right, hey, anytime I can help out, man. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night,
later, Jim.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
So, John McGlynn, me and you back again.
Yes.
At it here.
Like
we were talking about a little bit early. What's some of your favorite landing spots for some of these guys? I would love to see Luther Burden on the Patriots or the Raiders. What do you think about him maybe going to either one of those spots?
I just had such an awesome. I saw Travis Hunter on the Patriots, and that was like my vision. And like nobody else fits there like he did, And it's like, oh, he just felt like a Patriot. So I don't really know because. Luther Burden, I feel like he's going to be a Titan. I think he's going to go. He's going to Tennessee. They're trying to improve that team. Give the new quarterback every weapon they possibly can. So there's so many good spots, but I just I think your vision is distorted because you had all these mock drafts for the last couple weeks, and these guys going everywhere, and now it's like it's finally here, and it's like shit. This didn't work out anything like I thought it was going to work out. Now I got all these visions in my head of where people are. They're not even there. But there's Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas retweeted I was fishing on draft day 2 years ago, I think it was. And I put up a tweet that said salmon fishing on Lake Michigan, pulling a Joe Thomas today. And Joe Thomas retweeted my tweet and said, hey, what'd you catch? We were going back and forth for about 5 minutes on draft day about my fishing on draft day experience. So it was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that story. It was pretty sweet whenever something like that happens. You get a big name like that.
I see who it is. I'm not going to spoil it. I'll let you say it, though.
John, go ahead and give it to us. If you know what it is, man, I'm just a hair behind you.
Carson Schwarzenegger, linebacker, UCLA.
Ooh, yeah. All right. So this is he was kind of a name for IDP purposes. Was jumping up the draft board for a lot of people here. I know I had moved him up my IDP rankings, and I think Jorge's about ready to jump in here with us. Jorge, just in time to talk about a little IDP. Carson Schwarzenegger, linebacker, UCLA, going with the first pick to the Browns. He's a guy that was moving up your draft board. You liked him a lot for IDP purposes. We said the off-ball linebackers were few and far between in this draft. How do you like this? Was he due for you IDP-wise?
So, with the unfortunate neck injury to David Njoku, who we may not even see him play again. We really don't know how. It was bad. So clearly the Browns were lacking at off-ball linebacker, and Schweiziger is one of those. I think he was one of my top 2 linebackers in this class. Like, he is just, a thumper, but he could also do some stuff in coverage, but he really is a great run-stopping linebacker, and that's what you want. You look at the division, it's predicated on the running game. You have Baltimore with Derrick Henry. You have insert running back, who will be the new running back for the Steelers, in Cincinnati, they got Chase Brown. So yeah, it is a great landing spot for IDP.
Yeah, I like him there as well. I was actually just trying to pull up my pre-draft IDP rankings. He's a guy that I was moving up. I had him as linebacker 3 and overall number 7 in my rankings. I just wasn't quite sure where he'd go. Going top of the second round, I think has got to move him up for me. I still think Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter are guys you are absolutely going to want to have. I love the Jahad Campbell landing spot with the Eagles, so I think he's right up there. If you're looking at linebacker, I think you go Schlesinger and then all the other, kind of off the ball guys, Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, James Pierce, those guys. I think Schlesinger might move up ahead of those guys for me now, knowing that he went this high to Cleveland. This should be a spot where he's getting immediate playing time and should be able to chalk up some tackles. He was a guy just all over the place at UCLA last year. I mean, he was absolutely all over the field.
For the Fourth and Frames crew, Keanu, I forget what is his name. He's another linebacker for UCLA that Nate Markham was very high on, lunch pail type of guy, first one in, last one out, just one of these hardworking linebackers. It's going to drive me crazy until I figure out, hold on, guys, just 1 second. Kane Medrano. That is an inside joke. I hope the Fourth and Frames guys are appreciating that one. Kane Medrano, great linebacker, good linebacker, solid linebacker, young, could be somebody that UCLA produces further down the pipeline. Schweiziger, fantastic.
And it looks like the Texans were ready to roll.
Yes.
It looks like the pick is already in.
I love this pick.
Who is it, Johnny? Is it my boy or no? Oh, Jaden Higgins. John, let's talk about Jaden Higgins. We talked about him on the Dynasty evaluation. He was one of your favorite rookies in this draft. We had talked about him earlier. People had asked me where I thought he would go, and I said after watching him late in the process and going back in his game film, I thought he was a clear-cut top of the second round player. Now he goes here at number 2 in the second round to the Texans.
Yeah, just a guy that, he's a guy that just gets open. I think he's not super speedy, but he just finds a way to get open, as far as that goes. He was a number 1 PFF wide receiver grade by PFF. He was a number 1 rated wide receiver for this class, at one point in time before all the combine stuff came out. And he still may have been later. I haven't seen it since then, but, a Christian Watson type, just a big dude. I guess when we grew up, all these guys were big receivers on the outside, and that's kind of what we grew up watching football as. That's where I know football as a kid, is watching big receivers on the outside. The slot receiver kind of a newer thing in the last, I don't know how many years, but it's something that I grew up watching guys like Jaden Higgins. And for me, he's only a bit down from a guy like Ted McMillan. I don't think he's that far different from him. I mean, he's of course, Ted is I'm not going to compare and say the two are equal, but they have a lot of similarities anyway, for that matter. So to get a guy like Higgins in the second round, when other guys had to pay what was McMillan, the top 10. So
he was 8. Yeah.
It's a great
overall, the Carolina Panthers.
I kind of saw him in different places. I wasn't, I'm not going to lie to you. I was kind of thinking that he was going to go somewhere else, but I wanted him to go somewhere where they needed outside big receivers. And I guess Houston kind of needs everything. So,
yeah, I think is a nice landing spot for him. I mean, the Texans, everybody had kind of talked about going wide receiver. They're like, do they go Emeka Ibuka in the first round? Do they go Burn or, Trey Harris or, I thought Trey Harris was just a little bit ahead of Higgins in my rankings. I know, John, you liked Higgins a little bit more. I thought they were very similar players, and I thought they were the best X wide receivers in this group behind Tet. So getting him at the top of the second round here is nice. And, if you're got a lot of CJ Stroud on your fantasy teams, hopefully this will help him out, with the injuries and all the other things that have kind of happened in that wide receiver room. Hopefully, this gets their offense back on track.
We got a trade. Seattle moved up from Tennessee, spot at number 35 in exchange for picks number 52 and 82 per Adam Schefter. So Seattle's on the clock right now.
The pick is in, actually. It just got announced that it is in. Waiting to see what happens. Who's on the further? Who has the biggest lag right now? Is it me or is it?
I think I'm the farthest behind. So
ruining it for JT back-to-back nights. Got it.
It's totally fine. I don't mind.
I could press stop and wait to catch up for a minute.
Oh, John, you're good. No, I don't mind you guys doing it. I've got the TV kind of off to my shoulder anyway, so I'm like kind of late catching anything as it is.
This situation in Green Bay seems like the situation last year in Detroit. So I don't. It doesn't look like
Jorge with the reaction. Oh my! What is it gonna be, Jorge? With that reaction, is it something that's gonna?
I don't have
make you lose my mind.
Do you want me to tell you who it is, or you want to?
Yeah, tell me who it is. I have to know. No, now after you made that reaction, I gotta know.
It is the Seahawks have traded up and are taking South Carolina's safety Nick Emenwari.
That's a good pick.
That is a very
good player.
One of the top RAS scorers of all time. Just an absolute athletic freak, 6'3", 220. Ran a 4.38 40, had a 42 or 44-inch vertical jump, like an 11 broad jump. I mean, just absolutely off the charts at the combine. As soon as I saw that, I told John when we were at the combine watching, I was like, oh man, this is a Colt player now. Because Chris Ballard loves the RAS score guys. I thought for sure if he got to the Colts in the second round that they would take him. I'm sure Seattle thought the same thing. And they're like, no, we're moving up and grabbing him.
It's still not, the pick is still not in my TV right now. I don't know how far I'm behind. Jorge must have like super crazy internet.
He's on that East Coast. He's on that East Coast.
Yeah,
time.
he's got East Coast bias over there. Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. You are actually closer to Green Bay than
I know. That's why it made no sense that I said that.
But we got Brandon in the chat saying Cam Chancellor 2.0. The guy's a box safety. The guy helps out and runs support. He's basically a hybrid linebacker safety. Great for IDP. You know why? Because he's going to get you the tackles.
I can't remember a mock draft we did that he wasn't in the first round of all of our mock drafts. So I don't. This is kind of surprising that he fell this far in the actual NFL draft because.
Well, I think the top of the second, John. This is like it's always certain teams need certain needs, and even though a guy is a first round talent. Another team needs a different guy. And so this is where I think you get so many of the steals and drafts as you get these guys at the top of the second round. You're like, these teams are looking at like, oh, I didn't think he was going to get there. That was the number 2 guy on my board or whatever we wanted, but we took our number 1 guy first and now we're waiting. So this is where I think you see a lot of these trades up and a lot of moves as teams go, oh, I didn't think that guy was going to be available. Let me make a move. And especially, like I said, we talked about a little bit at the beginning of the show before the draft started. A bunch of teams in the second round have 2 picks. So there's a bunch of teams that can package 2 picks together to move up and get a guy, and Seattle was one of those teams.
The first round was not for – go ahead, Jorge.
I was going to say, I don't want to ruin it for you all because you all are still waiting for Seattle. The Browns pick has already been made. So I'm not going to say.
Dude, the NFL guys are on the move today, man. I told you people start coming a lot faster, a lot more furious in the second and third round than that first round is.
Love that.
Yeah. That's great. Man, I gotta. What do you got? Comcast? Who's your provider out there, Jorge? Like
YouTube TV.
Oh no! What? Yeah, he lives it out there in a way. He's got Washington D.C. like super secret, internet.
Super secret. Love it.
Let's see what.
I'm in worry IDP purposes. Jorge, I know you had him ranked pretty high. I did as well. I wasn't sure exactly where he was going to go. He was my safety 2 behind Malachi Starks. I think I'm still probably there. I got them right next to each other. I like Starks going to the Ravens. If Starks ends up playing a little more of the deeper safety and I'm worried as the box safety, I think I'm going to possibly have to flip those guys in my rankings. What do you think?
Yeah, for fantasy purposes, for me, it was always Emenwari 1, and then throw everybody else in who's not a box safety and who's a playmaker like Malachi Starks. But this is, while I like the Emenwari pick, obviously this guy is great for IDP. He's going to rack up a lot of tackles as a defensive back. I'm a big Julian Love fan, and they brought him over a couple seasons ago from the Giants, and he was kind of playing that role of the hybrid linebacker defensive back. And so my concern is now if I have a lot of Julian Love in my IDP Dynasty leagues, this is kind of a hit, you know?
Another running back off the board.
Yes, it is.
I'm not
going to
say it, though, JT.
I told you guys, you go ahead. I'm way behind. I mean, I'm just seeing the Seattle pick. I just came out.
The rest of the world probably has the internet, the same internet Jorge is. So maybe we'll let him be the breaker of bad news, and we'll just.
As I said, Jorge, if you want to break it down for everybody and let us know when you see them, go right ahead.
So the Browns are selecting at number 36, Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins.
Ooh, going Judkins over Henderson.
Right.
That's an interesting move. I think depending on what you want, Judkins is more of that Nick Chubb type of back as opposed to Henderson. So that's a very interesting one. And for all my Bears friends, there's still a chance Travion Henderson gets to you here in the second round. John, honestly, do you like Henderson to the Bears?
I had Henderson to the Bears like for a while. This was my second round pick. And then the more and more people like this morning and yesterday, tons of people talked me out of that pick, saying that, they already have the system with the receiving backs and Roshan can do everything that the other, if they brought in Travion Henderson, they've already got a back that's like that. And that's not a back that, the new coach wants to work with because he already sent Swift packing because he wants it. I thought an early now back was going to come here. I felt like Judkins felt better for the Bears, but Travion Henderson would probably be the long-term answer for the Bears. And I think he's going to fall there. So there's only the Patriots probably aren't going to take a running back. The Raiders already got theirs. And then, now the Browns just traded up ahead of anybody to take their pick. So
are we going to see my boy Luther Burden on the Raiders? That's the question. I think the Raiders or the Patriots here would be both great landing spots for him. I told you I was breaking out the jersey tonight for him, and I got it on. So we'll see what happens.
You have to do the drinking game again, JT, like last night. We got to tell people every time you press Mr. Burden, got to get a
get a shot, right?
That's right. That's right.
I'm gonna try and damn.
So Gary Davenport, the godfather of IDP, just said the exact same thing. Not a bad spot for Emma Worry. Didn't do Julian Love's IDP value any favors.
What do you think about Judkins now, though? Judkins with the landing spot on the Browns. Where does that put him in your first round? Does that put him clearly in the first round for you fantasy-wise now? Because he was going late first round, early second, depending on what league you're in.
I was a huge Jerome Ford fan. I was hoping that he'd make something in the NFL, and it just never really happened. He had some opportunities, and he shined a little bit, but nothing. I knew he was going to be replaced, but Judkins is Ford still may be the receiving back in that offense, which is fine with me, but Judkins is obviously going to take over the lead role in that offense now. So there goes my Jerome Ford. Every once in a while I get these running backs you really like, and Ford was one of those guys I just loved at Cincinnati, and I just it is what it is.
Yeah, this is correct me if I'm wrong, but Henderson is the better receiving back of the two, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Judkins is more of the hammer back. He's the guy. He's a touchdown machine at Ole Miss, and then at Ohio State, the guy just absolutely just poured on touchdowns every year. The question was how fast he was. Some people thought he got ran down from behind in some games, but then he went to the combine and he ran a blazing time at the combine at 220 pounds. So,
Dolphins,
like I said, I think he's more of that. More of that Nick Chubb style back, where I think Travion Henderson, a little bit of smaller guy, more at 200 pounds, 5'8", great speed, can catch the ball. I think he does a little bit of everything, but I don't think they're necessarily the same type of back. I think Judkins is much more of a first, second, third down punisher, where Henderson's going to be a little more of your athletic lightning guy.
JT, the Dolphins just traded up with the Raiders, so they're in the next pick.
Oh,
so we got somebody here who is going to tell you by their clothing apparel who won the first round of the NFL draft yesterday. Let's bring him in right now into the studio, wearing a very dapper
little man
orange jersey here. Here he is.
Boom. Commanders.
That's
Stud.
right.
Domination.
Stud muffin.
There you go. See, wait behind other people.
Handsome little man.
Natty D making his first NFL draft show appearance, one of many. He's basically been indoctrinated into the, being a part of the family. So he's having a good time. Repping Terry McLaurin. Commanders going offensive tackle last night. Just fantastic pick there. That's right.
Kid knows more than I do already. Look at this guy.
Interesting to see who the Dolphins want here. That they moved up to 37.
They're going to go defense. I probably Will Campbell or not Will Campbell. One of the DBs anyway.
Yeah, I thought they would go defense in the first round because their secondary just needs a ton of help. They ended up going defensive line and Kenneth Grant. I'm wondering if the Amenwore pick freaked him out a little bit here, and with them not getting him, with Seattle jumping, if maybe there's somebody else they're feeling like they got to go up and get in front of him. Top, couple really good cornerbacks on the board. Will Johnson's still out there. A couple safeties out there. Xavier Watts from Notre Dame.
They went Jonah Savignana, a guard from
from Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's a smart move. Obviously, you got to protect the QB. He's a guy a lot of people thought might have late first round ability. I saw him kind of in the first, in the second, depending on where you had him. Some people liked him a lot more than other people. He's a guy that played tackle, but can also play guard. So that's an interesting pick there for the Dolphins.
So Sean in the chat says, I need to get him some little overalls. Apparently he needs to start matching me a little bit more.
The Dolphins gave up third in a very small swap on early day 3 for this move up. So it was great value to get an offensive line, which the Dolphins needed. So it's a big they have a lot of holes on their defense on a team across the board. I think they went so high with just securing the players they really wanted. And now they lost a lot of positions. So offensive line was big. I thought they were going to go defense here, but me, if you went offensive line for the entire pick 7 rounds and 2 years in a row, I'd still be like, it would still make me happy. So nothing is more important than the trenches, offensive, defensive line. So I'm happy with this.
100% agree. All right, little man, you can head out. He wanted to make his appearance, so thank you very much, dude. Alrighty. Here you go, big guy. All right.
So now we have, where are we at on here? Who do we got?
Next
Patriots
in is
on the
Patriots,
clock?
and then the Bears. The Bears pick 2 of the next 4 picks. So this is going to be exciting for Patriots, Bears, Saints, Bears, Jets, and then for San Francisco. So we're probably going to see a running back. We're probably going to see a couple receivers going off here, I think,
I talked to my friend Brandon, my best friend from college. We live next to each other at Syracuse. He lives in Colorado now, but he's a huge Pats fan. He texted me this morning and said, "I want Luther Burden on the Patriots." I was like, "That would be a nice, landing spot." So, as a Patriots fan, he wants to see him there as well.
So, what about the Bears? They didn't re-sign Keenan Allen. He's a free agent. They were utilizing 3 main wide receivers. Could Luther Burden be a good slot receiver, good replacement for Keenan Allen?
If you want to just pile on the offense for Caleb Williams, I have no problem doing that. I mean, the more the merrier. I mean, you did go Loveland in the first round, so do you go tight end into wide receiver? I guess it just matters where you have them. I never think you can have too many offensive weapons personally, and I thought they would go a lot of O-line in this draft, but then when they did a lot of work in free agency, getting offensive line help kind of gave them a little more options to go maybe with some picks that are a little more off the board here. So it'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Bears, at least with one of these 2 picks, go edge rusher.
They need that.
Maybe Mike Green from Marshall would be a spot.
Tell me about Mike Green.
One.
What's the problem with Mike Green that everybody has a problem with him about?
So the issue with Green was he started his career at Virginia. He had a sexual assault allegation. He got kicked off the team, left school, went to Marshall, basically had one monster year at Marshall, but also then had another allegation later on there. So I think maybe it's, people may be a little concerns with the off the field stuff with Green, because he was a guy that, if you go all the way back to the Senior Bowl this year, he absolutely tore it up at the Senior Bowl. He was the guy everybody was talking about.
His name was everywhere. Yes,
he was everywhere. Everybody was talking about how he was just absolutely dominating in every one-on-one drill, and he was just making all the offensive linemen look silly. He was great. As we've seen, I mean, you're paying these guys a lot of money. You have your job on the line. So if there is a little knock on a guy, sometimes I'll just make that guy drop. Now, we've seen it. Teams are going to take a chance on him at some point. It's just how high of a risk do you want to take? So I'm sure a lot of teams probably have like a cutoff. Like if he gets to here, we're taking him, but we're not taking him higher than this other spot. So it would be interesting to see Green there. A couple other edges and guys I like, possibly Nick Scorton. He was a guy that got a little bit bigger. And played a little more inside to A&M, but he was super productive at Purdue as a freshman. Was a sack master. I like JT Tumala from Ohio State. Now, would he go this high? I don't know, but he's a guy that I've seen a few times that could maybe go in this area. Jack Sawyer is a guy, a big name. Everybody knows him from Sawyer national championship game.
Yeah, he ought to play that wasn't a championship game. That was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, picked up that fumble and ran it back. So he's a guy that, people
spit it out, Jorge. Let's hear it.
All right, the Patriots have made their selection. You ready for it?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
The New England Patriots select Ohio State running back TreVeyon Henderson.
All right. So I was talking about this earlier that I could see me and Jim talking before you guys jumped on about Ramondre Stevenson, that they just signed him, paid him a pretty good amount of money. Did we think that the Pats would go running back in this round? I said, I think Henderson would be a nice spot there, but I thought they maybe would wait to go running back. A little surprised they went running back this early.
I tell you what, though, a lot of people had knocked Caleb Johnson to the Bears instead of TreVeyon or Judkins. So, I mean, that wouldn't be I mean, I'm not a big fan of Caleb. I just think he's not a tackle breaker. And if they're looking for a guy early down back, I'm not sure. I mean, he's a big guy, but he cannot break tackles, man. He's great at breaking arm tackles. But other than that, he every time anybody gets a quality hit on him, he gets dropped. He's not a play extender. He bursts out of the backfield. I mean, he runs. I mean, he just hits the hole with authority. But it just seems like he falls like a balloon when you hit him. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, look how many tackles he broke." Those are arm tackles. Those aren't like straight up hit tackles. So this does the Bears a favor, I think. Now they can go offensive line and defensive end and improve the inside of the box. So. I'm okay with that. They kind of did the Bears a favor here.
Well, NFL.com had Caleb Johnson going to the Bears with this pick. So it'll be interesting to see if that is end up what's going to happen or not. In the past, everyone's hated running backs to the Patriots. Obviously, no more Bill Belichick there. Do we like this landing spot for TreVeyon Henderson?
You know what else? I mean, he doesn't fumble. He doesn't fumble. Like, that's the problem with the Patriots running backs. They fumble all the time, and they can't trust them. I mean, they signed Ramondre to a big contract, but they're going to use him as an early down back now, and then have Henderson be the receiving back, which is that's terrible for fantasy value. You have three guys who they have the same skill set on the team, and I can just see Ramondre being halfway through the season just being completely replaced with Henderson.
John, I agree with you on this. Like, we've obviously known the fumble issues for him has been a problem, and Henderson does not put the ball on the ground.
He does not.
The guy does not fumble the football. So to me, this makes sense going the opposite side of that and taking a guy that can protect the football. Hopefully, Drake May can get him the ball out of the backfield. I saw the Charlene says, no overalls. I had to wear the Luther Burden jersey. I had to. I'll have to break out the overalls for the next Shoot the Gap show. But yes, had to do the Burden jersey, and we're just gonna hear me talk about him and Sugar Sanders all night because I still can't believe that these guys are dropping. But
wait, do you like Luther Burden? Did I miss something?
I think he's pretty freaking good. He's my wide receiver 1 in this class. I've said it. Love to see him end up in a nice fantasy situation. So yes, that would be good. Drew jumping on here with a comment. They might have some same skill sets, but nobody on the roster has a skill close to the level of Henderson. He'll be the guy in no time. May will love him as a dump off option out of the backfield. I agree with you, Drew, 100%. I think this could help out Henderson a lot. I mean, this is a team that's most likely going to be down in a lot of games. And so there's a chance that he's going to catch a lot of balls from Drake May. So I definitely think that's a good landing spot. Do we, Jorge, and I'll ask John this when he jumps back in, are we, with Henderson and Judkins going so close together here, are we a Henderson or a Judkins in fantasy? Which guy would we take first?
I'm going to go with Henderson. I think just because it depends. If you're just a regular non PPR league, obviously there's different scoring. This advice is kind of tricky a little bit because if you're looking at the PPR league, there's a running back obviously does something way better than the other back. So, but if you're a point per carry guy, then you're looking at Judkins. So that's depending on your scoring, it's going to be a little. They might be actually even in rankings right now, just blind rankings, but. In a PPR, I'm going to go to Henderson, and a point per carry, I'm going to go Judkins.
That I think you hit the nail around the head. On a non-PPR, Judkins makes a lot of sense there, but on PPR or half PPR, I think Henderson. But I think the Patriots' offense is going to be a lot better now this year just because they addressed the tackle position in the first round, and now they're addressing, the running back position. They address wide receiver. I still think they get a wide receiver, a top wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. I think Trey Harris would be phenomenal on the Patriots. I think he would be a great downfield guy. Drake May's got the strong arm. Let me ask you guys this trade real quick as they ask if Ramondre's dead. I had a draft offer pre-draft. A team was trying to move Ramondre Stevenson and Jaden Reed. They offered me my 2.7, my 2.9, my 3.1, and 3.3. And everyone said I should take it. And I was really nervous that the Patriots would go running back early and that the Packers would go wide receiver early and hurt both those guys' value. I did not make the trade. Did I blow it? Should I have made that trade?
Yes.
You think I should have taken Ramondre and I should have taken Jaden Reed?
No, you were giving away Ramondre and Reed, right? Or were you accepting?
No, he was trying to trade me those players for 4 draft picks.
You made the right move. Everybody knew the Packers were getting a number 1 wide receiver. Everybody knew that was coming down the pipeline, and they have a running back that hogs the ball. So I would have probably kept the picks, especially the tight end premium league, because a lot of these tight ends are going to fall. I mean, you just sitting back those late picks now, you're going to get guys like, excuse me. You're going to get guys like Harold Fannin, like later in the draft with those picks, Tez Johnson, kind of stuff, Trey Harris, even like guys like Xavier Restrepo, who, is a PPR machine. A lot of people don't like him, but I mean, he's a PPR machine. So I don't know.
I'm just loving the Jorge reactions is my favorite part of the night so far.
I have to give out lottery numbers because I called it a few minutes ago for the Bears selection right here.
Defense, right?
No.
We taking the Illinois kid.
I'm not even going to ruin it for you. I just want to see your genuine reaction.
All right, pick us in. I'm watching over here. You guys chat it up for a second while I'm watching.
Don't say a word. Let's not ruin it. Nobody in the chat ruin it.
I won't say it either. Oh my god! I'm so JT. I'm geeked right now.
Yep.
The Bears war room looks really freaking excited, so I'm liking what I'm seeing there.
Yeah,
Ryan Poles is hugging everybody.
Fantasy managers are going to be hugging everybody. Yep, it's. Have they announced the pick? Come on, JT. Let's.
They have not announced it yet. I'm still looking here. I mean, all the Bears fans are cheering, but it hasn't popped up on the screen. Yeah, now somebody's headed to the stage to give us the selection.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second so I can hear it.
No problem. In the meantime, while we wait for JT to watch the Bears pick, John, how late were you all on last night after I left? Did you
about an hour or so? It was we just kept talking about some of the picks, went over the picks that happened late after last night, and then talked about some stuff that was going to happen today. We had a pretty good conversations about a lot of things that we were excited about, a lot of fantasy implications, and just kind of saying that that a lot of this stuff was just best available, not like fantasy, people that we like to see on teams. It didn't really work out the way that a lot of fantasy managers want, but it was best available. JT, what are you watching for the Jetsons Wi-Fi? I mean, the Flintstones Wi-Fi.
You have dial-up internet. Is why it's taking so
It's
long?
still going.
There you go. There you go, JT.
Dude, I freaking love that pick. Dude, Illinois kid from East St. Louis going to the Bears. I love it. I told you, just keep piling on the offensive players. I told you I had him over Rome Odunze from last year. I would have had Burden rated right ahead of him. I like both those guys now. Yak Monster. We got Antoine Randall L in the coaching room, a guy that knows how to go out and make plays. I think he's going to make Luther Burden that much better of a player. I think falling here a little bit might be good for Burden.
He's a key now.
We're going to get exciting Bears offense this year.
Yeah.
They're loading up. Bears are back on offense and for fantasy purposes. And hey, let me get on and order my Luther Burden Bears jersey right now.
There you go.
Eric is so ready to see his reaction. It was well worth it. Well worth. Congrats, JT. I know
that's just a smart move. That's just drafting the best player out there and not worrying about what your needs are and who's around. Just taking the best guy you have, and having 2 second-round picks probably makes that pick a little bit easier, because then you go say they do want D end or they want some defensive help. Dude, you take the best player in Burden, and then you turn around and you got 2 or 3 other defensive players you can take a couple picks later. I freaking absolutely love this move. What a pick. Ryan Poles, great job.
The Saints pick is in. Where's Rhett Manuel? Rhett Manuel, I know you're watching. I know you're listening. Get your ass into the studio right now. With all due respect, of course.
Get your with all due respect.
Yeah. Well, you got you have to say it even if you don't mean it.
John, you with me? John, you're a Bears guy. You with me on this? You like this Burden pick? I love this pick.
I love
that he's going to the Bears.
This is a replacement for Keenan Allen. It was almost irreplaceable kind of thing, but this Burden is, you know what, like you had said before, I watch East St. Louis is on the, I watched them play in the championship game in high school for, they're always on top. Their games are on TV, so he's just, I've seen him since high school playing, and everybody's like, oh, you had a terrible senior year, and you've gone over multiple times on how much, how bad the situation was with a bad quarterback in Missouri and how he overcame it, and he didn't do as well as senior year as his junior year. And the people are like, oh, he couldn't, it doesn't matter if you got a bad quarterback, your receiver's a good receiver. BS, man. That's not how it works. The guys, you can see good receivers are good receivers, but I mean, you can only do so much if your quarterback's terrible, or if you're on a team that doesn't run the ball or doesn't pass the ball a lot. The dude's a stud,
Missouri was a run first team.
Yeah.
The entire time he was there, they pounded the rock. They ran the ball a ton. He had a great sophomore year. I mean, over 80 catches, 1,200 yards. Missouri won the Cotton Bowl. I mean, he was phenomenal as a true sophomore. The guy's still young. I think he maybe just turned 21. I love it for the Bears. Caleb Williams.
Steal.
I think it's great, man. Now they got Loveland. They got him. I think the Bears add running back later in this draft.
I'm not going to lie to you, man. I thought they were not going to take a wide receiver because of the fact that they just drafted a tight end that's going to cover the middle of the field. They use double tight end sets. But this is a huge upgrade.
Right,
John, if the Bears take Cam Scatterbo in this draft, my friends are Bears fans, their head is going to explode
JT,
if they get Scatterbo as well.
Wait till you see this pick. It's going to blow your mind. This is unbelievable. This is
Can we actually ruin this one? Because I don't think
you have to. Go ahead.
JT, ready?
Yeah.
Saints have selected quarterback Tyler Show. Is it Show?
Oh my god!
He's like 27 years old, dude. This is crazy. I can't believe he's going.
I'll talk about this real quick. He was one of those guys that people had started talking about him because he's got a lot of the tools, and so people were talking about him like, "Oh, this guy could be moving up. I don't see it, man. He had one okay year in year 7 at college, 7 years, and he had one 3,000-yard season. Guy dealt with injuries nonstop. He transferred 3 times. I had seen stuff online about him possibly going earlier than a lot of other guys and going before Sanders, and Thorne Nystrom was like, I'm hearing that Show's going to go over Sanders. He goes, this is crazy talk. Now people are just being dumb.
Well,
I think this is a horrible decision. I don't love this at all for the Saints, man. There's so many other guys. He's not even my top 8 QBs in this draft, to be honest with you.
The thing with him is he's very coachable, is what everybody says, that he understands playbooks. He can read the field. He knows where to touch. He can read defenses very well. And that was the same thing with Shedeur Sanders. So like they're saying that, but I mean, I think Show was a little bit older, more more responsible with the football. Kind of, it doesn't like kind of. He's just somebody that I think. I didn't think the Saints, they could have waited for this for sure. I'm not sure why they rushed to take this pick.
The only thing I'm loving is this is just pushing my quarterbacks that I like down to the Steelers. Just keep pushing them down. Just keep pushing all the guys I like down.
JT, first of all, I don't know if I like you slandering 7-year college people. You know who else overcame the odds for 7 years? Van Wilder. He seemed to do pretty well in that movie. So I'm just saying.
Hey, I went to college for 6 years, so it's not like I wasn't the first guy out the door either. I was hanging around as long as I possibly could. I should also not trash him for going to 3 schools because I went to 3 schools as well. So I guess I was ripping myself in that comment.
The Buffalo Bills just made a trade. They are currently on the clock.
Oh, Bills, Trey Harris. I wanted to be Trey Harris here.
Oh, man.
I need a wide receiver one, a true one.
Yeah, Keon Coleman. I thought, I'm like, all right, he has a lot of problems getting open, that kind of stuff. But I thought maybe he'd have a chance to just get peppered with the ball and take over the Stephon Diggs role. But he just, he did okay. It was more or less, it was just the they spread the ball too much and they ran the ball a ton too. So.
Charlene with the Van Wilder quote. Write that down. I love it. That is pulling one out. I love it. Fantastic.
Tyler Show, man. What a surprise that was.
Did you want to hear? I'll put up Chris's comment.
Yeah.
Here. Chris says I was going to jump on the show, but now that Tyler Show was drafted to the Saints, I'm going to go play on the freeway. He is not super pumped about that pick. I'm going to take the context there. He's not super pumped about that pick. I actually NFL.com had and then taken Jalen Milroe. So I don't know if what's better or worse in that situation, to tell you the truth.
Rattler versus Show. That's going to be quite a show.
It's interesting because I now feel like they have 4 of the exact same quarterback. I mean, do they have a type or do they have a type? I mean,
yeah, right.
It's like every one of their quarterbacks is almost exactly the same. So I guess my thing is, hey, if they all keep getting hurt, you need 4 of the same guy then. So the only problem is if 4 of the same guy, none of them can get you the playoffs. Doesn't matter. That's my question.
Man, some people had Tyler Show like in their mock drafts for like 3 years now. So I don't know what
I was gonna say he was a Devi Darling, but he never was a Devi Darling. No, people didn't have him. That's a very surprising move to me. I just really have to be honest. That is a surprise, a shocker. Hopefully he has a good career. I don't want to hate on the guy. I just don't see that.
Defense for the Bills. What are you guys looking for here? Because I would love to have a receiver here.
They need secondary bad. I could see Will Johnson. I could see Revel, the other cornerback from East Carolina, going here. They need secondary help.
Well, the pick is in. Pick is in.
You guys got me so fired up about here. I forgot to update my draft board, so I'm like 4 or 5 picks behind. I got to go back here and update my draft board.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Thanks everybody for watching on night 2. We really appreciate you tuning in, and we're going to be here for a long time. And if last night was any indication, if you're on the East Coast, you will be up until 2 a.m. because John JT can we'll shut the place down, if you know what I'm saying. So
I'm off tomorrow, so let's go.
There we go.
So this was a trade, right? The Bills traded with the Bears here.
Bears.
Have we seen what they've given up yet on this trade?
So the Bills are trading picks 56, 62, and 109 in exchange for 41, 72, and 240.
JT, if you want to get kind of the in, go to Sleeper and go on their notifications, and everything on there is pretty well as far as on your phone or on the settings. Go to the messages on there, Fantasy Football News or the NFL?
Yeah, I'm on PFF. I'm actually filling out the draft board as we're going through.
Okay.
So that's why I'm a couple behind of like putting players in. So just to tell you guys, if you go to PFF, you're looking at their draft board, just QBs. Tyler Show, he was QB 7 on their draft board. His rank was 133 overall and ADP 158 behind Riley Leonard, Will Howard, and Jalen Milroe, and of course, Sure Sanders. So quite a jump up for him. I had him behind Kyle McCord. I had him behind Quinn Ewers.
I had him above Milroe, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I had him below Dart, below Sanders, below Ward. So I had Tyler Show above. I am not a Jalen Milroe fan. So
yeah, I'm not sure what you. Milroe just seems like an absolute project. So, yeah. When people were talking about bringing him to the draft, he got invited. I was like, really? He could go as a first or second round pick. I was like, I thought that was very, very generous.
JT, we got some more IDP talk for you now for the Bills.
Okay, all right.
Bills pick South Carolina defensive tackle TJ Sanders.
Okay. I've seen his name floating around quite a bit here in this second round. I think there's a lot of guys kind of right in this wheelhouse, so this probably is a pretty decent spot for him. A couple other guys I like better than him. I think the difference for him is I think he can play more on the inside. I think that's maybe probably why they went with him. As Darius Alexander from Toledo and TJ Sanders, for most people, those were the top 2 interior guys still available. So that makes sense. If you're, trying to stop the run, try and get some beef inside, TJ Sanders, South Carolina, really good defense this year. They were really impressive. So I think that's probably a good move.
What's the chances of Mason Taylor going to the Jets right now, JT?
Yep.
What's the chance of Mason Taylor?
I think that's a great move. I was hoping the Chargers would get him, to be honest with you. I wanted to see the Chargers get him in this round, just for pure, just
maybe my boy Elijah Arroyo, maybe, huh? What do you think?
Can I ruin it, or do you guys want to wait?
Go right ahead.
You are correct, John. Mason Taylor to the Jets.
Oh, it's your boy.
I said I think it was Mason Taylor was flying up draft boards. People were talking about him. He was a guy I said yesterday before the draft started that he had jumped all the way up to a plus 110 to be a first round pick, which people were talking about him like maybe early third, late second, maybe just a couple weeks ago. But I said it to everybody, and I'll say it again. He was my tight end 3 in this draft class. I thought he was tight end 1 in next year's draft class. If he would have went back to school, came out as a true junior, started 3 straight seasons for LSU at tight end, super productive there. Yeah. A guy that just crushed at the draft. Me and John saw him in Indy, and he just looked fluid. I mean, you want to talk about a dude, who just looks like a football player. I mean, he is just sculpted. I mean, and he's fast, real good player. I loved Mason Taylor. I think this is a nice spot. I know a lot of people talked about the Jets maybe going Tyler Warren in the first round. So this was my spot. I wanted to see the Colts possibly get him in the second round if they didn't take Warren in the first. Obviously, when Warren went in the first, then I was like, yeah, they're obviously not going to go tight end back to back here. But I think it's a pretty decent landing spot. Justin Fields has been good hitting tight ends in the past. So I think it's a nice little landing spot for him. I like it. Oh, John, are you back in here?
Yeah, I actually pressed.
I was gonna say everybody's bailing on me as they don't like my my Mason Taylor talk here. What do you think? I know you like a Tyler Arroyo, which I think I like Arroyo. Elijah Arroyo. I don't know why it's called Tyler. Elijah Arroyo. I like him a lot too. What do you think about Mason Taylor here to the Jets?
I mean, the Jets needed a tight end that was kind of that was going to. Everybody knew they were going to take one at some point in time. I just didn't know that it was going to be. Right now, I thought if they lost the first couple of guys, but there's a handful of good tight ends in this class, so it's not like it's a big surprise that they're still going to grab somebody. Arroyo is more of a wide receiving tight end, not a blocking tight end. I think he's more of a people are going to use him like a receiver instead of a traditional tight end. So this makes sense for the Jets because they need someone to kind of hang out and block, stay in block too. So I'm excited for you for this pick. So he's a traditional tight end. I mean, like you said before, was everybody knows he's Jason Taylor's son. That kind of deal. So he's got some. I mean, he's been watching professional level football since he's been a little kid. So I'm excited for this pick. I think he's pro ready. It's probably the best pick and the best need that the Jets need right now, and I think they nailed it.
Yeah, I like it. It's again, I said somebody was going to get a steal with getting him in the second round this year because I think he was a clear-cut top 15 pick next year. I think he would have been the tight end number 1. So you're getting a little bit of a discount by him coming out a year early. Like I said, started 3 straight seasons for LSU, had right around 40 to 50 passes for 400 to 500 yards every year. Didn't get a lot of touchdowns in college, but he also played with a lot of guys that got a lot of touchdowns. So he wasn't always the first option there with Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors and some of the other guys that played at LSU. But I think he's a guy that's going to be a really good fantasy asset. If you're in a tight end premium league, start 2 tight end league, he's a guy to be all over. I had him in a ton of my C2C leagues. So he's a guy that's already on my roster in quite a few leagues. I don't mind this landing spot. I mean, Cole Kmet had a really good year with Justin Fields. So I think he could find Kmet or Mason Taylor in. They need more offensive weapons. I mean, you got Breece Hall and you got Garrett Wilson. Other than that, there's not a lot of other talent there for the Jets. So I like Mason Taylor. I don't know if he has a monster year right off the bat, but I think he's a guy that's just going to get better and better. And he's young. He's a young guy. So I love the future of him. I think he could have a really, really nice NFL career.
Yeah, Mason Taylor. They're showing the highlights of him right now on my TV anyway. All this other his route running and stuff. They got him spread out wide in a couple plays, but he's a traditional tight end. He can stay in the box and block too. That's one thing that I think that some of the other tight ends, like a Harold Fan and those guys, they're not really blocking tight ends. So
he wasn't the best blocker in college, but I think he's got the frame and the body to be a good blocker.
Right, yeah.
I think he just needs a little more coaching. I mean, LSU, that's not really the offense they ran. They spread it out a little bit more. But I think he's a guy that's an able blocker and will be good in the pros. A guy that you can put inside, but you also can move out and slot him and line him up against a linebacker, and he'll outrun a lot of guys in the NFL. He's not
6'3", like 215 or 230, like that kind of.
No, he's 6'5", 255.
Yeah,
I mean the guy's got good size. I think, like I said, I just thought he was a value pick this year for whoever got him because I thought he would have been a clear cut first rounder last year, and if you wouldn't have had just the absolute studs in Loveland and Warren in front of him, I thought that he could have easily been the wider tight end 1. Just personally really like him. Again, and obviously the NFL for once agreed with me and thought he was the tight end 3 in this draft class and took him in that spot.
For Justin Fields to have his old teammate in Garrett Wilson and then to have another option at tight end like this, I mean, Mason Taylor's going to have to, his learning. He's not going to have a lot of time to sit in camp and kind of absorb the playbook. He has to get out there and go right from the get go. They're going to need him. So.
Yeah, I think, I was wondering how much team he'd go to if he would be a guy that played right away, but I would assume they're going to try to get him on the field pretty quickly for the Jets. And obviously for anybody that has Justin Fields in fantasy, you want to see him get offensive weapons. You want to see him get out there and be able to make plays and hopefully help your fantasy teams. We're getting to the point in his career now where we're almost on one of those, it's almost a last call thing. Can he put it together? Can he show that he can be a winning quarterback in the NFL? If he doesn't make it happen with the Jets, in all honesty, does he get another chance anywhere else? What do you think, John? I have a hard time seeing anyone else going after him if he doesn't make it work with the Jets.
No, 100%. No, it's not going to. I don't. Hold on. I'm looking to see what this pick is right now. Oh, San Francisco just picked another defensive lineman. So
they go interior defensive line here for the Niners, going in the trenches, Texas defensive tackle Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
So again, there's quite a few edge rushers in this class, but a really nice defensive tackle group as well. And some of these guys, in this round are maybe not as big of a names as the guys we knew in the first round, the Kenneth Grants, the Walter Nolans, but some really solid players here. You wondered kind of what the Diners would do. They've lost some players. They had just an absolute outstanding defense that's kind of struggled of late. So I think, them going here, I was a little surprised maybe Darius Alexander was a guy that was getting some real hype not too long ago. So a little surprised I didn't see him there, but obviously the Niners liked what they saw in Alfred Collins.
What were you asking about the Jets before? I didn't hear your question.
I was asking about Justin Fields and saying, like, if he doesn't make it work this year or next year with the Jets, is he even going to get another shot with somebody, or is it done for him? Does he got to make it? Does he got to make it go?
I think he had to kick and scream to get this job. He had to really kind of say, I could prove myself. I could do it. Like, pick me, trust me. I could do it. I could do it. But I mean, to be fair, I mean, he doesn't have. Let's look at their. They got Breece Hall, and I mean, I like Braylon Allen, but he's not a. They got Isaiah Davis, Kenny Wangu, who I love, but he's not anybody. So Breece Hall is a great running back, and Braylon Allen is a good backup, but that's all he is kind of a backup. So then you're looking at for tight end, you got Mason Taylor, Jeremy Ruckert, Stone Smart. That's not going to work. And then you got Garrett Wilson, Josh Reynolds, Alan Lazard. Malachi Corley. They don't have a lot. Justin Fields is going to use his legs a lot more, I think, and hand the ball off. I don't think it's going to be a passing offense at all. I think they're just going to try and not turn the ball over. That's going to have to be their whole plea here is just don't turn the ball over. Play smart. Do not no interceptions, no fumbles, and we'll just play decent. We'll play good defense.
Joe, welcome into the show here on the Stew with JT Brew on Fantasy and Frames. Thanks for joining us here on day 2 of the draft. Oh, we've got another guy jumping in here too, Chris Basso. We got all the guys jumping in. Joe, we'll start with you before we get over here to Chris. Any thoughts from the early part here of the draft? Someone either you're looking for coming up here in the next couple picks, or a pick you loved or hated so far tonight?
A lot of interesting picks so far. IDP wise, I think, like I said yesterday, I'm lower on Nicky Manwari, but I think he's a perfect fit in that Mike McDonald scheme. So love to see that. The running backs went to interesting spots. I think not what would have been predicted, but spots that make a lot of sense for them to maximize their talents. Luther Burden, your guy, interesting spot. So we'll see there. Love the Mason Taylor to the Jets. Think that makes a lot of sense. Then my guy, TJ Sanders, love that one.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about TJ Sanders.
So very much he fits well with Ed Oliver, another pass rushing sort of guy in there. Pulling up my profile on him now, but he's been one of my favorites throughout. I think a lot of the name value there, the literal name value, kind of keeps him thought to be more boring, but he's a dynamite player. Love him as a pass rusher. Had 90% or a 90 grade oh my Lord, true pass set rush grade through PFF was over 90, 12.5 pass rush win rate, 8.8 run stop rate. Those are great numbers for an interior lineman. I think he's going to go there. He needs some refinement to get a little more disciplined, but this is a very difficult pass rush to go up against now with Bosa, as long as he's healthy, Rousseau, Epinesa moving inside, outside. I love it.
Yeah, I thought it was a smart pick by them, adding the interior defensive guys. Some of these guys in the second round, especially the interior defensive guys I was talking about, maybe not the sexy names of the guys people know about, but are just really, really good football players, that aren't going to get the necessarily all the fans excited for it, but guys are going to really improve their team.
Dallas with a great pick here too.
Oh boy, another guy that's got internet like a half hour ahead of us.
I was actually just refreshing to see who was picked here by Dallas.
One of my favorite guys.
They're going. I always butcher his name, so you go ahead and
Donovan Ezeraku.
Ezeraku, I always butcher his name. Defensive end out of Boston College, a pure edge rusher, a guy that can bring the heat from the outside. He was getting some late buzz as a possible late first round pick. but ends up falling here to the second round. But the Cowboys add some more pass rushing edge help. I think they needed some linebacker help. I don't know if there's an off-ball linebacker that would have been worth this pick. So I think going with the edge, usually in these situations, is the thing to do, and that's what they went here. What do we think about him?
I love it. Even though he's a smaller rusher, he is great against the run. Effort, if nothing else. This is a horrifying pass rush to go up against for offensive tackles with Ezraku on one side, Parsons on the other. It's a lot of speed and a lot of speed to power moves that they're going to face. I honestly think if they took him at 12, it wouldn't have been a crazy pick.
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of people are kind of looking at him in the first round. So if we get him at this point in the second is probably real nice. My guys, the Colts on the clock here.
I'll take
very interested to see what they take here. I think DB is the play here. I think Will Johnson's the guy. They typically are Big Ten fans. They like to go Big Ten guys. I think Will Johnson's the guy. If they don't go Will Johnson, I could see Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss, also possibly in play, and maybe Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame. Originally, I thought they would go safety. But with some of the signings and other things they've done, I think they maybe shored up the safety room a little bit. Still needs some help at corner. It's been a problem for a number of years. And now they've tried to fill it in with some 5th, 6th, 7th round guys that haven't been necessarily great. I think this is, if you're going to take a shot on a guy, Will Johnson, we've got the injury concerns that's pushed him down this far. He was originally a guy that most people had in the top 10 to 15 in the draft. I think this would be a nice spot for him. I never thought he would get this far. And I like what I've seen out of Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. I think he would be a really nice pick here. Are they going to go edge? The other ones I would think would be goes edge. That's typically, if they love edge, he loves to go edge. Chris Ballard is, constantly adding guys because they love to run a rotation there. Latu, the guy they got last year there. And the pick is in here.
Another Hawaiian guy.
Yep. JT just announced JT Tuimoloau as the coach.
Very nice. I would just talked about him a little bit ago as a possible Bears pick. Now going to the Colts, like I said, the Colts love the Big Ten. They love to take guys from, Michigan, Ohio State. These are the type of guys. I think this is another guy. They've lost a few edge rushers here in the offseason, and they like to run that rotation. I'm not surprised that they go edge here at all.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Chris is back here. Chris, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm good. I had a little bit of audio video difficulties there when I was trying to connect, but I fixed it. Thankful to Google. Help me out as always. Thank you, Google. Thank you very much.
Google machine.
Yeah, but I'm good, man. I'm a little upset at the Saints' second round pick there. Not really what I was expecting, picking a 25-year-old quarterback in the second round with the new coaching staff. Doesn't really make much sense to me, but that's why I'm sitting behind a camera talking into a microphone about the picks and not making the picks, man.
Doesn't it feel like we were talking about it? Doesn't it feel like they just now have 4 of the same quarterback?
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're collecting the infinity stones of mid quarterbacks. Yes, absolutely. But I got to ask you, JT, how does it feel to see Tyler Shuck go ahead of Shedeur Sanders? I
have to tell you what, if you would have let me bet a lot of money on that, I would have lost. I would have absolutely lost. I can't believe I feel like I've been talking about nonstop, but I'm shocked by this Sanders fall. I really am. I don't know what he did or somebody in his camp did that piss everybody off. The only thing I'm hoping is that he drops to the third round and the Steelers finally snag him in the third round. That will save it for me. I will love that move if they do it. I still am a little surprised the Raiders haven't gone after him. I know you got Geno, but Geno's older. You could get Shedeur, put him right behind him for 2 years and let it go. I thought Vegas was damn near the perfect spot for him. And so I'm really surprised that they didn't pull the trigger in the second round either. I still think Vegas and the Steelers are the top teams to take him. I think those are the 2 best landing spots for him. The question is, how far is he going to go? The Steelers don't have a second round pick. Raiders already made a pick. So he could get to the third. I was hoping, in all honesty, I didn't think that he would get to them in the first round. I thought there was no way he's going to get to 21. So I thought for sure they'd take him at 21. Now I was hoping they would get Kyle McCord in the third round. Was like, if they didn't get Sanders, that was my hope. Now I'm like, well, can we get Sanders in the third round? So it's going to be wild to see how far this fall ends up going for him.
Might even be
and
able
who
to
else
get him
jumps
in the
over him.
6th round.
I tell you what. So either I'm going to be completely wrong on sure Sanders, or a whole lot of NFL teams are going to be completely wrong on him. But either way, someone's going to be looking real dumb. And right now it's me. I'm hoping that he goes into a good spot and ends up balling out for somebody. So
I will say, I don't think Vegas makes sense at all for him.
Argos.
Get him up in the Canadian Football League. You're like, yep. You're like, we'll take him
in the CFL, baby.
Joe, what were you saying? That you don't like the Sanders fit in Vegas?
No, they got Geno, who's traded non-negligible draft capital for him, gave him a big contract. Pete Carroll is not there to draft a developmental type quarterback, which if he's going after the top 50 picks, he is by definition. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense for them. And I don't think he's really a scheme fit. Again, they want the more big arm type quarterback, which Sanders is not. But Pittsburgh, at some point, I think they're gonna have to come to the back end of this round.
And I almost feel like now the Steelers are just playing chicken. They're just like, let's just see how far they'll drop. Let's see how far the QBs drop before we go get a guy. It's pretty wild. If you would have told me he was going to fall the second round and they could trade up and get a second round, trade up into the second and get him, I'd been like, oh, wow, this is awesome. And now I'm just getting insanely nervous about it. I'm just happy my guy, Luther Burden, went to the Bears. I love that move. Chris, I know you're a big C2C guy as well. I feel like I've been the Luther Burden stan here on the show for a while. Tell us what you think about Burden. I know. What do you think about Burden going to the Bears?
Depends on what his role is going to be ultimately, with Odunze there, with DJ Moore there, who the fellas on the NFL Network have comped him to. It really depends on what his role is going to be in that offense. They also drafted Loveland. They could still make a move at running back. So the ball is most likely going to be spread around the field quite a bit. But looking the way that the Chicago Bears are built, maybe they're planning on throwing the ball 50 times a game.
So the Rams and
nothing for Luther Burden.
I don't know what it's going to mean for fantasy wise, but I love it in real life. I think it's just keep loading up those talented players around your number one quarterback. Mm-hmm. Give the guy every option to make every play possible. You're bringing in a new head coach who's, supposed to be an offensive genius. Give him every option, give him every opportunity to go out there and put up points. And we've seen it's not the old NFC North anymore. Like, you got to put up points in the NFC North. The Vikings have a really good offense. The Lions have been putting up points all over the place the last couple of years. The Packers, are young and got a lot of guys. So you got to be able to score points in the NFC North if you're going to win.
The Packers had those 6 weeks in 2023.
The Rams and Cardinals picks are in.
The Rams.
Okay. Nice pick by the Rams, I guess.
Yeah. Tight end Terrence Ferguson for the Rams.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, Ferguson was a guy that has been moving up. Some draft boards people really talked about him. He was a guy that didn't have a ton of buzz, but in NFL circles, people were talking about his ability to block, just being an all around player. I had him as my tight end 5, I think. He was my tight end 5. I'd have to look back at my rankings. I liked him a lot better. Now, right? I liked him a lot better than a few other people. They didn't use the tight end a ton in their offense, but I think he's a guy that is going to turn around and end up being a much better NFL player than he actually was college player.
He was my tight end 6 behind Fannin, but I had Warren, Loveland, Royal, Taylor, Fannin, and Ferguson after that. So,
well, when the Rams had Higbee, he was getting peppered quite a bit. But
they've been a
Higbee
nice
got hurt,
spot.
and then they didn't really have much behind Higbee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been a nice spot for tight ends for fantasy purposes the last couple
Sean
years.
McVay wants to use the tight end.
Yeah. So I like that.
Yeah, getting a second round draft capital here for the Rams is probably pretty nice, and that's going to move him up. You would think in tight end premium leagues, a guy that was more of like kind of a fourth, fifth round pick. I think there's a chance he sneaks into the early third, maybe late second in higher tight end premium leagues now.
And somehow the Cardinals got 2 top 12 players in this class. Will Johnson is the pick.
Ooh.
So the Cardinals have they have been one of those teams that is not afraid to take a guy that has had injury concerns if they think that it's going to be a good value pick. A team that always seems like they need defensive back help. So Will Johnson falling all of the Cardinals. Pretty
And
nice.
Houston traded up with Vegas for 48.
Ooh, Shador to Houston, little QB battle.
Yeah.
I said, obviously the Raiders obviously don't want him as they just keep moving their pay. They're like, we're good.
Marcus
Just
Mabo or
speaks so
Ariante Ursary would make sense for Houston.
Running back.
It's an O-line.
Running back, Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson too.
I'm getting blown up in the Bears chat by my friends. They're like, Scattaboo, come to the Bears. Like everybody's they're all fired up. I told John, I was like, all my friends the Bears friends, their heads are going to explode if they get Scattaboo. They all love Scattaboo. They already got Luther Burr and they got Loveland. It'll just be a party in the city.
I'll root for Scattaboo. I mean, I what he did, he had my entire family, my daughters and their boyfriends and my wife and everybody included, just glued to the TV on that playoff game. So,
oh yeah,
he's a fan favorite. He's a good player. The receiving out of the backfield, everything he does is his quality. But he just doesn't feel like somebody that's going to translate to the NFL.
Yeah, he won't have a long career with his playing style.
No,
I think he's got one magical NFL fantasy season in him. I think he's going to have one just crazy year, and everybody's going to be like, well, "I knew it. I knew he'd be awesome." And then he has that 1 year, and then he's banged up the rest of his career. And then
you better trade him as soon as that happens. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 3 games into a 15 points per game streak. See you later.
What are the Texans doing here? What do you think they're doing?
Drafting a football player, definitely.
Whoa, get out, man. This is groundbreaking stuff. Get out of here.
I honestly
not to toot my own horn, but the pick is in and was one of the names I did select.
Who we got?
Ariante Ursary, the tackle potential inside guard from Minnesota.
He's a guy that a lot of people had kind of mocked to the Chiefs at the end of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They needed some O-line help. We saw last year they were all over CJ Stroud. The O-line was not great for the Texans, so it makes sense that they go O-line here to try to keep him upright and see if they can get him to have a nice bounce back year after a little down year last year.
Yeah, I'm curious how they're going to have this alignment. There's so many bodies there. A lot of them haven't been great. Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Titus Howard, Jarrett Patterson, Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher, Trent Brown, and now Ursary. A lot of options.
Can't go wrong.
I guess a lot of options is better than no options, right? So
yeah,
that's something to work with here, I guess.
Somebody's been hurt on that staff.
Yeah, time to reopen the Raiders and Shador discussion if they keep moving back. But I think.
And we had
if there's a team in front of them that needs a quarterback.
Houston moved into this pick, right? This was a trade, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bengals, Seattle, Denver next. The Bungles. Harold Fannin to the Bungles? Who says no?
Me, because I'm a Gesicki guy.
Get Gesicki out of here.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. What do we think, Bengals here? Any ideas? I think they could kind of go. There's all kinds of wheres they could go. O-line, D-line. I don't know if there's an off-ball linebacker I would take in this range.
I mean, if they're the Bengals, you're taking something on defense. You can't afford to do anything else on offense. So it's going to be the defensive side of the ball.
You would think so.
I think
Their
Ursery
DFS
would have been in conversation for the Bengals if Houston didn't just jump up.
Yeah.
I think Mike Green and Scorton's still there, but they just took Shamar Stewart, so I doubt they'd go with another edge. One of the corners, Kevin Winston Jr. for a box safety.
Yeah, safety would be interesting. You know, they tried to bring some of the older players back. That didn't work out very well for them. You know, definitely could use, that secondary help. Be interested to see if they did go either corner. They've spent a ton of top picks on DBs the last couple of years, but not all those guys have worked out for them. No, what do you guys think? A big conversation was Chase Brown. How does he last this draft? Do we think the Bengals actually take a running back fairly early? Do we think it's Chase Brown's show this year? You guys got any opinions one way or the other on that?
I just traded for Chase Brown in like 3 leagues last year. Somebody thought that, people are looking to get rid of him right now for the fear like they were going to replace him. So I got Chase Brown for like the 204 and another league for like the 206. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll take that. Like, I don't see a running back that would be in that range in this draft that would be as good as Chase Brown is for, on a team that literally uses him correctly.
I'm a Chase Brown guy. I loved him coming out of Illinois. I know, John, I was shooting his horn. I was like, I'm taking him everywhere in rookie drafts because I thought he would eventually win that job. I think they go running back somewhere in this draft because, everything that's happened with their backups. Why am I blanking on his name right now? The old Utah running back. Oh, I can't remember.
Zach Moss.
Zach Moss. Thank you. Zach Moss.
Joe.
So the old, injuries there for him. What's going to happen with him as he come back? I think they take somebody to add with Chase Brown, but I still am a believer that Chase Brown's the guy and that they take a running back more as a depth piece in this draft. So it would definitely be interesting if they took somebody earlier. But again, like you guys said, I think this team needs so much defense. It'd be surprised to me if they don't go defense.
If they had more than just their picks, I'm not the biggest Chase Brown guy, but I think it wouldn't be beneficial for the team really to take someone earlier in the 4th round with what they need on defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I agree with you. I think, if they had a few extra picks, we're like, we can spend a pick on a guy, but I just think running back is down on the list for them for things they need. So it would be surprising to me that they would spend,
I guess, in the 4th round,
pick.
I could see a Jaden Blue, Devin Neal, my guy Jarquez Hunter, something like that. But
to me that makes sense.
Angelo Fantasy just put Luther Burden is better than DJ Moore. This should be the go-to target for Williams before long. That's a bold statement.
That's very bold.
I said earlier in the show I had Burden over Rome Odunze, so I thought Burden's better than Odunze, and they took Odunze top 10 last year. So I just love it. If you have Caleb Williams on your fantasy teams, I think you got to love that they just keep stacking offensive talent around him and giving him options people to go to.
I'd be worried with it. One of the biggest problems with the offense last year was having so many mouths to feed, and now they have that same issue, but better players. Rome Odunze is better this year than last year. Luther Burden's an upgrade over Keenan Allen at this point. Colson Loveland significantly better than Cole Kmet. So it will be interesting to see. I think this is going to be a weird year for fantasy for all their targets.
Texans took a tackle as expected. Iriante Irsay. So
we got a couple Seahawks picks coming up after this Bengals pick, and then we've got the Broncos. Do we think the Broncos go running back? Do they go running back this early?
Well, they kind of have to. They don't really have a choice.
They need one.
I was going to say, for fantasy purposes, who would you guys like to see here? We got Cam Scatterboos out there, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, Caleb Johnson from Iowa, RJ Harvey, a guy I like a lot, Damian Martinez from Miami, Devin Neal, a guy I would love to see the Steelers get in the 3rd round. He's one of my guys that I just am a big fan of him. Anybody jump out to you that you would think is a good fit for the Broncos?
I don't like Dylan Sampson would be somebody like if you wanted an early down back and just use some receiving back later in the draft. But at this point in time, I think you have to go like a guy like Caleb Johnson, or something like that. So I would say
Caleb Johnson had a 30 visit with the Broncos, and I thought and met with them at the combine, so that would make sense.
Yeah.
Johnson seems like a guy that would fit that system, kind of like what he ran at Iowa. To me, that would make sense to see him go there.
Ooh. Did you guys see the Bengals pick?
No.
Yeah.
I am just a hair behind. I see the guy walking up to the stage right now.
Tate Martell. Defensive player, like you guys called it.
Yeah, it's going to be all defense for the rest of the draft for the Bengals.
Don't super love the player there, but think that means Jermaine Pratt is going to get traded at some point before training camp ends.
Yeah, Demetrius Knight is interesting. He's an older player. Another guy, he was like a 6-year in college guy, ended up playing at a couple universities, eventually finished out at South Carolina. He's a big off-ball linebacker, kind of a throwback in that he's one of those guys that's bigger, not quite as fast as some other guys. Kind of interesting because that's not really been the style linebacker that the Bengals have gone with in the past with the Logan Wilsons and the Jermaine Pratts. So he was a guy, when I was doing my early rankings for IDP, I wasn't 100% sure about him, what I thought he would be in the NFL and where he'd get picked. I'm a little surprised he goes this high, to be honest with you. I like him okay as a player, but he's an older prospect with not great athleticism. He's a thumper. He'll go in there and hit. But this was a little bit of an interesting pick to me. I'm surprised the Bengals didn't go edge there with the Trey Hendrickson situation and whatever else is going there. I figured they would keep piling up edge rushers or go DB.
They just needed so much on defense. Also, our Broncos discussion for not, they are trading back, it sounds like, and Seattle's pick is in. Not seen who, though.
Yeah, I was just trying to pull that up. So they got to pick Seattle. You said Seattle's picking and the Broncos are trading?
That's what it's Ben Albright.
Okay.
Oh, yep, trading it to the Panthers. I would assume the Panthers are coming up for Mike Green.
You would think they, getting some pass rush on the outside, that makes sense. Maybe, he's a guy that a lot of people, early on, people had him in the top 15. He was a riser, and then, just recently taking a little bit of a slide here on day 2.
What do we think Seattle does here?
This is an interesting spot as they've made a couple moves. Yeah, they've made a couple moves. They could always use a little more help on the offensive line. I'm not sure at this point in the second round. There's a guy just out there,
Jared
for
Wilson,
the
the center
value.
from Georgia, makes sense.
Who do you have?
Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, would make sense, I said.
Okay. I know I've seen a lot of Tate Ratledge from Georgia, another guy that a lot of people have been a fan of. I like him. Some, a little bit farther down the list, Miles Frazier from LSU, guard from there. Some people I like Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State. I think he's going to go a little bit later in the draft. I think he's quite a bit later in the pick, but I think he would be a guy that'd be a nice value pick later on if you're looking to kind of maybe get a steal of a guy that slipped because of injury.
So it is not a lineman. In fact, it is fantasy relevant pick.
Ooh. Oh, here we go.
The Panthers pick at 51 is also in.
Also, we've got ourselves a few moves going here. I like it.
Yeah.
The Seattle's a wide receiver? It's got to be, right? No. Oh.
Yeah, I'm behind on these. I'm not seeing it. Not popping up.
If you want me to spoil it, I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Jump in there. Yeah, go ahead and jump in and tell
Seattle takes tight end Elijah Arroyo from Miami.
Oh, Johnny McGlynn, your guy. John loves.
That's a fun pick.
That's a super fun pick.
I really like that. Is that Sean Alexander on the TV?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. So we've got Arroyo is going. He's going to Seattle.
Yep.
I like that. That hurts Noah Fant, but I don't know if they're still loving Noah Fant at this point. And
Noah Fant hurts Noah Fant.
I think you're correct on that one. Arroyo, this could be a nice little spot for him. A guy, that athletically is an absolute stud. Dealt with some injuries in college that kind of pushed him down a little bit for that, but a guy that was, a 4-star coming out of high school in Texas. So, John, I know you're a big tight end guy. What do you think about this fit? Him going to Seattle, which felt like they had a million tight ends, and now have kind of pushed some guys down.
I feel like they needed some kind of weapons. They got JSN and Cooper Kupp, and then the perennial all-star Marcus Valdez-Scantling. But I mean, Noah Fant was just. I think he's a project just not working out. Or Seattle just keeps taking tight ends that don't seem to pan out no matter what they try. So Arroyo is. I love his receiving ability. I mean, he was wide open. If you watch any of his all 22 stuff, every time he caught the ball, he had a 10-yard separate. Yeah. I mean, he was wide open every time he caught the ball. So maybe it just I'm not sure what they expect. Cooper Kupp's probably a 1-year deal, even though he's signed a 2-year contract. I think he's not for long, but they need they absolutely needed some offensive help. So this is big. I'm okay with that. I mean, Sam Darnold needs something. You need something to throw to.
Yeah, I mean, you sign a quarterback, you got to go out and get him some weapons, right?
Absolutely.
I like the pick a lot for the Seahawks. Colson Loveland to them in the first round was a very common mock for me, and they get a couple tiers down in Arroyo. But I think having Fant there for this year will be good for them. Just kind of let him grow into that NFL style schematic from the wide open running gun sort of scheme in Miami. Then can take over. So also love the Panthers pick. One of my favorite players in this class.
Is it a guy who you said earlier?
Nick Scorton, not Mike Green.
Okay.
Scorton, again, was my edge one coming into the season and was a top 5 overall player. The film this year isn't great, but look back at Purdue as a 19-year-old when he was putting Ohio State, Penn State tackles on their butts, make them look silly. So fun pick for the Panthers here.
Yeah, to me, this makes sense. They need some help on the outside on the edge. Like you said, his early days at Purdue when he was young, I mean, a young freshman, he was a stud and put up great sack numbers in the Big Ten. I think a little bit of disappointment last year was just Texas A&M overall was a little disappointing, I think, in everything that happened there. So I'm not knocking him as much on that side of things. I think you've seen the talent and he was an early breakout for me. I think this is a good pick. Good
he doesn't
value.
turn 21 till August.
Exactly. Super young player.
Still
like I said,
young.
Real young. The guy's got a ton of upside that's going to learn. I think this is a great pick. If he went back to school, good chance he would have pretty much probably been a first rounder for sure. But I think you're getting the discount getting him here in the second round this year.
Titans up. I wonder if they pair Cam Ward with his old teammate, Kyle Williams.
You got to think that they're going to have to start adding some offensive weapons at some point here for the Titans, right? They got to go get somebody here to give their QB a chance to produce.
Yeah, or edge rusher.
Trying to look and see who the next couple picks coming up here.
I don't love this pick.
Tampa,
Seattle,
Green
Denver,
Bay,
Seattle.
Chargers.
I was loving Mason Taylor to the Chargers at 55. He obviously went way earlier than that. They still kind of need tight end. Wide receiver help. Trey Harris. I wouldn't mind to see Trey Harris there for the Chargers. You guys got any fantasy relevant guys you would like to see a landing spot here coming up? Obviously, Bucks are up. They already took a wide receiver with Mecca Book on day one. Packers have already gone wide receiver early. Bills are still in the mix here. Well, anyone kind of you guys got your eye on to see if he goes in the next couple picks here?
I don't know what Tampa's going to do because I feel like they have their offense is set. So they're probably just going to keep stacking up defense also. Green Bay, they already picked a receiver in round 1. So, and they have 1,000 other receivers on the team. So they're probably going to go defense too, or offensive line, or, inside the box somewhere.
All these corners falling for Green Bay and Tampa is spectacular. Yeah. Caleb Johnson, Jalen Knoll, Kyle Williams, really interested to see where they go.
This feels like a lot of defense coming up right now. And I don't see anywhere. I mean, we're going to go across the board here. Tampa, Green Bay, the Chargers, Bills, Panthers, Houston, Baltimore, Lions. I don't see anywhere where Shedeur Sanders is going to go in this second round. I mean,
no. Maybe Detroit because they got rid of Milton. Milton was on the Patriots. My bad. Yeah, maybe Detroit because they need a backup there. Yeah, Hooker was the other Tennessee.
Yeah. And now I said I didn't love Sanders to Vegas, and I don't. But as they've traded back a couple times to 58, maybe there's just time to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, there's some. Oh, man, I'm just gonna get disappointed, so I probably shouldn't even say it. So just let it go at this point. We got a few more guys in the show. Jorge's back. Goody's in the mix. Thanks, fellas, for joining us. Couple picks coming up here. Anybody you guys got your eye on? Like I said, I'm a big Trey Harris fan. I would love to see him maybe go to the Chargers or some of these other spots here. Anybody you guys got your eye on, either Goody or Jorge, maybe fantasy relevant guys over the next couple picks?
Goody, why don't you go first? I need to catch up and see who's been doing what. Yeah, 1 second.
I mean, Trey Harris is a great guy. I think I wrote in my offense only mock draft, I said he's one of the wide receivers I feel like no one's really talking about, and I think they should be because he is just like an absolute tactician on the field. And I feel like now it's even more relevant than ever is these guys need to be savvy because these DBs are just like so fast, so quick, so physical that these 6'4", 225 guys who are just like, oh, I'm bigger, I'm stronger. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. So I think Trey Harris would be an awesome pick. I don't know how much you guys were talking about Shedeur Sanders. I have a conspiracy theory, and I would like to float it and see if you guys have any thoughts.
Float it, baby. Let's go.
All right, so here's the conspiracy theory. Does anybody think that the retiring of his number at Colorado made every team go, a 500 career college football player who didn't win any notable award, any Heisman, everyone's now like, it's so much more deeper rooted as far as the entitlement that teams are just like, I'm not the one that's going to deal with this. Like, that retired number, like he didn't even get drafted. Like, now the dude is like literally going to look up, like, and everyone's going to they're going to have to take it down. There's just no way they're going to look at it. Like, this isn't like Division III, Gettysburg College where like their best player got drafted in the 4th round. And it's like the greatest player like Gettysburg ever had. And they go, okay, he goes up there because he got drafted. We're talking about a high D1 program. And this dude is right now at home begging to get drafted. Like his dad, he's on the phone calling these teams going, yo, why is he slipping? Tell me what's going on. Like, what can I tell you to make this go away? Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like,
I think that he can only, money and JT's going to hate this. You might as well cover your ears right now, JT, because I know you're that kind of stuff. But I think that he rode coattails his entire career, his entire life. Money bought him everything. Money got his name on a sign on the side of a stadium. His dad's name, probably the best receiver, the best all-around athlete, the best all-around player in his draft was who he was throwing to most of the time, who made him look good. I think that he was just severely overrated, riding coattails. I kind of saw this coming. I didn't like him at all. I call him the right-handed Tua Tagovailoa all the time, and JT doesn't like to hear that either. But that's who he is to me. And I think that he is just. I don't think he's a good quarterback. Dude, he can read defenses. Yes, he can get the ball out. Yes, he's okay at that kind of stuff, but he's not special at it. He's just an average quarterback. So,
Sanders is getting way too much hate right now. Like, he's a fine prospect, and it's okay for him to be a fine prospect. That's
hey,
what he is.
Guy. I blocked him in high school. Simeon Rice. I played left tackle. He played right defensive end for Mount Carmel.
A lot of us remember 2023, that Saturday night game where it was Colorado versus Colorado State that went into the early morning hours with multiple overtimes, and everybody was talking about Shedeur Sanders and just how poised he was and how he led his team back to victory. And it was a fantastic game, one of the best games of his career, but it was against Colorado State,
Yeah, right.
What happened the very next week when he played a real D1 team?
Was that the Oregon game?
They got smoked.
Right.
Like,
I don't
they
think
were...
I don't think this is super fair to Sanders at this point. Josh Allen, as when we were at Wyoming together, got annihilated by Oregon and Nebraska. Now look at him winning MVPs. Patrick Mahomes looked awful against against good defenses. Even Brock Purdy looked terrible his entire senior year.
All right, well,
there's a lot going on here. He's a fine prospect, and just because of a name, he doesn't need to be bashed and hated on.
Brock Purdy,
he's a second, third round prospect.
You talk about those quarterbacks, specifically Mahomes. He goes to Andy Reid. Which quarterback team has one of these all-time coaches that could actually do something with Shedeur?
Nope.
And can he actually do it? Like, I have that is the one thing, loved the Giants and how much freedom they gave Hard Knocks to really show a lot, because you got to see Daboll actually quizzing the quarterbacks and what they could do and what they were noticing. And then even when Jaden Daniels was in there, he read something back to him, and he kept saying the same thing wrong over again, and Daboll had to keep correcting him. He's like, it's alpha Y. You keep saying alpha X, it's alpha Y. And I just wonder if Shedeur Sanders went into some of these meetings and kind of loafed it, whatever, I'm going to be the number 2 quarterback, and teams were just I almost feel I'm not hating on Sanders. It isn't the prospect, but you can't be entitled and take all the advantages of it. But then on the opposite, when people are because you've been entitled, you can't be mad now that people are going to hold it against you. You were okay when it was useful and it got you everything that you have. It got you your number retired, right? I can go back on that, but at the end of the day, if that was any other player on any other team who had a career record at a college was 500, do they get their number retired? Does any other player get their number retired? Travis Hunter, he was the Heisman, right? You put your name up on that wall, it's because, hey, you won a Heisman. That to me is respectable. What did he do? He didn't do anything. So I mean, like I said, it's just my little theory. I feel teams are just staying away from him, and eventually at some point someone's going to take him, because they're just going to go as Joe is saying, he's a fine prospect, but he brought up Brock Purdy. When was Brock Purdy drafted? The 7th round. He was the last pick.
Mr. Irrelevant.
So, I'm not saying Shedeur is Mr. Irrelevant, but I think there's a lot of teams that are probably looking at him long term going, I think he probably isn't as good as people think, and nobody wants to come out and say it, right? No one, because then you're
level passer with crazy not off the field concerns, but just like we've said, all the circus that surrounds him. So solid prospect. Teddy was the 32nd pick, and that's about the levels talent Sanders is. But then you add in the circus, and he falls.
I was going to say the biggest thing to me, I think, is there's a lot of egos in the NFL, and people don't want to play second fiddle to a guy. They don't want something they think is going to be a distraction. I think that might be playing in it more than anything, where people are do we want to deal with this, and do we think he's overwhelmingly good that it's worth the distraction in what follows him? Or do we think if he follows us, we'll take him, but we're not going to go out of our way to go get him? I think that could be a part of it. I really do. You've seen it in other sports, in other leagues where it's tough. We've seen it in the NFL with guys. When guys start to become bigger than the team, they're following them around is more important than what's happening everywhere else in the room. Football coaches hate that shit. They hate it. They don't want to deal with that circus. We've seen it with quarterbacks in the past. We saw it with, different situation, but like the Tim Tebow thing, when you got guys are, so much more popular than everyone else, or even if they're not popular, they're controversial, which is even probably worse. And obviously I think I like Shador a lot, but is he controversial? Yes, he's obviously controversial. He's been controversial. So I think you're going to have a really strong coaching staff and somebody that feels like they've got a really good team with a lot of leaders in place to kind of hold it all together. And there's just teams, I think if it's a question mark, they're just going to go with someone else because they just don't want it. So
let's not talk about the prospect who's not getting drafted tonight. Let's talk about a player who just got drafted by the Chargers, who I think a lot of us are really, really high on out of Rhythm Fantasy Sports.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
They took Quentin Johnson again.
Is it Jaden Higgins?
That is a low blow. Come on now. He is not.
Trey Harris.
He's better than Quentin was.
Who do we get? Who do we get? I'm behind you guys.
Trey Harris.
Trey Harris to the Chargers.
My boy, to the team I want him to go to. I love it. That was my favorite landing spot for him, was going to the Chargers. I love him as the deep threat there for Herbert. I absolutely love that. I had Harris has been like top of the second round for me in fantasy. That's where I've been taking him. I love this landing spot for him. I like it for the Chargers. I like what the Chargers are doing here. I think this is a nice spot for him.
Another quarterback transition guy. He's a big dude, but I think another guy like he's like a kind of needs to have things manufactured for him, and I don't like those kind of guys. So I know a lot of people love Trey Harris, but when you have to create plays to get him the ball, that kind of scares me a little bit. So I'm kind of out on him.
While I jest he's QJ, he is a very similar prospect with just runs three routes well, and well is in quotes.
Yeah,
he actually can catch unlike Quentin Johnson could, so that's a positive. But it's
I think
it's
he's who they thought they were
pretty big
getting
reach,
with
but-
Quentin Johnson. Personally, I just think he's the player that they thought they were drafting when they drafted Quentin Johnson, who I didn't like at all as a prospect. I thought it was a terrible pick when they took him. I like Trey Harris a lot better. Yeah.
I don't love the player, but in this offense with everything else on there, it's sensible for sure.
And it's just the way the Chargers are doing business now. Right. Like they're just, sticking to the trenches. They took the offensive tackle last year and all that, like everyone was kind of like, that's not a very attractive pick. But I mean, they just are taking players, like you could see the vision, which I think is like a lot of problem that people have with some of like the lower rung teams, and why they continue to be lower rung teams is because they don't have that vision where they're like, we're sticking to what we're good at, and we're going to get really we're going to refine what we're not good at. It's not going to happen overnight. And some of these teams, it's like the Raiders stink year in and year out. The Jags just can't seem to get out of the way. The Browns can't seem to get out of their own way. It's because I just don't think there's that vision. I think the Chargers are very, very clear with what they're trying to do. I agree. Quentin Johnson's not a great receiver. He was never going to be a number one. He's a body catcher. I mean, anybody who was ignoring that when they were watching his tape, it's like anybody who lets the ball get to their chest before they try to cradle it, you're never going to make it in the NFL, because like I said, we just said that the DBs are too good. You're going to have to get your hands out there and get the ball, because it's never going to get all the way to you. But I love the pick for the Chargers. I mean, Herbert is just got to figure out a way now to keep everybody happy.
Yeah, this is. I mean, they have a type when you get these Quentin Johnson, Mike Williams kind of guys. Mike Williams hurts himself jumping up for the ball, and he doesn't know how to land. I just feel like they have a type they're looking for. They're just picking the wrong guys to do it. I think Trey Harris is going to be the Quentin Johnson replacement, but I'm not sure how good a replacement he'll be.
Compared to what QJ is, again, I'm not a huge Harris guy, but he's significantly better than
he's gonna get his opportunities. That's for sure.
Yeah. Picks are in for the Bears and the Lions, who slid up with Denver.
Bears
got into the trenches for both.
Who did the Packers end up taking?
They took Anthony Belton, the tackle guard from NCSU.
I knew I missed somebody. Thank you.
I think it's funny how the Packers now have Bo Melton and Anthony Belton on the same team.
Belton and Melton. Love it.
You got to be careful when they're screaming at him during OTAs. What do you want, coach?
This is the pick.
Not talking to you, Belton. I was talking to Melton.
This is a pick the Bears traded with Buffalo with earlier. So now they get to.
The pick is in for the Bears. You guys want to know or who?
Yes, please.
The Bears select offensive tackle from Boston College, Ozzie Pilo at number 56.
I don't know who that is.
He's awesome.
That's awesome.
It's a weird fit as a right tackle with Darnell Wright, who can't go to the left side, but maybe move him inside or try to move Trapillo over. But
I just know that the
he's a top
Bears
60 player for me.
When you add a bunch of offseason, when you add a bunch of free agents, in free agency, they don't mesh all the time. You got that's kind of you got to build to a farm system, have guys come up 2 or 3 years with each other, learn how to talk in the offensive line. This is a nice addition to kind of fortify the offensive line, which the Bears need. I love this that they're going offensive line. I wanted them to do it the entire draft. I don't want to do it the entire draft, obviously, but I wanted them to get somebody. If you said he's great, and he's a good right tackle, that's fine. Other guys can move other places. Other people can do other things. But if you get the best or the second best at a position, that's fine. You'll figure out somebody to play left tackle. You'll figure out someone to play, who could play center too, move guys around. I love that when guys go trenches, especially you're building up this offense with all these fantastic new additions to your offense, all these new weapons for Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams got a lot of shit last year. And, a lot of people are like, oh, Caleb Williams this, Caleb Williams that. Now you give him all these weapons now, and you're going to see this guy shine. He held the ball a little bit too long. Yeah, everybody saw that. He tried. He got absolutely killed. So.
Yeah, I like Caleb Williams' trajectory. Like, not that Jaden Williams is a horrible prospect because he was awesome last year, but a couple years ago, everybody was raving about C.J. Stroud as the next coming of quarterbacks. And then after last year, everybody sort of slowly brought it down a little bit, going, okay, maybe he's not that great of a quarterback. And, if Jaden Daniels takes a little bit step back, I think Caleb Williams took a lot of licks last year. I think he had to learn the hard way.
Yeah.
And I think he got better mentally in like his preparation. I think he got better with his teammates. And I think that's like the long term, I think is going to be so much better for him. Jaden Daniels is like, okay, I'm the guy for this team. Like, and rightfully so, but I'm just, I don't like, I think everybody like was hating on Caleb Williams because Jaden Daniels was so good. And I think Caleb Williams had a pretty decent like rookie season, all things considered. So
sure. He's a guy that talked a lot of shit, but he's going to back it up. You can just see that in his future. It's not like I don't think Caleb Williams will be a bust by any means whatsoever. If you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk. That's kind of that how that goes. And I think Caleb Williams is a guy that could probably do that.
So who do we see that's still available that you guys are like totally surprised by? Like you cannot believe that they're still on the board.
Let's see.
Let me look at best player available 1 second.
Mike Green, obviously. Kevin Winston Jr. for me is up there, though he was hurt all last year.
Yep.
I love it.
He's who I'm rooting for my Eagles. I want Kevin Winston to fall to him. I mean, Trey Amos also surprises me a little bit. He had a lot of like week before draft buzz. Like everybody was just going crazy on his tape that he was just like really, really effective in the SEC. And I'm kind of surprised he's hanging around. But, again, like the one thing I hate, like the medicals, maybe something weird happened, that no one knows about, that everyone's like red flagging him. And that's why he's dropping like crazy.
Savone Ravel and Princey Uman Nielin are also surprising. They're still there.
Yeah, I mean, JT likes Aron Gadsden. Harold Fannin is another guy that we knew was going to drop a little bit, but he could be a big part of somebody's offense as a receiver. A little bit undersized, but that's someone who a lot of guys in C2C, like me and Chris Battis, still run a couple teams together in C2C. And, we were he almost won some leagues single-handedly by himself, getting 15, 20 catches a game. It was absolutely ridiculous. But some people don't translate that well to the NFL. So let's see.
Let's see here. So we got the Lions pick is in. Hold on. Lions traded up to get Georgia guard Tate Ratledge at 57. The Raiders now have made their pick, selecting TCU wide receiver Jack Besh.
I like Jack Beck. He's
Therefore-
man. He is an underrated wide receiver for sure.
Yeah, this is we knew that the Raiders were going to address wide receiver at some point, but the fact that they didn't take somebody who is more of a investment in draft capital, I feel like this is only going to be helping Jacoby Myers even more so as being an underrated wide receiver talent for fantasy purposes this year.
It's a really well-rounded room.
He's a tight end that converted to wide receiver. Just a guy. He's really good at 50-50 balls, kind of stuff like that. He's I like him a lot. A lot of people would call him like a lunchbox kind of guy. He just makes things happen on the field. He's not afraid to let his body get beat up out there either. So I like Jack Beck a lot. This is not that it's a steal by any means. This is the end of round 2, but a lot of people polarizing guy because some people are like, oh, Jack Beck, he's from TCU. Everybody hates TCU wide receivers. They're like, oh, everybody from TCU comes out, they suck. Jack Beck is just kind of he's not a absolute. He's a good a second, third wide receiver on somebody's team just to be there and be consistent. We need a first down. Jack Beck would be that guy to get it for you.
Yeah, Besh is a completely different player than all those other TCU guys. He's not just he is a one side of the field lineup guy a lot, but he also can actually block. He has good hands, unlike those other sort of guys. But so it's a really good pick. It rounds out their room very well.
All right, joining us right now is the host of the Daily Fix podcast here at Fantasy and Frames, Mr. Keith Fleming. I got to be honest with you, Keith. In some respect, I am sad that we did not see you last night in the first round because I wanted to see,
Hi, puppy.
Your happiness for the picks that were made. Or at least that's what my perspective is. What are yours with the picks for Walker and Pierce as a Falcons fan?
I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the overalls. Give me just a second to catch my breath. Obviously the first pick, we were ecstatic. That was the first Georgia Bulldog selected in the first round by the Atlanta Falcons in the franchise's history since 1966, which is really shocking when you think about since the Mark Richt era, which is basically all of the 2000s. Georgia has been one of the top 10 talent-wise teams in the country, but that's, Falcons are going to Falcon. The second pick is why I hate GMs. They're just like you and us fighting for their job. This is a no-lose situation for Terry Fontenot because Pierce is uber talented, and he could end up working out great. And if he does, Terry looks like a genius. If he doesn't, Terry's going to get fired anyway, and it doesn't matter. He's not going to have to worry about, us potentially losing, say, a top 10, top 15 pick next year. Now, I actually like the pick just because in the trade, they should make the playoffs this year. This should be a team in a weak division with a fairly easy schedule that can make the playoffs. Now, we're the Falcons. Am I counting on that? Absolutely not. But they should. And if that happens, you're basically trading next year's, 22nd to 25th pick for this year, plus the extra stuff you gave up. And they addressed a big need because this is a team that has not had a pass rush since John Abraham. Yeah, that John Abraham, like over a decade ago. And now they have two dudes that can get at the quarterback. Last year, Brandon Trice got injured before the season. He's another guy that a lot of people believe is going to be a real difference maker up there. So I'm excited. Like, it's a rarity for me as a Falcons fan to come out of the first day and feel pretty good. I think you guys all know how I feel about, taking Kyle Pitts, a tight end fourth, passing on Jalen Carter for fucking Bijan, which is the worst pick in the last 2 decades in the NFL. And even the Penix pick last year, I love Penix, but you're going to pay $100 million and then take a quarterback. It's just like, what are we doing here? I was excited about it. And being in the building, what was really cool was just the crowd was ecstatic. And my buddy Jeff was there the year before, and he said the crowd was just having a wonderful time. Falcons trade up, all the buzz. And when they said Michael Penix, he said you could hear a fucking pin drop. And then everybody just kind of quietly, without saying anything to anyone else, just left, which is exactly how I'd done it too. So no disrespect.
We'll get back to you in 1 second. So we just had a
Yeah,
pick by the
Baltimore
Ravens.
did again.
Baltimore, they just find the talent and they Marshall's defensive end Mike Green going to Baltimore.
Whose music is that? That's amazing.
I don't know. Is
Oh.
that-
I thought it was like a like the NFL noise, but being done, but being done by like somebody on like a piano. It was amazing. I was like, what is that?
the
Jack
talent.
Beck. I love this Jack Beck pick, man. He's such a he's one of those I don't know. To explain Jack Beck is just to say someone that you know is going to take a beating, takes a licking to keep on ticking kind of guy, man. I'm so excited for the Raiders.
What watch was it that used to have that as the tagline?
Timex or something like that?
Yeah.
I think the Raiders are an interesting team too because their tight end isn't a traditional tight end. So they need a guy that's going to like sit in the middle and like kind of go over the seam a little bit. And, whereas Bowers could easily line up wide, like he don't care either way. So like, I think that like is a little bit of a juxtaposition of the two players a little bit. Like, Beck plays a little bit more like a tight end and like he likes to sit in the middle of a zone in front of the quarterback. And
okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think they're going to trade Michael Mayer now because they got these picks?
Yeah.
Why not?
I would love to see him go somewhere that really can use him correctly because Michael Mayer is just, he was Brock Bowers before Brock Bowers got there.
Come on.
Come on, get off my guy. Stop it. Let me live my life here.
John, get the fuck out of here. He was Brock Bowers for Brock Bowers.
I love Michael Mayer, man.
He's closer to Jack Bauer than Brock Bauer.
I was going to say, you can love Michael Mayer. That's okay. But, dude, like, this is, like, one of my big takeaways from the first round of this draft. There's some good tight ends in this class, but people are looking because Brock Bowers is a generational fucking unicorn thinking, oh, now we all can get a Brock Bowers. No, you can't. There's one Brock Bowers. Like, none of those dudes are going to run a 4.4 or have that kind of ability to, like, run after the catch and have such strong hands and stuff. It's just like he's generational. And we saw that last year with the schmucks he had throwing him the ball, the fact they didn't have any other wide receiver or running game, and he still couldn't stop them. And it's just amazing. Like, even in the NFL, we see what we see in fantasy drafts where they overreact.
Just say you hate Notre Dame guys. That's all you got to say, okay? Just say you hate Notre Dame guys.
Come on. Like, I got to call out when you're saying he was Brock Bowers.
Obviously it's an exaggeration. But
He's atheist. He hates the Roman Catholic Church, and that's why he hates it.
I mean, I am Catholic, so that's fair. So, if anybody's going to hate it, it's somebody that grew up Catholic.
Amen, brother.
I think Beck, he's an interesting guy because he started out as a tight end at LSU before he moved to wide receiver. I think he does bring a little bit of toughness, and I think the fact that you have Bowers and you can just literally do whatever with Bowers allows you to maybe take some of these guys that are not traditional in their position because you can move Bowers around because he can do anything. You can put him on anybody. You can play him wide. You can exactly so. I actually think this is kind of a nice move for them. I really like him because I think you could use him as a big slot receiver. You could put him in some different situations where he could block and Bowers can go out. So I actually think this is I wanted the Raiders to make a earlier move for a wide receiver, but I don't hate this move at all. I actually think because of what Bowers gives you, it gives you a little more where you can take these guys that aren't necessarily a traditional XYZ guy, a guy that you can move around a bit.
Raiders offense is going to be frisky, man. I'm telling you, Geno can play. Their offensive line was a little bit better than I think some people want to give them credit for. And now you got Genty. I mean, like, come on. Like, that's everybody thinks a generational back to go with Bowers. And then, like I said, I think Jacoby Myers is one of the more underrated wide receivers in football. And now you got him and Beck where, like, they're the, 2-3 options. Plus you have Genty who catches balls out of the backfield and such a good, like, I think the Raiders offense is going to be good. And Pete Carroll is one of those coaches, like, don't be shocked if we kind of see the same thing we saw in Washington, right? Where you have a coach come in that knows what he's doing. He's an adult in the room. And I like, very similar to what Washington did last year, all the moves that, they're making right now.
I think that
To clarify, his name is Besh, not Beck.
Yeah, I see.
Well, in case you don't know, Joseph, I mispronounce everybody's name. So
all good, just making it, just clearing it up.
I just let if it's me, just let it slide because I'm not going to get it right, even after you tell me.
Not that I'm a big Pete Carroll fan, and I made that blatantly obvious on a lot of occasions, but I think he's there to change the culture in the Raiders. They're building this team around there. He's a transition coach for that team to get a whole new culture in there, and just the future is very bright for the Raiders. They're doing a lot of right things right now, and it's kind of weird to say that because the Raiders mess everything up, but they are on the right track right now.
I think they finally are letting the adults in the room make the decisions, not, that's always like our criticism of the Cowboys, right? Like, no one really knows who makes the decisions, and then every time they make one, everyone feels like it's the wrong one. So it's kind of like the Raiders are the same thing. It's kind of like the owners were kind of getting in the way of the ultimate decision makers. We'll see. The Raiders, comparing them to the Commanders is an interesting one because they sort of did the same thing. Like they got a new coach and then they bring in an offensive coordinator that's, in their own right, pretty dynamic. And it'll be interesting to see what Chip Kelly does with all these little pieces. So.
Muted there, Jorge.
You guys want me to announce the Broncos pick, which is in?
Yes, please.
The Broncos select University of Central Florida's running back R.J. Harvey.
That's a great pick.
Oh, nice.
Love it. Hell
JT
yeah.
favorite.
So, Joseph, was it your little man playing the piano? Because he's got skills if it was.
I'm not sure if that was one of mine. I also heard that. The other one was upstairs at the time, so.
I was going to say, man, I'm impressed. Going on, little man?
I like this Harvey pick. What do you guys think? What does this do for him fantasy wise? He was a guy that a lot of people had kind of like mid to late second in fantasy. Do you like him here going to the Broncos in the second round? Do you think this pushes him up closer to the front of the second round in dynasty fantasy drafts, or do you still think he's a little more to mid second to late second?
I don't like anybody in Denver for anything because this is the opposite of the Falcons Rams condensed offense. This is an offense that they have proven outside of Cortland Sutton, nobody is going to get a sizable portion of it. And I think he's a great weapon. And like from a football standpoint, they're going to use him. But we've just seen this with Sean Payton, not just here, but in New Orleans, that they like to spread the ball around. I think that they feel like the best way to make Bo Nix be effective is to use a bunch of different guys, right? Like, and they did it with running backs, they did it with tight ends, they did it, with wide receivers. It's the same reason I'm a little down on Evan Ingram. Again, from fantasy, perspective this year is I just can't trust any of these guys are going to get a sizable workload. And I mean, would it really surprise us if they have 4 running backs that they're using by like week 8 for different things? Like, it wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah, Harvey's a little bit smaller. I mean, he's not a huge back, but he's one of those guys that's good between the tackles, and that's he can get to the hole fast and he catches out of the backfield. And that's, I mean, if you can have everything's built around rotational backs now, and he's a rotational back, I think, but a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a spicy take here from Out of Rhythm Fantasy over in the YouTube chat.
Like spicy takes.
Holy, RJ Harvey is as good as Janty. Is that sarcasm? Or
it's probably as bad as Mayer as good as Brock Bowers. So,
or Mayer was Bowers before Bowers.
RJ Harvey's got similar measurables as far as height, weight. He's 5'8", 205, a little bit smaller than GT. Runs a 4.4 40. Flat.
Who was everybody's favorite back in this class outside of Genty? Just out of curiosity, because I feel like there's like 7, 8 really good backs in this class.
I'm going to say or think was second best.
I'm sorry.
Who was our favorite or second best?
Just like the second best back you think outside of Genty in this class.
I wanted Myron Hampton to go to the Raiders in round 2. That was my dream scenario from day one. So. The way things packed up, I think a lot of people had Henderson as their favorite back too. I started out like Caleb Williams was on the top of a lot of people's boards, but he has a lot of flaws. So I still think it's possibly Myron Hampton at this point in time.
Hampton was in a tier by himself to me as number 2.
Well, that means that's
I
good
agree
news
with
for the
Joe.
Chargers.
I was on Marion Hampton number 2. I thought it was pretty clear cut. He was 2. I had Travion Henderson as 3, Judkins as 4 for me, and then the guys that I liked later in the draft, not that I had them necessarily ranked in that exact order, but I thought guys would fall that I really like. I still love Devin Neal from Kansas. I think he'd be a great pick in the 3rd round. I like him a lot. I just think he's a really good football player, not super flashy, but can do everything. I like him a lot, and I'm big on, I like RJ Harvey, and I'm big on Damian Martinez from Miami. I think Damian Martinez is highly underrated. I think he's going to be a steal.
I know he went to Virginia Tech. I'll take that for what it's worth. But Bashal Tutin, I'm a huge fan of. This guy is a beast.
My late round
tuning could he be Willie Parker is what I'm wondering. Is there a way that he ends up on a team and he could be a Willie Parker type of player that's that kind of change of pace,
Willie
speed back.
Parker. That's
Say his
So an
name
old
correct.
school.
God, John, how old are you? Willie
love-
Parker. Jesus Christ.
That's
Fast
actually
Willie
fantastic.
Parker, real name, not just Willie Parker. It's fast. Willie.
We were just talking about Willie earlier. God, it's been 2 decades, right? Like, goodness
Right.
gracious.
I
Time
still
is
read-
I remember
undefeated.
when the very first fantasy league I took Willie Parker in, people were like, who?
Who?
They like didn't
Yeah.
know what, because I was a student. I was like, no, dude. I was like, he's going to start with the Steelers. They're like, who are you even talking about? Like, they thought I made up the name. They're like, is he even on the list? It was like,
An 80-yard run in the Super Bowl win? Or am
I
getting
know,
mixed up? That
absolutely.
was that Super Bowl? Okay.
Yep, it was longest run in Super Bowl history at the time. Might
All right, you
still
guys
be.
want the Commanders pick?
Yes, go
Sure.
ahead. You could. It's only fitting.
And Joe, I really want to hear what you have to say about this guy. Commanders are taking Ole Miss cornerback Trey Amos at 61.
Oh, the commies are crushing this one. Amos,
What is-
I think, was the best, second best player on my board overall. So great
Overall?
value. Add him at 36 on the big board.
Yeah, I Amos was in my top 30.
Honestly,
I
if
can't
they
believe he
took-
fell this far.
If they took him at 29, I would have given it a B+ to an A- grade.
Oh, wow.
So
They had
Yeah.
to address secondary. They had to address offensive tackle. Let me stay on the Commanders right now, because and I'm going to bring in the Chicago Bears also. Last year, we saw obviously Jaden Daniels, offensive rookie of the year. Caleb Williams was deceptively really good also. Who has done a better job of surrounding their quarterback for future success? The Commanders or the Bears this offseason?
The Bears.
slightly Bears.
Are you saying fantasy or NFL? Like, just in
Let's
general?
talk NFL, and then we'll talk fantasy.
I think both the
And-
Bears.
Ooh, I disagree. I think the Bears need to be very careful. Like, this is a team that, I mean, how much do you need? I just think it's a lot of capital on offense when you're supposed to have Caleb Williams, who, people, including myself, are saying like he's a generational talent just last year. And at the end of the day, what wins championships? We were reminded of it again last year and the year
Yes, you
before,
were.
that defense does. And I think that I get it. Ben Johnson's an offensive guy, and I know he wants all these weapons, and they don't run a lot of 11 personnel, which in fairness, like I could see, a lot of people concerned about Cole Kmet. If they follow what they, Detroit did, they're going to be running a lot of 2 tight end sets. So they're both going to be out there. I don't love taking a tight end at 10 and then turning around and taking a wide receiver at 40 when their defense was good, but it's not like it was like all world last year. And you spent so much free agent money, et cetera, on the offensive side of the ball between the offensive line. And I just think Washington, all of a sudden, like, I hate to do this with Jorge here, but they're just right now one of the best run franchises in football. And it's crazy. Like, everything they're doing is amazing. They got, Larry Tunsil for nothing, basically. Like, they stole him. The Debo move, I know a lot of people are like, well, Debo was bad last year. When Debo's healthy, he's awesome. Yeah, and they didn't spend any capital on him. And like, I look at Washington as a team that, like, they know who they are, and they just also have a quarterback that has already proven he's that dude to where I do believe Caleb will get there. And I think Caleb is uber talented, but getting there and being there is totally different things. And then on top of that, being there and showing up in those biggest moments, which Daniels also checked that box as a rookie year. Like, to me, sky's the limit. People want to compare him to Stroud. Stroud did nothing like Daniels did in the playoffs, which that's really, to me, what separates him from all these other QBs in recent years that had really good rookie years.
You're right. I think the Bears are just an underrated defense. That's the problem. I think people don't see any flashy names, but they're they overplay where they're supposed to be with the players they have. So to add this much on the offense, the Bears are really doing some good moves. This is a great problem they have for both teams. It's like a Ozzie Newsome running the Ravens with these awesome picks for all these years. And both these GMs are standing on their head with these moves they're making. And it's a good problem they have for both franchises. So, all right, I'll be back later, guys.
All right, see you, John. Speaking of the Bears, they selected Texas A&M's defensive lineman Shamar Turner. So
they also passed on Jalen Carter too, though. So don't let the Bears off the hook. They also had him right there and said, "No, we're good."
To be fair, the Jalen Carter was a personality character issue, which that just takes two words.
It's insane, though. Come on, man. We saw this with Warren Sapp. We've seen this over and over again with these like generational dudes. And really, it was one thing that was a wreck that, yes, he was involved with. And I only know this because I'm a huge UGA fan, but like, it's not like he was somebody that didn't practice hard or like we had issues with Jordan Davis where we couldn't keep him in shape and keep him at certain weights, where Carter was just a dog. Like, you could watch on the tape and, I lost my mind. He should have never felt to where he did.
A minor thing with Jalen. Didn't the person die in the car in Los Angeles that they were?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying that he is a kid that was involved with it, like, in the sense that, yes, was he in one of the two cars? Yes. Was he probably scared and may have lied in the initial stuff? Sure. But
also with it being in the same season that the Henry Ruggs thing was, that's why.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So,
I get it.
Yeah.
But he was never in fear of like going to jail or anything, right? Like,
man.
Jorge, did you say Shamar Turner for Texas A&M? Did he just come off to the Bears?
That is correct. What are your thoughts on him, JT?
Good interior guy. We've seen the Bears the last couple of years draft some interior guys. They haven't necessarily gotten what they were hoping to get out of those guys. So I think that's probably a wise move, getting another guy kind of on the inside. Like I said, Texas A&M was loaded with talent. They didn't always show up in the stats, but man, they had a lot of good guys on that defensive side of the ball, especially up front. I think this is a nice pick. I think the Trey Amos to Washington is highly underrated. I thought he was a guy that could have won in the first round. I would have loved to see the Colts grab him earlier in the second round. I think he was a top 30 player. The fact that he gets all the way to the end of the second round is great. And then Green going to the Ravens. They just always end up getting all the talent. They just never fails. Everybody kind of falls to them. They never have to go make a crazy move to get a guy. They always get the guys that kind of get to them, and they're just going to continue to be tough. Green, obviously off the field stuff doesn't have any issues there. They're getting a stud. Here was a top 15 possible pick at the end of the second round. So again, two guys that I thought probably should have been first round picks fall into the late second.
We were talking about earlier about Shedeur Sanders, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because we spent like 30 minutes nonstop talking about Shedeur Sanders.
So it's ridiculous. Like, I don't understand. This is punishing Dion at this point. There's no other explanation.
That's all this is, to be honest with you. But some people were bringing up the topic, Keith, that it's a circus wherever he goes, and so it's like, well, which landing spot could handle somebody that brings a circus to town and kind of like remolds them into being just a player on the team who's just doing his thing. And honestly, this is going to sound kind of weird. I think Kansas City. I don't think Shedeur is going to be the start. Obviously, he's not going to be the starter over Patrick Mahomes. I don't think he's going to be starting back wherever he goes. I know, is that a hot take? Sorry. But I think Andy Reid is one of those coaches that can kind of take the circus away from Shador and has that, has that.
Man, I'm just gonna keep saying it. I think the Steelers should make a move up here in the third round. I think they got to get up to the earlier
I
part of
think
the
any
third and
team
take
that
them.
needs a QB is crazy. Like, yes, is Shador physically like this great quarterback? No, but he comes from a professional lineage, and we see this with McCaffrey and all these other guys. It's so huge that you know how to prepare and be like physically, mentally prepared for the NFL. That's a check. B, he played behind an awful offensive line in Colorado, and he stood in there and took hits, which that's something that I think almost every team wants their quarterback to do. And he processes well, and he's accurate. He can't make every throw in the world. I'm shocked. Like, I can't believe that we've had two other QBs go and Sanders hadn't, unless that's the reason. And I absolutely, like, if I was the Raiders right now, I would be going up to like any of these teams that do
I
not
agree
have
with
a
you on the
QB
Raiders.
moving forward, like just the Jets, the Steelers, like any of those teams that do not have a future quarterback. Now we're at the point of what is it going to hurt? It's a late second, early third.
Yeah, I still think the Raiders' fourth pick in the third round. I don't know how they're not grabbing Sanders, going, hey, we got Geno. You're going to play behind him. You can learn. In the third round, I just don't know how they do it. I think the Browns is maybe the messiest situation where I think it would be a disaster him being there. So that's why I don't like him going there. I think the Raiders, the fourth pick. I think the Steelers should move up. I think the Jets even here in the third, even after signing Justin Fields, I think the Jets, they got the ninth pick in the third round. I think that would be a nice spot for them. So we'll see if the Steelers hold firm here and don't move. But if I'm the Steelers, I'm giving up a little something and get up in the top of this third round, and I'm taking Sanders in the third.
As a Falcons fan, I'm thrilled that the Saints drafted a 26-year-old that at best might be a backup quarterback one day. Like, y'all just keep making us look good, Saints. And that's hard to do as a Falcons fan. So I don't get it.
So, we talk about the third round here. I mean, we have Cleveland picking third and Vegas fourth. And so I wonder if we're going to see a trade where maybe somebody's going to move up ahead of New York or Kansas City at the beginning of the third round to get Shador. If that is, the situation that they go. Man, the Steelers would they would have to.
I would have been absolutely pumped if they got him at 21. Like, I was dying. I didn't think you'd get to 21 to him. So if they get him in the third round, I'm going to be ecstatic. I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. I don't think they take Mason Rudolph in the third round. And how many years ago was
all
that?
this like distraction stuff about the Ball brothers, right? With their dad.
Yeah.
And that ended up being nothing in the NBA, right? Like, because that's up to the organization. And Dion, for all of his issues, like, he's not going to be going starting shit with Mike Tomlin. I know that for a fact. Like, he respects Mike Tomlin. And I'm with you. Like, I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. And Pittsburgh's a perfect situation because what Sanders needs is a good team around him. But if you have that, like, he's a Brock Purdy, to me, is exactly what he can be. And I think Pittsburgh would be the best situation for him. Of the spots we were talking about, you can maybe say the Raiders with all the moves that they've made in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I've said it from the beginning. I think those are the two best spots for him. I think the Steelers, just what they can do there with Mike Tomlin, everything there. And then again, if your team says, hey, we don't want the circus, we're not expecting to play him. I think this, just with Geno being there, is a smart move, getting him to the Raiders. Basically tell him, hey, you're going to sit and learn behind Geno here. Like, watch and learn for a couple of years. With Geno's age, he's already up almost in the mid-30s now. He's not going to play forever. I think he would be a good guy for Sanders to learn behind. So I still think both of those spots would be a really good spot. A spot where I think he could go to is the Jets. Now, the problem with him going to the Jets is now you bring the circus behind Justin Fields again. And now you're going to have people calling for, do you start Sanders over Fields? Yep. And I personally, I just like Justin Fields. So I'd hate to see that scenario play out. But because I think that is where it becomes a circus.
Penix with Cousin last year, right? Like, you're just asking for a QB controversy.
I love this comment from Adam Rhythm Fantasy because I'm a Kyle McCord fan. McCord should be coming off the board before Sanders. Just stick it.
Respectfully disagree, but hey,
No, you can disrespectfully disagree. It's fine too.
McCord's my QB4 in this class. So you know me, I love Kyle McCord. Sanders is my QB1 over him, but I like Kyle McCord a lot. And Kyle McCord, again, I've said it. If the Steelers weren't going to be able to get a guy early on, he was a guy I was targeting for them. I wanted to see them get him maybe in the 3rd or 4th round. But now you got a chance to get Sanders. I think you got to go get him. You got to go get him at this point. It's a 3rd rounder. You could swap some picks in some rounds. You didn't go get DK and keep George Pickens for now and do these moves. I don't know if they're trading Pickens, but you don't sign DK to that kind of deal to not have a QB that you feel super comfortable with. Now, if Rudolph had never left the team, maybe I'd be like, okay, they believed in him the whole time, but like you let him go to Tennessee and then brought him back.
It's not hard to say this is the guy,
if they wouldn't have let him go and they would have had kept him before that, you're like, okay, well, they like him. And I actually think Mason Rudolph's a decent quarterback. Now I don't think he's going to win you the playoff game, but I think he's decent. And I think he could start for them this year, but he can't be the long-term. He's been there forever. They drafted him in the 3rd round. What was it, 6 years ago at this point? So if you already really believed in Mason Rudolph, would you have not believed in him the whole time when you drafted him in the 3rd round 6 years ago? So that's my question on that is like, yeah, you're probably comfortable with him because everything else kind of fell apart around you. But you don't exasperate the problem and make it worse by not going and making a move here.
So the Eagles now are just like, now that we have UGA's national championship defense, we're going to also merge it with Texas national championship defense, since they just took the safety from Texas after taking earlier the defensive end. So they're also now just like Thanos, right? With the Infinity Gauntlet, just picking these guys up. Jesus.
So did they break Makuba from Texas?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I like that pick. He I'm a little surprised Xavier Watts keeps dropping here, but he was one of my favorite safeties in this draft. So I think this is probably right around where he should be going. Like again, I'm a little surprised about the Xavier Watts drop, but I do like that pick.
Man, so let me ask you guys a question. Last night in round 1, it seemed very odd because a lot of the picks made sense. Has there been any pick so far in the 2nd round and the beginning of the 3rd round that has not made sense? Or are we still following that, rhythm that we had in round 1? Keith, what are your thoughts there?
I mean, outside of what we just spent the last 10 minutes talking about, like, I don't get the Shador thing. I really don't. But outside of that, like, to me, this draft made is kind of one of those where there's not a lot of elite talent guys. So it's you pick your guy at your position that you think's the most talented. For instance, like, I'm shocked the Cardinals got Will Johnson at 47 overall. I think that's one of the better picks in the 2nd round. Like, I was really surprised he lasted that long. I'm telling you, Tate Rutledge for the Lions, dude, is just a beast. Like, the difference in UGA's team overall when he was healthy and playing compared to when he was not, like, man, if I'm Jared Goff and the rest of those guys, I feel better about that. I love that pick. And I'm with the guys on, the Jack Beck pick. I think that he's just a really good receiver who, honestly, no matter where he went, I was going to kind of like him just because I like the player that he is. But going to Vegas in, a Chip Kelly offense with, again, Geno can sling it, man. I think people are sleeping on that. And it's why I question what Seattle did was like, are you sure you know what you're doing? Because Geno, when he had a clean pocket, was really good. It's not like Sam Darnold proved that when, he doesn't have a clean pocket, he could be the world's best quarterback.
It's watching the draft sometimes, I feel like some of these teams have like a clear-cut plan of what they want to do. And then as other teams, I'm looking at them like, do they actually have a plan, or are they just like guessing? Like the whole like Seahawks reset with the Geno and the Sam Darnold thing seemed out of nowhere to me. The Saints feel lost. Like I don't know what the Saints are trying to do. They just seem like a team. I'm like, what is the plan there for these guys? Like I said, I think the Steelers right now, with the way they've handled this offseason with the quarterback situation, I'm like, did you guys actually have a plan, or did everything just fall apart?
Why did you guys not re-sign Fields? Like
I don't understand it. To me, every Steelers fan I knew was like, re-sign Fields. Like the whole point was they thought we traded for him in the fact that they were going to give him a year in the system, figure it out, and then they were going to sign him for what would have been reasonable money. Now, the question is whether they technically offered him enough, or whether they just pissed him off enough that he said, screw it, if I get anything close to the money from someone else, and the Jets came in, that he was like jumping at it because he was pissed at the team for how they handled it the year before. But again, as a coaching staff, if you have a set plan that you're going to do something, like how do you not have that conversation with him and like have this, like be talking about this throughout the offseason? It just feels like they butchered it. It feels like they had, and I've liked what they've done for the most part with Khan, but I felt like this was one of those things that just started snowballing, and then one thing went wrong and another thing went wrong, and they were like playing catch up the whole offseason, and they were like, shit, we didn't think it was going to go that way. And now they're like, we don't know what we're doing. So
Aaron Rodgers, though, is begging to come play quarterback for you guys now from the comments I saw the other day.
I know. So it's just wild how this has kind of worked in this offseason. I felt like in the past I had an idea what the Steelers were doing and what the plan was. I don't know if I feel like they know what their plan is at this point. Like I said, I felt like Ryan Poles has done a really nice job with the Bears. They seem like they have a plan of what they're trying to do, and I think they've executed it. I think the Commanders have done a really nice job over the last couple of years. They seem like a team that has a concise plan of what they want to do. And if they make a bad pick like they did 2 years ago at cornerback in the first round, they turn around, they get a guy like Amos here this year in the second round going, okay, that was a bad pick. We took a guy that had high upside. He wasn't as good as we thought he was going to be. Like, we're not going to sit here and down on. We're just going to keep moving. We're going to keep doing what we need to do, and I think that's what you want to see out of teams and organizations. You say, hey, and maybe sometimes we missed on a guy, but we're going to keep going down the same path and make the right pick the next time.
Different front office head coach situation there.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I think. But I think that's the difference is you've seen it. Like the Commanders were one of the worst run teams forever. But now you can see that they seem like everyone in the building's on the same page and moving in the same direction, which is, a semblance of a plan, as we like to say. I want to know there's a semblance of a plan somewhere that we're going to do something and we're not just like flying off the handle. Because again, the Colts, I'll say on the other side, I don't trust Chris Ballard at all right now. I don't know what he's doing. This whole AR thing, I was like, hey, if you're going to draft him, you got to know he's a multi-year project, and you've got to have a plan to set him up. Well, they've screwed the pooch on that one already. I mean, they've killed his momentum. Anytime he looks good, he ends up with say, I don't know what they're doing. And, and then we're sitting him for Flacco. Then we're going to sign Daniel Jones. Like, what are we doing? And so that's what's killing me. It's like some of these teams, you're just like, what is the plan? It doesn't look like they have any idea. And it just shows the teams that look like they know what they're doing. Like, it's so much more obvious that they have a good plan and everybody's on board because they're doing everything in one direction. Where some of these teams just feel like they're completely reactionary. And they're just like
Cleveland seems to be falling now into the category of a team that knows what they're doing. Like, I can't believe how well they have managed the first 2 rounds for a franchise that has been a mess.
Trading down was the best thing they could do. You again, they've been a disaster. It was time to admit, like, hey, we effed up bad on the Deshaun Watson thing. We effed it up. Like, we've got to go back, and now we can't harp on it forever. We got to figure out how to fix it. Well, how do you fix it? You need draft picks. You have had 0 draft picks forever. So how do you get draft picks? You got to trade back. You got to trade back and get a couple extra picks. You got to reset at some point. You got to know, like, hey, man, we're not right there. We're off. They were a team we thought they were a Super Bowl team. They're not even close. So you gotta assume like, hey, okay, we know we're off. Like, let's move back. Let's trade picks. I've actually loved what Cleveland's done so far. I thought they've done a really nice job of moving back and getting extra picks. The Raiders have been a disaster forever. They feel like they kind of have an idea what they want to do. Like, now is Aston GT at 6 or 5 or maybe too high? We know Pete Carroll loves running backs. He's taken plenty of first round running backs. To me, I'm like, okay, if they know they're going to use him and they think he's the best player in the draft, absolutely.
They did it with Bowers
guy.
last year.
Exactly. And that's why I like it, because Bowers was like, was Bowers the pick everybody thought? Like, no, you got Michael Myers. You don't need him. Well, it doesn't matter if we need him. Take the best freaking player available. And Brock Bowers was by far the best player available. I was like, the Raiders, that's the smartest move I've seen them make in years. So, like, Ashton GT's the best player available. Take him. Like, don't worry about what everybody else thinks about value. Take the best guy available.
I have to admit that I made mistakes, recently, because I'm really surprised that it's taken me this long to actually get my own set of overalls and not realize that I could put my drink right here in the front pocket. And now I just need a straw, and I don't even have to hold the goddamn thing.
Jorge, that's amazing. I thought you were going to have some real self-reflection there, and then he went with the overalls.
Overalls are
nice. I just can't wait till your son has matching overalls and he's drinking his sippy cup from the front and you're drinking your sippy cup with him in front of you. It's good stuff.
It's going to be the greatest Instagram picture of all time.
Right?
It's going to be the cutest picture of all time.
Keith and JT, when I finally see you for the first time at the Fantasy Football Expo, I will be wearing overalls night one. So just be prepared for that.
Love it, man. Hey. When all else fails, wear overalls.
Where are you guys seeing on the pick? Are we on Cleveland on pick 3 here in the third?
Nothing announced yet on Twitter either.
Okay, we got Darius Alexander.
Over to SmackDown. I'm sorry. Let me get.
Oh no, you're fine. Darius Alexander for the Giants, the first pick of the third round, a guy that was getting had some motion behind him after the Senior Bowl, and I think a nice pick there at the top of the third round. Ashton Gillott, I don't know how to say his name. I apologize. Defensive lineman Louisville going to Kansas City, and now we've got the Browns on the clock with the Raiders next, and then the Patriots and Jags.
Pick is in for the Browns.
Harold Fannin, tight end, going to the Browns.
Poor Sam. I feel so bad for Shador, man.
I thought they were going to take him to be.
I really do. I feel bad for him, man. This is insane.
Fannin, this is about where I thought I had him as my tight end 6 in this class. I was a little lower on him. Some other people. I think he's a guy that can be good in the NFL. He's got to be on a team that knows how they want to use him. Bowling Green, they knew that he was their best receiver. They threw it on every play.
Yep.
He's the smallest tight end in this tight end group. He's the lightest guy. He's not going to be a blocker. You got to figure out how to get him in space and get him the ball there. If you have that plan for him, I like the pick. If you don't, then I think you could be wasting him here. So it's going to be interesting kind of with him kind of being a big
like he's
slot.
got to hurry, right? Because, you got Njoku, so it's no rush for the Browns.
Njoku's a big guy. He's kind of opposite of him, so I kind of like that when teams go two different type of body style types of tight ends, so they can possibly play them together. So I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
So
really like this Brown class, man. Really like it.
You have somebody who is a mirage at the tight end position because he was hyper targeted in college, and now you bring him in here and you're telling him he has to compete for targets with David Njoku. What does that do to Njoku's value as a tight end?
I wouldn't think it hurts him much, right? I guess really the question is who's going to be throwing them the ball? Because if it's Joe Flacco, hell, it could end up where there's 4 tight ends on the Browns that are top 10 tight ends with how much he targets them. Oh my goodness. Hey, Markham, I didn't know you did shows anymore after the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl. I thought, it had been so long since the Chiefs were not the defending Super Bowl champions. I'm being serious. Hey, this is not shade. I just figured that he was like, you know what? I'm done now. So, good to see you, buddy.
You as well.
Wow. That is a whole bunch of payback all at once from Keith Fleming to Nate Markham.
It was genuine. I wasn't being... What's going to be payback is when we dominate everybody at this golf tournament for the Fantasy Football Expo. You bitches are going down.
Yeah, now that's going to be true. Did you get your ticket yet or not?
No.
Okay. It's
I'm a
okay.
stoner. I will get it.
I have I put all of our names down so they know who the team is. So we're good with that.
Did you just get your hair cut? Because you're looking extra fresh today, bro.
Thank you. Not today.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Looks like it. See, I knew it. You can always tell like the first 24 hours after a haircut. It's like one of my favorite times of getting your hair did.
I'm glowing, I guess.
Yeah, you look good, bro.
Thanks. How's everything?
Nate, what the fuck's up with Shador? I can't this feels like this is punishment to Dion at this point. Nothing else.
Yeah. I don't really know.
I feel bad for him, man. I really do.
I feel bad. I just don't.
You don't sound like you feel bad. You sound like you're just.
He's like, I feel it's like the question mark on the screen. He's like, do I feel bad?
Well, in the draft show, I made it pretty abundantly clear that I think the quarterback class as a whole is not going to.
It's true.
Be one that you go 4 years down the road and look back and go, wow, this was stacked from top to bottom. I think I'm, being a little extra hateful, more so than I probably should be, but not necessarily.
I don't disagree. I just am shocked that they're not like John Cena. At this point, especially what is that? Show getting picked. It's like, come on, get the fuck out. Dude's 30 years old.
Yeah, I saw a tweet that he's reunited from his days with Jalen Johnson, who
play behind Justin Herbert. Yeah. Isn't that true? I think somebody told me.
Yeah, he was on Oregon behind Herbert.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well,
I hope New England's pick's good because God, they're phoning it in with the celebrities.
Nice pick here for the Raiders. I like this pick. Darian Porter, big, lanky corner out of Iowa State, guy that I think can press, real good speed, was a converted wide receiver. I thought they would go DB here. I like this. I thought it would be Revel or him, so I like this move. They obviously need help on defense. I think this is a nice pick. He's a guy's going to need a little work. As like I said, he was a wide receiver, but if you're a team that wants to play press coverage, I think he ended up running like in the 4.3s at the combine. So he's got that makeup speed. And he's real tall and lanky. Good size, 6'2", 6'3", over 200. So nice pick here for the Raiders.
Ooh, New England going with Kyle Williams from Washington State.
This makes sense to me. We were kind of waiting around to see when they would go wide receiver, get a little more help out there on offense, going TreVeyon Henderson bust early. So I like that.
The opposite of what the Steelers. If the Steelers draft a wide receiver, they're going to be good. If the Patriots draft a wide receiver, they're going to suck. I do really like the TreVeyon Henderson though. I think that's a perfect landing spot, a guy that I'm really high on, especially because of his pass catching prowess. And with Drake May, we saw how much he was targeting tight ends and running backs last year. Not his fault. His receivers were awful. But I just think that's going to give him a weapon both in the run game, but also assist him in the passing game, which they need all the help they can get with what their receiving core did last year.
The Lions traded up and their pick is in. And they're about to announce their.
Maybe they'll take Shador, or are they still in on?
What if the Saints take Shador in the third after they took?
That would be pretty funny.
That would be pretty hilarious.
Rhett Manuel will be pulling Keith Fleming.
Look at this dude! Holy smokes! That is something. Oh, that's their guy they drafted last year, right? Arian Arnold. Didn't he draft him last year? Or was that 2 years ago?
I think 2 years ago, right?
Oh, last year. Thank you, ESPN.
You were right. You were right.
Up there. Oh, not that I was right. I couldn't remember. Believe it or not, marijuana does affect the brains, boys.
So, it is the idea that Sanders will be the pick. Do you think they have a chance to go, or do they already take a pick and I missed it?
They already picked a wide receiver, Isaac Tesla, out of Arkansas.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Saints.
Nate, where would you name the teams that you think would potentially draft Sanders at this point? Because the other part that people keep forgetting is there's not a lot of teams that really need a QB.
Well, and that was one of the things. Like at the end of the first round, I was totally gung ho. I said, here's an opportunity if the Chiefs want to trade and have New Orleans move up into the end of the first, I'll take their second. Maybe we could get their third round pick. I don't think we would get a fleece quite like the
Falcons.
The second. Yeah, I know. Hey, it is what it is. You what?
I would have given up a first for Pierce. I'm that high on Pierce, James Pierce.
And that makes it. But there's nobody else. With Pittsburgh not having a second, New Orleans didn't do it. Outside of that, the only other teams like left right now,
Raiders, Jets, right?
I don't even know if it's the Jets.
Okay.
I'm committed to seeing what.
I like Fields.
Scenario.
I'm a big Fields guy. I just figured that what's it going to cost you at this capital, right, to take a shot on?
Yeah.
Him?
Well, what about the Colts? I mean, granted, I know that it's not.
Now that's a very good call that I
or Titans
really
either
about.
or.
Not Titans.
Wouldn't that be some shit?
Not Titans.
That would be
the Titans pull off the Commanders move where they draft RG3 and Cousins in the same draft.
That
didn't mean to say Titans.
It did work though.
Those two guys were getting arguments all of practice. So, you saw some of those videos and working out together.
Jags, okay? Because how many people do they have to keep putting around Trevor Lawrence and spending capital before maybe they look in the mirror and go, maybe it's the QB and not, because I still can't believe what they gave up for Hunter. And I think Hunter is a 101. I really do. But that was like a quarterback haul for a guy that I don't even think they know for sure what they're going to have him playing.
What if it is a replacement down the road for a quarterback who seems to fade every year in the NFL down the stretch? Keith, I know
Kyler Murray?
Kyler Murray goes to Arizona.
I like that too.
And, all these teams are creeping up now. You got Arizona coming up, Indy, and then, JT, Pittsburgh. This one of those teams.
I'm just holding my breath over here. Hold my breath. Steelers finally make the right move and get them. They're still quite a few picks away. It has me nervous still.
Dallas is the other one that I keep coming back to with Dak and the fact that the contract situation, obviously the connection. And I think that obviously if Jerry had control of the reins, this would have already have happened. But now it's getting into the range where they're like, okay, Jerry, we'll let you get Shador. And it's also just something that would be very splashy. And that's something we know the Cowboys like. Like they're one of those franchises. They like being in the news. They like leading, the first take debates or whatever. And this would be something that would get it. And they're what? They're 76. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're like 6 picks away.
Yep, the Saints pick is in, waiting for it to be announced.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I don't have it on TV because I don't have.
No, go ahead.
I'm on PFF, so I already.
Yeah, but we don't give a damn about that, Nate. Like we're saying, go ahead, spoil away. I'm watching SmackDown anyway on my television.
It is not an offensive player.
So, who is it?
Vernon Broughton. Defensive lineman in Texas.
We've officially reached the part of the draft where Keith, I don't know half of these fucking guys.
Here,
and all these other places are for to learn about them down the road.
Especially defensive
and act like we
guys.
knew it. Yeah.
Especially defensive guys.
Here's the thing. I actually think JT probably knows everything about him because
I can tell. I can tell.
He watches 1 billion hours of film every day.
I can tell. He's like, this guy's good. This guy good. I'm like, yeah, I didn't hear either. That's the first time I heard either one of those guys.
I've never heard that guy's name before. I don't know
it was just now. But
so
now
here's
I know
the question
something
I
about
have.
him.
So
I appreciate that.
If these are players are commodities and they're tradable commodities and they have value, at what point does any team just draft Shador Sanders with the anticipation that at some point, if he can practice well, play well, show out in preseason, that if there was ever an injury or an idea for trade, I would like to believe that he would return greater than third round value in a position of need. Now, I don't see teams ever doing that.
Hey, Falcons, Michael Penix has got 2 bad ACLs. Plus, that would allow us to trade Cousins, which I think we can get something from maybe one of these teams that they go into the preseason, near the regular season. I'm not talking about like a third, fourth round or whatever, but I'm saying then you have Penix and, Sanders knows he's coming in as the backup. I hate when people say, well, that the competition, like what kind of message you sending? If my fucking quarterback can't handle a little competition, I don't want him anyway. Like if he looks at another quarterback coming in and he thinks that, oh, what's going on here? Like I think that's chicken shit. And I do. Like I love Penix. I'm very excited about it, but I am highly concerned about his injury history and the fact that we're the Falcons, that something bad could happen.
No, you don't have a pick until 101. So you have to get past potentially if I don't think Indy would actually do it.
I mean, at this rate, though, right, Nate? Like, I also didn't think we would be going into the third round, and he still wasn't.
When the first round ended, I won't say that I didn't think he would go in the second because I don't want to act like I was strong stanced on that. But given the history of the second and the lack of quarterbacks that have number one been taken, or at least number two been successfully taken, it made me wonder. I am more shocked that some team didn't just try to get the fifth year at the end of the first.
Yes.
But that's Pittsburgh not having a second. That was the shock for me.
That's a good point too. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, with the trade for DK, they lost that second and kind of blew that for them. And I think they would have had to give up quite a bit to move from the third or do something in another round.
So when are they picking in the third?
So right now they're about
9 away,
picks away. 9, 10
and are any of those teams that's a real danger in front of them?
So the ones in front of them, like we talked about, the ones I would think would maybe would be the Jets.
And they didn't take one. They took
the
defense.
Cowboys.
I got one,
Cardinals, possibly. But that's it. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of thinking the Steelers are playing chicken and just going like, we're just going to see if he gets to us. Let's just hold out. I mean, that's what they've done all year.
What, Jorge? What are you saying?
Hold on. So I have a dark horse situation, and it's a team that's been offloading players and clearing salary cap space, yet has not paid San Francisco.
If they don't want to pay Purdy, yep. I could see it because maybe try to reset, right? Like the same situation they had with Purdy where I mean, I actually, it's not the crazy.
I mean, you gotta like Purdy, but you're also, if you're the Niners, are you sold on that? He's the guy, or did you we kind of missed the window when he was cheap? Are you ready to give him a gigantic contract? Or are you
Russell Wilson?
We missed the window. Should we reset?
That's what he is to me. He's Russell. Like it's exactly what happened with Russell. He's a good quarterback. Like I do think he's a good quarterback. But the thing is, can you win with him, getting paid like an elite quarterback, which unfortunately, it gets to the point where that's what you have to pay for, these guys when their time comes up. And then in 2 years, his contract won't be one of the top ones. That's the one thing I get, so mad about. They're like, look at how much they paid so-and-so. I'm like, that's the way these QBs contracts have been working for over a decade, is once the next guy comes up, they get like a record contract. And then 2 years later, it almost looks like a discount because they just keep going up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. So if I'm looking down the end of the round, if Vegas is a legitimate draft, I mean, granted, losing that extra year, you have to play out the Geno, but those two, I mean, it's a great person. We're talking about Sanders still to learn under, is similar style to Geno, at least in a scenario where they have two picks back to back, 98, 99. Denver. JT, for us, you will like this wide receiver that was just drafted.
I was going to say Jets, I think, go wide out here. That was going to be my call.
Denver is who is on the clock right now.
Oh, Denver's
a wide receiver.
I'm just a hair behind. I guys got the Jets pick coming in here.
Behind you or behind JT? Come on.
Jets.
Jorge, did you see my text? Alistair Black is back in WWE. Wow.
So JT, wide receiver, Big Ten. Well, I don't even say
Pat Bryant?
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom! I love Pat Bryant. That's a good spot.
Great spot.
I
Love it.
love that him going in the third.
Yeah.
That helps his fantasy value, I think, because
Mhm.
I really like that spot for him.
I do too.
Bo Nix, his college quarterback Altmaier, very Bo Nix type-ish player. Obviously not as good as Bo Nix, but like same type of player. Pat Bryant just made plays. I think that's a great lane. So I was really hoping he would go in the third round. I kind of had him late third, early fourth prediction. I like this move here. I like this a lot.
I do too.
Great versus zone. Great versus
He
man.
keeps saying, his hands are phenomenal. I mean, there were so many times when late in the game they needed. There were two different 3rd and 20s, I think, on this towards the end of the season. If you remember that, JT, that what was that? I'm trying to think.
He saved them in a couple games.
There was the one
he
huge
literally
game.
won him the game.
It was.
I
can't remember for the
I
life of me.
have real concern about Denver and how much it's just not a condensed offense. And that scares me with everybody involved with it. I know a lot of people have been excited about like the Evan Ingram, and it's just like I just look at last year and the way they, spread it between the receivers. And I'm talking about not just in targets, like snaps. Same thing for the tight ends, the running backs. That's my only concern. Like, again, I think Bryant is a super talented dude, but how much is he going to be on the field would be my concern, especially like this year.
Yeah, that's going to be a question because I think it's a nice landing spot for him. But like you said, we've kind of seen the Broncos be all over the place when it comes to wide receivers and when they play and how much they play. They don't seem to love Mims, and they don't seem to love some of the other guys they got. I like it for the fact in that I think he can get on the field, but it could be like, you're right. Like, is the upside really high in Denver? I don't know. I like the fact that he can probably get on the field. Now, is that going to translate to numbers? I don't know.
Yeah. So San Francisco's on the clock.
Man, if Jorge because that really was interesting. I was thinking about it. That wouldn't be insane.
I would guess they go offense. I mean, they've addressed defense, both picks.
I mean, they need a receiver too, right? Or do we think that Purcell and Coing are, enough with Jennings to kind of come back? Because I don't trust Ayuk's going to be good this year. I mean, like with the injury and when it happened and everything.
We think about Pearsall.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant. Like they got Pearsall and Coing. Is that like enough? I also just I'm very interested to see what San Francisco's doing because it feels like they're punting on this season. I think to like Jorge's point earlier, but I think that Shanahan is such a good coach that they're never going to punt on a season, right? And, I could see it being where CMC ends up playing 15, 16 games. The next thing you know, San Francisco's 12-5, and we're going, damn it, we should have seen this coming.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So another player for San Francisco that I'm actually kind of high on this year is Juwan Jennings. I didn't realize how productive he was out of the slot. Last year. The guy.
Well, that's what makes like
target rate was insane.
My projected pick for him for San Francisco is to take an X and go with Eli Manor out of Stanford, who's 6'2". That would fit their offensive scheme for a need. I think that maybe this should be probably an offensive tackle if they're gonna figure that at some point Trent Williams will be gone. 100%. Who that person is, I don't know depth at tackle right now. I think that Charles Grant out of William and Mary is probably like if I'm not mistaken. I believe what I had heard about him is more of a project, of course, going to William and Mary. But
Nate, I haven't talked to you. How do you feel about Campbell for New England?
I have no problem with the arm length. If you have technique and he's dominated
top guys. That's what I said.
Yeah,
like
the
top
SEC.
guys in the NFL. And
the entire first round, second round, you mean?
Did you hear what he said? Like he would lay down and die
Yeah,
to defend
for
Drake
yeah,
May. And I'm
yeah.
like, oh my God, injected in my veins. Like, that's the kind of dude I want playing
Yeah.
tackle. Oh my God. I love
I
it.
am. Don't get me wrong. At the beginning of the season, I think Josh Simmons would have been the number one tackle
Mm-hmm.
prospect until this whole patellar tendon. But I'm
Yep.
very thrilled with that. Still no
Yep.
pick for the 49ers.
Yeah,
Are you saying the Chiefs win again, Nate? Is what you're saying? Because
No, I'm saying they did a good situation. They did.
let me
very
ask
good.
you something real quick, Nate. The Chiefs, I saw what Mahomes said, and I've been saying this as well, that
pick is in.
if they get a healthy Worthy, Rice, I think you got one last year, Kelsey. I think that in best ball drafts, people are sleeping on the possibility that the Chiefs offense is back, right? Like that electric passing. Am I crazy?
I don't know. I want to say yes. I think that's the ego in me says yes, it's capable. Because I don't see
so
how.
you actually don't think that it's a possibility?
I don't know if I mean it is definitely a possibility.
Well, you know what I mean.
wow.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. Like it's not, probable.
I still don't think if the draft was right now that I would take Mahomes as the top 5 quarterback off the board. He's probably. I think I have him around 7, and I feel like I'm being wrong. Hopefully, I'm wrong. San Francisco did not go offense. They addressed the defensive side of the ball again.
Of course they did.
Why wouldn't they? I'll let you guys see the pick before.
Linebacker Nick Martin.
Correct.
By the way, Mikael Williams is potentially like just an absolute like he's going to be Bosa. I mean, he's just another one of the UGA guys. They didn't let him pin his ear back hardly at all. And when they did, he just wrecked people. As excited as I was about Walker, Williams, to me, of the two, is the guy that has just unbelievable like ceiling potential in the NFL.
So here's what if you want to run, if you just want me to read what it says about Nicholas Martin, I don't know much. So an injury cut short his 2024 season. He had earned all Big 12 honors. I mean, his pass rush grade is for a linebacker is really good PFF wise. Didn't show up against the run, but a little higher missed tackle rate than I would like to see. But I think that if San Francisco is using him as, just an added element of a pass rush game, especially if you have, as Keith just said, you had Michael and Bosa. Well, who else do they have to pass the rusher, Jorge?
Besides the rookie.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like who was still on the roster before they added, because they added the defensive line. 2 of the 3 picks have been across the defensive line, I think, right?
I'll get you that information right. Yeah, 1 second. Let's see here. They had Bosa, then Alfred Collins, Evan Anderson, Uter Gross Matos, so Drake Jackson. So nobody.
Alfred Collins is the rookie they drafted in round 2.
Okay. So yeah, it's really the one with most experience is Uter Gross Matos, formerly of the Panthers. So.
Yeah, that is gross. Matos.
Cowboys took a cornerback, Siobhan Revel, East Carolina.
I was surprised to see him drop that far with the injury. He was a guy that a lot of people had a first round grade on if it wasn't for the injury. Martin was a guy that, if you go back a season, was pretty good for Oklahoma State, but like everyone on Oklahoma State, everybody was hurt or played terrible this last year. So a little surprised to see him go in the 3rd, a little high. But he is a guy, he's a little undersized, only about 220. But he can play like off-ball linebacker, but is actually a really nice blitzing linebacker. So it'll be interesting to see how the Niners want to use him. But I think the Cowboys, that's a really nice pick for them, getting Ravel there, as they're getting a little older on the outside at the corners.
So JT, let me ask you this question, JT. Which round do you actually stop knowing obscure players? You know what I mean? Like, you seem to know about everything about everyone that's
well, as long as we're here in the second, third, fourth round, like we're in this range, these are a lot of guys I watched in college, so I've actually seen them play. So as we get later, there's going to be some guys I'm like, I don't know who that guy is. But I've done a lot of articles and done a lot of scouting or stuff this year. So I most of these guys at least have a general idea of who they are. Not all of them, but usually I at least have some sense of who they are.
love it.
So it looks like Carolina has their pick in already. This will be another name, Keith, that you can go ahead and just go by first name only and call and Princely. Yeah.
Princely.
Oh, I like this pick. I
Yeah,
like
I
this
do
pick.
too.
I think he's a guy that didn't always produce in college, but man, he's got a body. He's a big dude. I think he could be a really good NFL player, especially if he's your edge two. If he's not your number one guy, I think he could be really nice on the backside. That Ole Miss defense, which has kind of gotten maligned the last couple of years, actually was really good these last couple seasons. He was another of those guys, just big body guy, stud coming out of high school, really highly recruited player. I think it's a nice spot. I know some people are talking about him in the second, and they thought maybe that was a little high for his production, but I like this in the third.
Yeah, specialized pass rushers, I think, are tricky to invest the top 60 pick on. But, I mean, granted, it's 77. That's a good – I like that for Carolina. I mean, obviously it seems like you're trying to put the pieces together after you lose Burns. But getting Nick Scourton and I'm going to say it's Uman Malin is probably how you pronounce it.
I think that's how you say it. I always butcher it.
Real quick, let me ask you guys, since I wasn't able to talk to you during the whole slide, but why the Mike Green slide through so many teams that had edge rush needs and an opportunity to snag? And then, of course, I don't know if it's conspiracy for them just to say, we'll just let the Ravens grab, again, another prolific defensive player. What did I miss? Or maybe I
think the off the field stuff with him, he had a couple sexual misconduct allegations. He's not actually been charged with anything, but he got thrown off of one team and got another one recently. And so some of those things, it's almost like, because I did think edge was really deep in this draft, I think teams said, oh, do we want the heat of that? Do we want to take the chance if we have another guy that's pretty close to him in our rankings? Do we just make the easier pick and take the other guy? I think that's probably where it came from. He was kind of a late riser, obviously playing at Marshall, led the nation in sacks, but crushed at the Senior Bowl. We talked about it a little bit earlier. It just seems like another one of those situations where you're just like, damn it. If you're not a Ravens fan, you're like, God, they always get these really talented players just fall in their lap. They never feel like they have to move up for anyone. They're always just sitting there waiting. Getting Starks in the first round, you're just like, damn, of course he got him. Of course he falls all the way to him. They're one of those teams that they just do a nice job of kind of sitting pat and letting other teams go and make mistakes, and they kind of take advantage. So I think it was one of those things. I just think in this day and age with social media the way it is, some teams just don't want the heat if a player has any kind of red flags, unless they think the guy is just unworldly talented. Then I think you say, okay, he's like clearly a higher guy in our rankings. We're gonna brush off the field stuff. But I think when you got a guy that got out kicked off a team, played at a small school, I do think sometimes those are the things that it's just enough that that teams will let a guy slide because of it.
Yeah.
So
go
ahead.
No, go ahead.
Finish your thought. It has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Oh, really, I'm just looking at their rotation on the defensive side, in that they go on with what you were saying, JT, is, they invest in David Ajabo, who was coming off the injury, and they knew that might be a year or two down before he fully develops. Has he done that yet? Maybe not quite, but as the third rotational piece, or maybe even the fourth rotational piece, I don't see a set of outside linebacking trees. It looks like hockey lines. If I'm looking at it, their third line is David Ojabo and Adisa Isaac as their third.
And Isaac's a guy that we knew was an absolute stud athletically. He just never necessarily put together the stats in college, but you're like, he's a guy that was a little bit of a project that you'd expect more out of. I mean, look at what Kyle Van Noy did there last year. I mean,
absolutely.
He was really solid. And every week I felt like me and Jorge talked about it on Shoot the Gap, where it's like, do you put him in your lineup? He's only playing like 40% of snaps, but he just kept getting home. It's like these guys don't have to play a million snaps to actually be good off the edge because of the rotation, how good their defense is. I think it's a great situation for a guy like him.
Yeah, it's like first line. I could see that in the third quarter, when you need to get to the quarterback and you can rotate Van Noy, Green, Owe, Ojabo, Adisa Isaac, and even Tavius Robinson. That's that's something. But back to what were you going to say, Jorge? Off topic.
So, a couple things. Yeah, I'll talk. I just saw that Warren Moon
Cam Ward
gave him his retired number jersey today. That is crazy.
Yep.
But we
that
got
is crazy.
Came up and said, "Hey, it's your franchise. You deserve to wear that number." And basically told him that he can wear it pretty crazy.
We got back-to-back picks. Got Jordan Birch, edge rusher from Oregon, going to the Cardinals, and we have the Texans, who just took wide receiver Jalen Noel out of Iowa State.
I like Noel a ton. I mean, this guy, his stats at Iowa State were pretty ridiculous. And then I watched him at the combine, and he flat out flew. I think he ended up running a 4.38 in the 40. I've been waiting on him for a minute, going, where is he going to drop in this third round? I thought he would be a third round pick. I thought there was a lot of nice landing spots for him. It's another good one for the Texans. They're coming out and I like Nate said, or a couple guys said earlier. I mean, CJ Stroud had a really down year last year, and they basically were looking at like, we got Nico and what else coming into this season. They had to go out and get some other help on offense. They did go get some offensive line. They've added some weapons. I think he could be a really good slot receiver in the NFL. I like this landing spot a ton for him. We saw what CJ Stroud did with the slot receivers at Ohio State. I think this could be another nice one. It feels like they're building a complete wide receiver core. Like they're hitting up all the positions. They're not all the same type of player. They're all guys that have different skills and ability. And if you think Tank Dell's out, which I think most people consider there's no way he's going to play this year, Noel is the guy that can take that spot for Tank Dell. I think he can play that role, and he's actually a much faster version of Tank Dell, and he's a little bit bigger.
All right, the Colts selection is in, and they're at the podium right now. So
Jack Sawyer, if they hadn't already taken JT from Ohio State, I feel like this would be a Jack Sawyer, would totally be a Colts pick here.
Incorrect.
I don't think they're taking him because they took JT earlier, but I was like, if they hadn't, this is a spot where they take a guy like that.
They took a JW and Justin Wally, Minnesota cornerback.
Oh, I have to be honest, I did not have that one on my bingo card. I thought a Xavier Watts getting this far would be. They've struggled with the safeties. I figure they'd want to get little more safety help. But not so here. I do like Kobe Bryant out of Kansas as well. Justin Wally, he was a little farther down for me to be honest with you, with the cornerbacks here. But I will say this, and I've said this time and time again, the Colts love to draft Big Ten players. Like if it's close, they're going to take a Big Ten guy over a guy from another conference. It's just who Chris Ballard is, man. He's always taking Michigan, Ohio State, Minnesota, Illinois guys. He takes a lot of those guys. So I could see that they probably saw a lot of film on him and going here. But I love it because they need secondary help, man. The Colts teams have just eaten them alive the last couple of years passing the ball. Especially you see the talent in the AFC South now. You got T-Law, you got CJ Stroud. Add Cam Ward to the mix. You got to be able to guard the pass. They already went past rusher, so they've got the edge going. So now they just need to keep adding guys in that secondary, especially with their injury history I mean, it was 2 seasons ago. I think they were playing guys like literally off the street because they were like 6 or 7 cornerbacks deep. So adding guys to the mix, I think, is always a smart move.
Yeah, so Bengals obviously have addressed defense with both of their picks. Probably going to do the same thing again with their third. I mean, obviously the rich can always get richer from an offensive side of the ball, but defense, it looks like, I mean, maybe defensive tackle. I know that they have BJ Hill, TJ Slayton, Chris Jenkins. I mean, not a ton of depth in the middle.
Right. So they actually went guard Dylan Fairchild from Georgia.
Okay.
And then immediately afterwards, the Titans went Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State.
And now it's time for me to lose my freaking mind.
Yes.
Steelers, it just fell to you. Take Shadur Sanders here. What are you doing? Take Shadur Sanders. Don't be stupid. My God, if they pass on him here in the third, oh my gosh, I still can't believe they just sat here and they're still going to get a shot at him. If they pass on him again, I don't know what I'm going to do. So be prepared for the meltdown, people. Just be prepared.
So a notification came across Sleeper a few minutes ago where it's like somebody, Frank called Shadur Sanders telling him that he was drafted. Come on, man. Like this is now we're getting, come on. This is just cool.
It'd be interesting to see just the amount of meltdown if Jalen Milroe is the pick over Sanders. Not that I think that. I mean, as much as I said I don't like the class, I still think Shadur Sanders is a much better option than Jalen Milroe. But
who did Tennessee take here?
Tennessee took safety Kevin Winston Jr.
Winston from Penn State. Okay.
Yep.
He's top rated safety left on the board. That's a good pick by them. And now we wait for the meltdown.
For offensive lineman, so-and-so.
Right, exactly.
Well, you know what? I don't think you're going to hate it, JT.
Yeah, you will. I mean, by just
you laughing is make me gonna hate it. I already know I'm gonna hate it.
I would love it if
it's a need. I'm just saying it is a need.
It is. I would say it goes well with a need is probably the easiest way to say it. I still don't know how much of by comparison of what the team needs to be competitive this year, it's definitely not on par with the quarterback, but to fit into a scheme.
Right.
I haven't seen it yet. Do you want to just break the news to me so I can cry? So I can start crying right now.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa.
All right. I was originally looking for a third round running back. So usually I wanted to go running back here in this round. I have to be honest with you. Caleb Johnson is one of my least favorite running backs on the board. I don't love Caleb Johnson. I really don't. I like Devin Neal better than Caleb Johnson, to be honest with you. I think he's a better player. I know people had Caleb Johnson ranked way ahead of him, but Caleb Johnson was actually RB 6 or 7 on my list. So I don't mind him going running back. I never thought Shadur Sanders would get here, to be honest with you. I was hoping they would go running back third round. If I'm going to break down the running backs, I'll tell you here, the guys left, I like Devin Neal the most. Then I had Dylan Sampson, then Caleb Johnson, then Damian Martinez, and then Cam Scatteraboo. So I'm hoping I'm wrong on Caleb Johnson. He feels like a Steelers type of pick at running back, to be honest with you. But the crazy thing is you just went and got, I think, a player that's very similar to Najee. And you didn't love Najee, and everybody complained about him not being fast and explosive, and Caleb Johnson's not that fast or explosive. So Interesting pick for me here on the Caleb Johnson pick. I don't hate him. There's players I like better, and I'm just uber shocked that Sugar Sanders didn't go here. I'm uber shocked. It really has me. My mind is blown. Personally, I like Damian Martinez better than Caleb Johnson too. So, but I'll put him in on my board and hope that he works out. So here's a good question for you guys. While I can sit here and slightly cry to myself. What does this do for you, Caleb Johnson wise, fantasy? He was a guy that was like mid to late first round for a lot of people in rookie mocks before the draft. Him going to the Steelers, but going third round. Do you like him better than like an RJ Harvey? Is he a late first rounder for you? Does this drop him to the second round for you? Where would you be taking Caleb Johnson in Dynasty rookie mock drafts?
I would definitely take Harvey over Johnson just because I actually like the landing spot in Denver for Harvey. I think that's going to work out really well, especially with Bo Nix and his, you know what they say, you pair a running back with a mobile quarterback, you're going to get some good productivity there. I think that narrative can fit there with RJ Harvey. The Steelers, like, have they addressed offensive line? Because I feel like that's always been a problem for them. And, you know,
they took O-line the last couple drafts. And so at this point, they've been trying, a lot of those guys have been hurt and they've been working them in. This is the year they need to actually show up, to be honest with you, because they took a ton of guys the last couple years. So now the question is, can all those guys take a step forward? You know, they went O-line the last 2 years in the first round. They went, I think it was center in the second or third round last year. So they've taken a bunch of guys that I like. The problem is Broderick Jones gonna put it together? He was a really high pick. Everybody knew he was a bit of a project. I have screamed at my TV more at him than probably any Steelers player the last 2 years. He just has looked insanely lazy. He makes one punch and then just lets guys go. The question is, he was mad about playing right tackle. They've now moved him to left tackle. Is he going to be happier and more comfortable playing on the left side? If he can get it together, and then they're the guy they took last year. Oh, why am I blanking on his name?
Troy Fontenot.
Fontenot, yes. If Fontenot, who was injured pretty much all last season, if he can step up, be the guy they want. I love their center. I think they've got a chance to be better on the O-line, but it's now or never for those guys to step up.
Man. Yeah, but to answer your question, I think he goes mid-second round for me in rookie drafts. Caleb Johnson, that is.
I mean, I saw people that had Caleb Johnson as their number 2 running back behind JT. Now, I just said he wasn't for me. He played behind an unbelievable offensive line at Iowa. I mean, those guys were bowling guys over, giving him huge holes to run through. So that's not the Steelers right now. So he better be able to take some contact, which he wasn't great at in college. He took some hits and went down pretty easily. So it's going to be interesting how he works there. Again, I'm probably going to overdraft him because he's on the Steelers, and that's just me. I tend to draft all my players I like on my team, but I think he's an early second for me, unless I'm just desperate for running back.
So in terms of teams that could use Shedeur Sanders, remaining in the third round, we have Cleveland.
One.
And then there's 2 back-to-back Raiders picks close to the end of the third round.
Yeah, I was shocked if the Raiders were interested that they weren't going to try to package one of those plus something else to move ahead of Pittsburgh. And them not doing that, playing the game of chicken with Pittsburgh, at that point, the next available pick for the Steelers is pick 130. Nope, it's got to be before that. 123. If you're passing when that spot stares you in the face, unless they had just such an exorbitant gap between Caleb Johnson and the next best running back, I don't think they would invest in future higher picks, or at least a number of their remaining picks to move up to take them. So, I mean, if I'm the Raiders, I probably just stay put. The Chiefs look like they just moved up with the Broncos potentially.
Yep. The pick is in for Kansas City.
Okay, so Well, the two defensive linemen that we've taken so far, my biggest concern after round one was that they're not big enough up the middle to try to now battle the running backs that are in Vegas and Ashton Genty. Obviously in Denver, we just talked about. And then with the Chargers, I feel like they needed to bulk up the middle. And I'm glad we got speed on the outside and pass rush ability, because you could never have too many pass rushers when we've shot and missed a few different times. But Noel Williams, cornerback out of Cal.
I've heard a lot of good things about him. He was a guy that he was a riser for a lot of people in the draft. Cal wasn't very good this year, but he was. I think that could be an interesting pick. Chargers are coming up. I could see Chargers going edge rusher. There's a couple guys out there, Jack Sawyer. I also think possibility they could go Josiah Stewart from Michigan, even Jared Ivey from Ole Miss. There's a couple guys I think that would be a nice mix, as they're getting a little bit older on the outside there for the Chargers. Adding in maybe an edge, I think would be nice there. They also still need tight end. Question is, who would I take in this group? Gunnar Helms, a guy who was terrible at the draft, but got hurt. Not the draft, the combine, had a really bad combine with the injury. His 40 time was really bad. It was in the 4.8 range. Is this a spot they take him, or do they kind of wait? Rhonda Gadsden. I know he's got a little bit of a hybrid, but man, he would look nice in a Chargers uni.
I don't think I like you trying to talk down my shares of Tula. Nate, you know how to say his name better than me.
Tulip.
Oh, I love Thule. Yeah, he's great. I'm worried about more on the other side with Mac and the guys getting older. I just think they could probably use another guy in the mix. I love Thule. I've got him on every IDP league.
Wise decision, I would think.
Yeah, they definitely. Deshaun Hand is there. Well, I guess that's really defensive, and I guess the depth. Bud Dupree they brought in. Caleb Murphy. They depth would not be a bad thing there. I don't know if what are they? Let me see. It's always the worst part. Like, we're only in the third round, and I forget what they've done with other picks. I'm like, oh shit, who did they take him on defense? And then I realized, no, they took Marion Hampton and Trey Harris, which I love that for them. I hate that for more competition in the West, but I'm not trying to be selfish during this holiday. That we have.
It's hard not to be a little selfish sometimes. Here's the other thing you got to look at is they could use cornerback. I mean, right now they got Cam Hart and Deontay Jackson as the starters in the AFC West. I would not want to go in the season with those guys as my top cornerbacks in a loaded division that can throw the football. I'd maybe I'm trying to see who I like out of the cornerback unit that's there with I like Kobe Bryant from Kansas. I think he's gone.
At safety, not that it's a definitive need per se, but obviously Derwin James with the health history over the years, maybe now is not a bad time. Like, is Xavier Watts a replacement style player?
I think Xavier, I believe he's still there. He was in most people had him ranked as like a late first, early second round pick.
Right. What style of safety? Is he more of a strong safety, or is he more of a free safety?
Yeah, he was another guy that was dealing with injuries. Has kind of dropped him down. But I think a guy you saw, there's just a number of guys in this draft that they would have came out 2 years ago instead of this year. They would have probably been drafted a lot higher because they had a lot better seasons the year before. I'm surprised he's here. I think he would actually probably, if you're just going straight value pick, I think he's the best value here for the Chargers.
Yeah, the pick is in for Los Angeles. Let's see what they do. And I'm looking over the end of the third round. So we have Baltimore, 2 Vegas picks, in San Francisco. Possible landing spots for Shedeur Sanders. San Francisco more of a, bold pick there, if you want to call it that. But
I mean, the fact that he's going to possibly get to the 4th round here is just amazing to me. I mean, getting a guy in the 4th round is a guy that you consider a project and a backup QB that you can maybe work with. That seems crazy to me. It really does, but like that's where we're at here. That's where we're at. So I will say there's a ton of good running backs still out here. There's a lot of guys I like here in this 3rd, 4th round range.
All right. Jemery Caldwell, defensive tackle, Oregon, going to the Chargers.
Okay.
So this defensive tackle that did look like a need for depth, maybe even sooner than that if you're looking at a blend of Otito Ogbania, Tier Tart, Deshaun Hand. Yeah.
Yep.
And they have the same issue is the West does have an abundance of solid running backs. And, granted, it's a passing league, we know, but if there's one division that might be more run heavy than the others, it very well could be the AFC West, because we know the Raiders are going to want to run the ball. The Chargers don't have to stop themselves, but we know they will. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Chiefs, still look to control many of the games on the ground if they can, and go from there. So it's beef up that front, guys. I don't have a problem with that.
So Nate, let me ask you a question. With all the moves that Denver has been making on the defensive side of the ball, and then the NFL draft so far, do you think they mirror out of every other team in the division what Philly looks like defensively? And does that give you a reason for concern, being a Chiefs fan, seeing what that type of style of defense did against Kansas City in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, any team that has successful pass rush, and I think we've seen that. I mean, they're getting the usage. We talked about each one of these guys that extensively over you guys probably did, especially this past year, and just the growth of Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, those guys on the outside, and then the speed at linebacker in the middle from Greenlaw to Singleton, even go to Drew Standers. And, we were big and just that depth that they have. And then, of course, on the defense line, the ability for Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, et cetera. I do. I don't know if I'll say that they're to the level of Philly, because I don't think they have quite the disruptors in the middle. I mean, I think the edge rushers, the success they've had, the fact that they can bring not only one-on-one kind of shadowing on the outside, but the addition of Fafanga and then Jahdae Barron, there is. And did you say that just because Riley Moss is on that team too? And
No.
He's a white corner. Is that what this was? That's our kryptonite. The white corner kryptonite.
I did not even bring up what's his name, Kane Majerno from the other night. That was
not yet. Give it time. He's gonna be good.
I'm not sure, Scott. I don't get out there in the beginning of whatever.
Wow,
But
Green Bay went. I mean, they went wide receiver. They took Savion Williams out of TCU.
Oh, that's interesting.
Huge, 6'5", 225. I mean, that reminds me of it's like a Johnny Wilson pick for the Eagles, in that he was a 4-star recruit, but he led that TCU offense. But my God, what a big guy. He actually was a kick returner at TCU. Can you imagine a 6'4", 225 kick returner coming out?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Cordell Patterson type of player. A guy could play running back, could play wide receivers, a specials teams guy, can do a little bit of everything. The dude is just a freak athlete. Now, how does that translate to what he can do in the NFL? I'm a little worried about. I don't know there. I'm surprised with a couple of the other wide receivers on the board that they went there with him. I'm guessing they have a plan, or they have an idea what I wouldn't be.
if you can tell me what the plan in Green Bay for their wide receiver room is, you're going to be a fortune teller, a seer, some type of crazy type of mystical spirits or whatever. Because I don't really know. I think that Golden is going to be the one, but boy, outside of that,
yeah, give me the lotto numbers if you're able to figure that one out.
right? Yeah. No doubt.
Jacksonville needs a ton of help in the secondary. Be
Well,
interesting if they go. They got back-to-back picks here.
They went Caleb Ransaw, Tulane quarterback.
Let's see here.
Wow.
Who did they go with?
Caleb Ransaw, cornerback, Tulane.
Okay, thank you. I thought you said quarterback. I was like, that didn't make sense. But then again,
okay. They're safe. They could use safety elves. I can't believe Watt's falling here. Their safeties were not great last year either.
Yeah, I don't know why the fall for Watts. Now, granted, I don't know nearly as much about him as you do, but I can read, and I can read that a lot of people have him as the bet. Shouldn't have gotten out of the second round most likely, and he was the pick there for Jacksonville by the majority, at least, of PFF users. If they probably won't go back-to-back safeties, I would have to assume. That seems like
Ransom I think might end up being more of a slot corner. He's kind of like a box safety slot guy.
Yeah.
Kind of a hybrid there, so that'll be interesting. With all the talk of them going JT early, which I think was a total and utter smokescreen, be interested to see if they actually went with a running back somewhere in here, if they're set with the guys they got.
Get ETN's brother. There you go. Then you got both.
There you go. You could do that.
See, family reunion. Now, here's a question: with the Rams, I don't know if safety is a need per se, but maybe that's just me. I wasn't not huge on Cam Kinchins myself, even though I know that maybe they are. You invest a third-round pick last year in them, I guess give them some time to develop. But I get that. I always do that. I see the player that keeps slipping, and I think, oh, he's a better replacement than what they what they currently have.
They play a ton of safeties. I mean, the Rams play a ton of safeties, so it wouldn't be the craziest thing.
Yeah, this is true.
Is the second pick in yet for the Jags here?
Guard Wyatt Millam, West Virginia.
Okay.
Yep.
Wyatt Millam. Yep. Tackle. That's another position I think that the Rams could address is offensive line. Between Alaric Jackson, Avila, Kevin Dotson, and Havenstein. Havenstein being he's got to be pushing 32, right?
He sounds
33? He was drafted in 15, so that's 10. And he probably was 20. I bet he's probably 32, 33. I mean, that's
are the Ravens going to get Watts here, even though they already took a safety? Is he just like going to drop to him and they'll be like, yeah, we'll take another guy just falling to us? That'd be kind of crazy. I'm interested to see where Chris Paul Jr. goes. I know, Jorge, you liked him at Ole Miss, off-ball linebacker, a little bit undersized guy, but a guy that kind of can be all over the place. Interesting to see where possibly he would go. We're kind of getting into his range. I think both of us had like a mid to late third, early fourth round grade on him.
Yeah, 100%. The Rams coming up here next. I wonder, do they start thinking about the post Stafford era, and or they wait till next year and get a quarterback, which is supposed to be more of a deep class?
In my final Fantasy Pros draft mock, game that they were doing, I actually that's who I had. I had the Rams trading back into the end of the first round to the I think pick 30 and taking Shedeur Sanders with that exact same thing, that extra year of eligibility. You then are basically picking up a red shirt type year for him with Stafford to get that final year in, or maybe two. I would think that, you know, it just seemed to make sense. It was an area that I believe that he would be happy to go to, at least a city and a team. And not that I'm saying the diva stuff or anything to that extent, but, you know, he definitely would like to be part of, you know, a little pizzazz. And I think LA could definitely be that location. I just, if they don't, we got 7 picks, 8 until after that, until the Raiders are up with back-to-back. And I got to think that's a final landing spot in the third where he would even make any sense whatsoever.
Right. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at upcoming guys here who might fall, who might go where. I was trying to think of anybody fantasy relevant here in these next couple picks. Like I said, a lot of running backs still on the board. I figured the 4th round might be a pretty heavy running back round. I figured we could get a lot of guys going there. Still Cam Scatterbo out there, Dylan Sampson, Tennessee, Damian Martinez, a guy I like a ton, DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, who I'm probably higher on him than almost anybody. He was in my top 5. Jaquez Hunter, Jaden Blue, Rashard Smith, a guy, you know, ex wide receiver for Miami that moved to running back for SMU. Super fast guy. Trevor Etienne, you know, Georgia running back, still out there. Tootin still out there for Virginia Tech. Jordan James from Oregon. Taj Brooks, Texas Tech. Rocket Sanders, Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen, who I love. I would love to see him up eventually on the Colts.
Yeah, my running back
a lot of guys out
knowledge is basically the running backs that I had when I played NCAA football on PlayStation, which ones I
There
liked.
you go.
And Devin Neal was the best of that group. He was a beast in that game. Ollie Gordon was really good in that game too. So
That's
I mean that's my 1 and 2 based off of that. Then again, I couldn't tell you anybody. I didn't have time to play with all 120 whatever teams it is. So apologize for my lack of running.
I could see the Ravens getting one of these guys. You know, Derrick Henry, great year last year. Expect another good year out of him, but he's getting older. Do they try to take like an Ollie Gordon, something that's like him, or do they, you know, go that they got a couple speed backs they've gone in the past? It'd be kind of interesting. Damian Martinez would be an absolute beast on that team.
They really like Keaton Mitchell, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's.
They do.
I mean, but still, there's no worry about depth piece right here as far as if you want to add that to it. I'm trying to look at their roster, and it's like, you know, while they don't need wide receiver, we know that the offensive line is fine. Defensively speaking, they've addressed that pretty much for all you can ever ask. I don't see. I mean, it's a great spot when it's like, what weakness do they have? So when there's no weakness, generally speaking, if I'm a team in the 3rd round, hell, really anytime, I'm gonna luxury pick. Exactly right. And who is the luxury pick of that? Is it one of the running backs that JT was just rattling off? And I don't have a problem with that.
I'll let you know. It was not a running back. It is edge rusher Josiah Stewart from Michigan.
Okay. That's the Rams, though. We're talking about the Ravens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. They're on
the Rams. You said the Rams went with Stewart. That's
yeah. The Rams are definitely not one of those teams that I would say are in they don't have any weaknesses. They definitely are stout. They've made enough moves to improve, but not quite to the level of where Baltimore is at as far as starting 22 being who they are. Fuck, for them sake, they got so much deeper on the defensive side of the ball.
A guy I wasn't big on, but a lot of other people talked a lot about him. Who's kind of fallen now is Alec Amenor from Stanford. I didn't love him. He had a couple big games in college. He had his one famous game is the monster game he had against Travis Hunter 2 years ago. A lot more people were high on him than me. I thought maybe I was just missing the boat. I didn't like him a ton. He's one of the higher rated guys that have fallen here too. Some people had a late first, early second round grade on him, and we're getting into the third here, and we've seen a couple other guys go over him. A little surprising. Another guy out there, Jalen Royals. Some people really liked him, the wideout out of Utah State. Now they played kind of a funky offensive system. So some people are like, yeah, how's that going to translate to the NFL? Because they ran like a very limited route tree. But he's a guy, I mean, we're always talking about the Ravens, desperately trying to figure out how to find some wide receivers. So it'd be interesting if they were taking a guy like that. If anybody's going to take a project quarterback, is Jalen Milroe here a guy that can run, that can do some stuff? Is he a project? If you're the Ravens and you're in the mix, do you think about taking a project in the third, or you wait till like the fourth?
They went offensive line is where they
went. That makes sense. I was throwing that out there. I mean, I wouldn't have made that move, but I throwing that out there. So.
This is the pick. So who you just said is Ayamanor. So last round, I expected the Seattle Seahawks to potentially make that move, because it's probably one of the few teams left that, like, if you're gonna pigeonhole Ayamanor into a specific spot as a wide receiver, like as an X, I think that's the one team that probably could use some size. Oh shit! Nope. You just said the name. Jalen Milroe.
Oh my God! Okay,
Seattle Seahawks. Yeah,
Seattle is Jalen Milroe. That is something. Or Sanders still on the clock, still on the boards.
And the Saints
wowzers, folks, wowzers. All right,
that's insulting at this point. Come on.
Now the Saints do the perfect fantasy draft move. Take two quarterbacks, let them battle it out, see which one turns in. You take Shador, and then what a quarterback battle they would have in practice every day.
Hey, I think if they took him, it would make up for the bad pick they took early on. I think they've taken a better quarterback a round later, but we'll see. Wow, that's some interesting moves here, guys. Interesting moves.
I don't get Jalen Milroe. I don't get the hype. I get him as a fantasy asset, but I don't get him as a real quarterback because he just wasn't good.
Yeah, well, and they also the crazy thing is like, if you definitely want to make sure you got opposite quarterbacks, you got opposite quarterbacks with him and Sam Darnold. They don't run the same type of offensive system at all. They're completely opposite players. So that's very interesting. Very interesting to go that route there.
Yeah. It's
Choices are made.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that it's not a Pete Carroll type team or pick, that's for sure.
I told you, I felt like Seattle when they got her at Pete Carroll. It was like they're a team that's like rudderless. I don't think they know what they're doing. I think they're just kind of out there guessing right now. I don't see the plan. I don't see a plan for Seattle. I feel like they're just all over the place.
No, I really don't either. I mean, if you're in this mode, if you want to attack just one specific area, and like I really did, as far as like taking Gray Zabel, I really like that. I like versatility across the offensive line. I like him in Worry as far as like trying to bring some of the boom back to the Seattle defense, especially in the secondary. Mm-hmm. I'm fine with Arroyo. I mean, yeah, you want to give Darnold some weapons, and they haven't really ever attacked, tight end in the past, but it's a new regime, so maybe, just maybe. But the Milroe pick was a little shocking to me because it seems like JT said, it there was a plan, right. Interior offensive line depth, position eligibility, safety, start out, move in, and help bring some of that thump back. And then it just kind of went. I mean, they weren't up against the clock. It's not like they had to rush to the podium and scramble and just take. I don't even say best player available.
Unless they're just like, hey, we're just going to run a crazy separate package for Milrow outside of Darnold. Seems crazy. I mean, yeah, it just seems crazy. I mean, that's why I was saying Ravens, like, I wouldn't have taken him in the third, but if you were going to take a guy, you're like, okay, a guy that has a big arm, has accuracy problems, but can run is a nice backup to Lamar, in case something happens to him. You can run similar offenses. Obviously, Milrow is no Lamar Jackson, but it at least would make sense as far as a project. Like, you put it behind him and see if he can learn it all, and maybe you move him or something happens. But yeah, I don't understand putting him behind Darnold at all.
Yeah, we were talking about luxury picks and teams that can afford to make one. Seattle is not one of those teams, and they just did.
No. Yeah, man. That's a little shocked by that one.
All right, Saints pick is in. Who do they? Okay. The Saints went with safety from Virginia, Jonas Sinker.
Another safety ahead of Watts. Crazy.
People must really not like the medicals. I mean, the medicals must be worse than we realize.
Yeah.
For him to keep taking this dive. People must think like, hey, we like him, but like we're just gonna have to wait it out because it's worse than they maybe anticipated. So I haven't heard any updates on him, but that's the only thing that makes sense to me is that he just keeps dropping because of the injury, and then the medicals don't look good to a lot of people.
I'm starting to look over, and I realize it's going back pick with Seattle, and I know they don't have a true identity, but I don't hate if you can get full production out of everybody. I look at some of the depth. It's like, all right, DeMarcus Lawrence they bring in, and Boye Mafe to rotate, if you want to call it that. Not the biggest Tyrese Knight, myself, that is what is Ernest Jones. I mean, they're serviceable. It's linebacker is somebody that somehow Seattle seems to just pluck in and out and get production from anybody. But their secondary, I really don't hate. I mean, Devin Witherspoon, I love Tariq Woolen, and then you can bring him and Worry up in the box with Kobe Bryant staying deep, and then Uchenna Nwosu. Oh my God. Cleveland quarterback.
I love it.
Sanders.
I love it. JT, he's one of my guys. We talk about it on Dynasty 365 over at Fantasy and Frames. He is my quarterback. He is my quarterback 5. He's my quarterback 5.
Is that my guy Kyle McCord?
Nope.
No. Who is it? Yeah, I'm way behind over here. Right? None of my stuff's working fast.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yep.
Sorry, Jorge, I took that away from you. You should have.
Dylan Gabriel to the Browns?
Yeah.
Wowzers. That one has got me shocked. That's Dylan Gabriel. Really nice college career. Played in a ton of places. Put up a ton of yards and a ton of stats. I don't see him in the NFL being a good quarterback. Now, I know some people I've seen out there love him. That's surprising to me, man. Wow. I'm let's just say me and the NFL GMs were not on board with the quarterback class this year. Everybody they're taking are guys I did not like at all, and all the guys I like are not going. So obviously it's actually I'm laughing because I don't even know what else to do at this point. It's like it's gotten so ridiculous.
I like Jamie's comp question is Milrow closer to Malik Willis or Jalen Hurts?
Ooh, that is. I would go Willis, but yeah.
But I like that discrepancy and that dichotomy of who he could turn into being, and maybe go ahead.
I take that back. I think Milroe is closer to Alabama Jalen Hurts. I don't think he's closer to Oklahoma Jalen Hurts, who was airing the ball out more there than he was at Alabama, where he was just basically running the ball everywhere he can or could.
Well, if he's asked to be,
man, this Dylan Gabriel pick's got me a little shook. It feels like if they were going to do anything, they would have done like a Quinn Ewers like move. This Dylan Gabriel, and not that I'm not him. The guy had a super uber successful career at 3 different colleges where he put up fantastic stats, but that is a little that's shocking to me. We're gonna go look back here in a couple of years, folks, and realize like either these GMs were a lot more on point than we thought, or they were a disaster and they just effed up this entire quarterback class in this entire draft. It's gonna be real interesting to see how this works out.
Well, they're doing the baseball approach. You now have a lefty you can bring in. And a righty, so they can always flip-flop between Gabriel and whoever in 2 years the quarterback room in Cleveland will be. I mean, what a mess. You want to talk about where's Gary Davenport? We need him to tell him we're sorry.
I'm working. I'm like, come on, man, just get on the goddamn show.
But, I can't wait to hear what he has to say about that.
I mean, here's the thing is like, I've liked what the Browns have done so far. I thought they've made some really good moves. This sounds a bit shocking. I don't know if I heard anybody talking about Dylan Gabriel in the first 3 rounds. No, people are like, oh, I like him as a project quarterback. Like, I think he could be a nice backup that could come in. And if you had an injury, he's a guy that, won't kill you. He could go and make plays for you. Like, again, I think he could be a solid NFL quarterback. I'm shocked to see him go in the 3rd round, especially with some of the other guys available right now. Just a little surprised.
Well, 4 picks until, I wonder what the betting odds right now for Sanders to go to the Raiders is.
At the beginning of the day, it was minus 235 before the round started, and the Steelers were like plus 120 or something like that was like the second.
Well, whatever the odds are now, like I'm sure they have to move throughout, and I would be very interested to see.
Well, let me see if I can jump on it and pull that up. See if it's still available. Sometimes once the draft starts, they chop them, but sometimes they keep them going. So I'll jump on here real quick and see if I can find some answers.
I don't have sports betting here in St. Louis, at least not yet. They passed it, but we haven't got it yet. So one of these days, Jorge.
Okay. You just keep calling me and I'll put it in my app and I got you. So
yeah, I don't need to do that either. You got an exclusive from Mr. Davenport, and the response to the question was Dylan Gabriel ? So not a real big question, but a question nonetheless. His response is clowns got a clown.
Wow.
Yep. Congratulations. Well said, Gary. So, yeah.
So I think the real question is, as we're rounding out the end of the 3rd round, is who's going to be my Devon Dudley at the Fantasy Football Expo, also wearing overalls? Anybody?
If that's directed at me,
anyone,
the answer, anyone out in the world right now,
anyone in this studio right now, both of you.
I'll see if I can break mine out here, Jorge, at some point.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Good job.
I do not own a pair, nor.
Not yet.
I don't see myself, even though as they look comfortable.
I can put my drink right here and just it's fantastic.
Okay. Yep. The hands-free drinking has never been a
selling point?
I wouldn't say it's not a selling point. It's always a selling point, but it's not one that I'm willing to, for me personally, because different people pull off different things. I think wardrobe suicide for what I would be able to look like in said overalls. You look fantastic. I don't think I can do the same thing.
Currently, I'm getting 0 NFL draft betting odds on multiple sites. They have pulled them all down.
Well, would any bookies out there want to take odds for it? I don't know if I even would like to. At this point, I'm scared. I mean,
I've already lost every NFL odds bet and draft bet I put on so far in this draft. So I'm over on the old draft bets. So I don't know if I should get any more in. I'm obviously way off this year on some of these players.
Yeah, Jamie saying Dylan Gabriel's on his radar, but now he's on the Browns. Does that make him a guaranteed bust? Yes. Short answer. Yes. Exclamation point. Long answer. So no, maybe not. You never know. How was previous Oregon quarterback, granted different skill sets and different height. I wasn't the biggest on Justin Herbert coming out of Oregon. Now,
this is true. You were not.
I was not. And I was wrong. And I don't know what my I won't even call it success because I don't watch enough college football to feel like any are accurate depictions other than kind of guesswork and eye test on limited tape. But so many of the quarterbacks that
Okay.
Atlanta moves up. Or no, do they?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think they moved up. No.
Oh no, New England picked. They took Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. My bad, missed it. So yeah,
Eagles are now on the clock.
Nope. Houston's on the clock.
Oh, never mind.
So the Falcons did take. Oh,
Correct.
there we go.
There
it is. Okay. All right. Hey, if the Falcons were going to do one thing for sure, is to bust all this taking too much offense narrative. They have done that in spades by addressing defense about as heavy as any team in. I'd say they're probably the heaviest defense because they haven't taken an offensive player yet in the draft. And I like all of the guys they got. I mean, Jalen Walker and James Pierce immediately make the pass rush from the absolute worst in football to probably not the worst in football. And then you throw Xavier Watson the back end of that, and I like it. I like their draft. That's hard to say, Keith, if you're still listening.
So he had to leave because there was a tornado warning.
That's what happens. The Falcons draft well, and God goes, nope, tornado. Sorry. Sorry, Atlanta. You can't have it.
F5. Yeah, exactly. F5 tornado.
Is it like that? It's a large tornado? I'm not trying to joke around if it's going to be.
No, well, it was like 10 miles from where he lived. That's all I know up at the list point. So
let's see. Close enough.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So if Watts finally comes off the board, I think it's a good pick. I have 13 career picks. The guy was a takeaway machine. Atlanta's need help in the secondary time and time again. I like it. I think it's a nice value for them right there. Late third round for a guy that had some people. I think he's a better football player than he's like just pure athlete. So I think that also makes a little bit of a difference. But I like that, and I like move for them.
Houston up now, and Texans have so many picks. I was talking with Colby yesterday, and he was really optimistic that they address the wide receiver position, offensive line, and I asked him about corner, and he did say at some point corner would be something they should address right around right now, which is what they did with Jalen Smith out of USC.
All right. We got our first of back-to-back picks by the Raiders. Who are they going to go with? I don't know.
So JT Smith, Jalen Smith, more of a nickel, undersized corner necessarily. Is that what the reviews are? What I'm reading?
Yeah, a little
about?
bit. He's a guy who could, play in a couple different spots. It just kind of depends on who else you have around him. I think, some of these guys, just the way that the game has changed a little bit, I think some of these guys are not necessarily locked into specific positions in college that they are going to be in the pros, just because of what people run. So there's a couple other guys I liked a little better than him right here, but I don't think it's a terrible pick by any means. I think they needed to address DB. Smith, I think, is an all right pick. He was lower on my list. I personally, he's not the biggest guy, but I like Kobe Bryant from Kansas. I think he's just a super talented dude, and Dorian Strong for Virginia Tech. Those are probably my top two corners on the board. Those are the guys I would have been personally on first if I was going to grab a guy. But decent pick. I don't know if he's going to have a lot of IDP relevancy, at least early.
Okay, so you gotta get protection first.
Wow.
They need to make sure you can protect. So they go tackle with their first of two, and Caleb Rogers, Texas Tech. Do the Raiders now.
This is where they pull the trigger.
I just don't. I mean, what are you waiting for? Honestly, I mean, I get it.
So
They have Geno and AOC. I guess is AOC their backup. Do they have a different one?
Yeah, technically he is, I guess, at the moment.
they're trying to move him though, from what I hear.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's why there's silence right now, because I think the confusion is taking over many of our brains, my brain at least.
I'm just looking at some of these picks. I'm looking at some guys they could use. I'm trying to look at their depth chart and trying to make sense of what they're trying to do with some of these picks.
Jorge Jamie wants to know what you're drinking tonight. And
this is pomegranate lemonade from what do you call it? Panda Express. I also have from Great Lakes Brewing the Conway's Irish Ale. Very delicious.
Huh? Okay.
All right, the pick is in for the second one. Whew, oh boy.
And is
IPFF right now just pulled up. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's not here yet. It's the silence is golden. I would like to watch to see the reaction a little bit. Of course, I don't have the TV on to watch it. I'm just staring at a screen waiting for it to
I got the
refresh.
TV on, but I'm like a full pick or pick and a half behind. So
let's see here. All right, let's see.
So of course I get a Adam Schefter notification, but it's not for that. It's for the Jalen Milroe Seattle. You probably got the same thing, I'm guessing.
No, I did not get it yet. No. Let's see what you did.
They go guard. That's what.
Wow.
In the chat, I don't know if is that what happened.
Oh wait, no, they're still just announcing Caleb Rogers. They haven't even gotten to the next pick yet. Okay, so I'm behind. Never mind.
Come on, Jorge. I apologize, everybody. It's first time on the air. First time watching a draft. This is the first time I've done a draft without being 3 or 4 drinks in or bottles in. So yeah, I'm proud of myself.
First time for everything, I assume. Yep.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah,
clear-headed, and able.
That's what I felt last time. I was expecting round one to be like a drunken crazy fest, like it always is,
Yeah.
And it was very bland because all these teams were making like logical picks, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. I didn't like it. Wanted to see some
They could
chaos.
use some DB help. Linebacker is something they need. I don't know if in this spot is necessarily where you take a guy, but that's a spot they're pretty thin at right now. His off-ball linebacker, maybe a Chris Paul, Danny Stutzman, Jeffrey Bassa, any of those guys would be a nice little addition, especially for IDP purpose. Danny Stutzman, I think, would be a guy that kind of fits what the Raiders do. He'd be a nice pick out of Oklahoma.
Oh,
All right,
man.
you're announcing the second pick.
I mentioned him earlier out of William and Mary.
Oh my God. Come on. This is just wrong. This is
Back-to-back
horrible.
offensive tackles. Got to keep Geno upright.
That's
Geno
right.
Didn't-
I will
didn't-
say Charles Grant. I did interview Charles Grant at the draft. At the draft this year, specifically because my niece Hunter is going to William and Mary this year. So
Oh,
I
nice.
took a picture with him and sent it to her since she's going to William and Mary. So he's a super nice guy. A little bit of a project, but good upside. I think a guy that can do something in the league. I don't think he's a starter year one though. But
Yeah, all-state high school wrestler. So sounds like maybe footwork and handwork will be a positive, and then just add some technique, and there you go. What a crazy pick! 98 and 99 compensatory picks for the Raiders, and it looks like luckily Shador's already being compensated by the NIL and everything else because he still does not have a contract for the NFL for any NFL team.
That is ridiculous.
That really is. So there's 3 picks left in the round, and then 6 picks into the 4th round is when the Raiders will be up again. The next team to potentially end the Shador Sanders slide, and then 4 picks after that. Oh, the Saints don't need to. Never mind. They're not even concerned. I don't know the next team. You know,
the Steelers
team
don't
that-
have pick till 21 in the 4th
Correct.
round, so they're kind of right in the middle near the back end
Yep.
of the
I'll
4th
tell you,
round.
a team that I see that while I don't think it's a need, I think that it's a similar, and it would be a really nice backup. Shador Sanders shouldn't be your contingency plan if something were to happen, but if in Miami there's really concerns that Tua takes another significant hit, I could see the transition from Tua to Sanders as similar. I just don't know if Miami would even be one of those like surprise teams that take a quarterback as just in case, you know, he shouldn't be.
The problem for Sanders is, you know, what he's going to bring. The question is for a coaching staff, do you want to fight that? Do you want like there to be a question mark? Oh, you took him. Like, do you not trust Tua? What do you think? I mean, that's where I think you're getting some of these teams passing on him, because like no one's going to go to the Browns and be like, well, Dylan Gabriel, like you got these other guys, like they're okay, but like it's not going to be an everyday question like it is with Shador. So I think that's where you're getting, maybe teams are just thinking like, do we want that in the building? Do we want to have to deal with that? And they're passing because of it. But I have to be honest with you. I know I said it 100 times. This is unbelievable to me that he's going all the way to the 4th. I mean, I thought it was crazy he was dropping at the end of the 1st, and now that we're just plummeting at this point, it's pretty wild, to be honest with you.
Shador Sanders, XFL quarterback or UFL quarterback coming soon.
Come on, Battlehawks.
Hey, it'd be great on the Paddlehawks.
He would be. Yes, he would. Oh, yeah. Shador, Mr. Irrelevant. Fighting Brock Purdy for that QB 17 spot in Dynasty. That who is the last pick in the NFL draft? Oh, Kansas City Chiefs.
There you go.
That'd be a hell of a Mr. Irrelevant. I don't know if I'd welcome that or not, but Again, I say it.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that don't have great backup quarterbacks. So, I mean, we're talking about teams like, and how often do guys get hurt? You know, and these things happen. So you're like, yeah, it seems kind of crazy.
Let's see here. What we got here?
The Rams have Gardner Minshew as the backup, just so you know. So we don't. We have a backup.
My boy, Minshew mania.
Let's see here. The pick is in for the 49ers. Let me go back to PFF. Somebody's walking to the podium. Shador Sanders, the Brock Purdy replacement.
I mean, we've seen crazier things.
I know.
Hey, the Niners go with Cam Scatterbo for CMC, backup CMC.
Upton Stout, cornerback, Western Kentucky. Wow. He is. Wow. Well, maybe last night when he was giving his press conference, he shouldn't have said, "I'll see. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be drafted tomorrow." And it's like, well, yeah. This is.
So do the Falcons add a wide receiver here?
Falcons, are they up? I think the Broncos are up.
Oh no, we traded. We've got a trade. Oh, sorry, that was an earlier trade. That was my mistake when they moved. So it's Denver, right?
Yep.
Denver, then Minnesota to close out the third.
Yep.
All right.
Loving everybody who's still watching with us late into the third round. Really appreciate you. Make sure to give us a follow wherever you're watching us at Fantasy and Frames.
Looking through Denver, what they got. What else would they possibly need?
Send for the Broncos. I wonder which edge rusher they're going to take.
I mean,
or interior defensive lineman they're going to take, because I think
they could use a little help on the inside.
Yeah, we saw the Chargers attack the inside bigs earlier.
Yeah, the secondary looks good. You got good edge rushers, you know.
I like Benito. I like, the stability of Cooper. It's.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Who are they going to take? They're going to take edge rushers, Savion Jones, LSU. Savion Jones.
Yep, sounds like how you'd say it.
Yep. I'm the worst at pronouncing names. Nate will tell you.
Man, he's big. 6'6", 280.
Mm.
Woo. Yeah, you think he's that guy could be in like a 3-4 system. He can be like your inside interior D end. I think that's where they kind of thinking he can plug up the hole, kind of do that. Play inside of Cooper, play inside of Benito. I think that's would be the plan with him.
He says he had 43 pressures. So I mean, obviously big body, but still has to have multiple different pass rush moves.
Okay, so the Vikings have made their pick. And I find it hilarious because I think the last wide receiver they took from this school ended up being their number one wide receiver for many years.
Oh,
that's a little tricky question. There.
So a Terp?
A Terp.
Doesn't help me with no one.
Is this Ty Felton?
It is Ty Felton
down here.
Ty Felton.
It's Speedster. He's got some wheels. Put him out there with. They need a guy that can take the top off. I mean, Jordan Addison, I like him a lot as a wide receiver. He's not the fastest guy in the world. Justin Jefferson's obviously doing everything else. Getting a guy that can go deep on you. He's not obviously not as talented, so it's not. But like, he's a smaller guy. Big time wheels. This is solid. There's a couple guys in this mix. A lot of these other guys are a little bit bigger, slot receivers, not quite as fast, or guys are kind of small. So I think, some people like the Isaiah Bond. I'm very iffy on Bond. I think him and Felton kind of similar types of receivers, though. So nice.
Nice. Well, boys, I'll let you guys obviously do the recap of everything, and I'm going to get rolling. But I won't be back tomorrow. I can't. We got prior engagements, but I'm sure that we'll be in contact to see just what happens. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. It's very anticlimactic for the Sanders household, I'm sure. At this point, they just want to get it over. So,
pretty much.
JT, thank you for letting me join. Jorge, thank you for letting me be part of this. And
see you in frames next week.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Hey, you're welcome. Bye-bye. Oops, got to hit leave.
Well, you know what, JT, this has been
It's been interesting, right? It's like, we did see some players we thought we would. Jamie's got a question here. He says, what running backs we looking at and targeting tomorrow? I thought this fourth, fifth round, because of how deep this running back class was, we'd see a lot of guys in this fourth, fifth round. So the guys I'm kind of, out there looking at, got my eye on for tomorrow for the fourth round. Get in here and kind of look where some of these teams are picking and kind of who's available at that running back spot. You're at Tennessee at the top of the round. Jags are there. Giants, I think, are a team that absolutely could go running back, even with Tyrone Tracy. Raiders, Bears, there's a bunch of guys kind of all up here. Would they go? You don't know. The running backs I like, and just kind of the guys are sitting out there. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, a speedy guy. A lot of people thought he would possibly be maybe a late second, early third round pick. So he's got to the fourth round. Cam Scatabo, another guy. Some people were really high on him, others were low. Fourth round seemed about right to me. So he's kind of in that range. Damian Martinez is one of my favorite backs out there. He's still available. DJ Giddens from Kansas State. I've already said Devin Neal is one of my top 5 guys. He's still on the board. A little surprised he got out of the third round. I think we're going to see a run on running backs here in the fourth and fifth. Jaquez Hunter from Auburn, Jaden Blue, the speedster from Texas, Rashard Smith, SMU, Trevor Etienne from Georgia, Brashel Tootin, all these guys, speedsters out there. Jordan James, Taj Brooks, Rocket Sanders, Ollie Gordon, LaQuinn Allen, Marks. I still think there's a lot of these guys. Usually we talk about, hey, you got to be, day 1 or day 2 draft capital to kind of be fantasy relevant. I'm not sure that's really the case so much anymore, especially at running back. I think it's less important at running back as it is at a few other spots. As we've seen a couple of these guys get drafted in the 4th, 5th round the last couple of years and then come in either as a rookie and play or play in their second year. As we saw a guy like Chase Brown for the Bengals, was a later pick and ended up coming in playing a little bit as a rookie and then took over the job in the second year. I think there's a chance a lot of these guys could do it. Because it's such a deep running back class, I think teams are trying to go out and get like the cornerbacks, the defensive tackles, get some of those guys there in the third round that they maybe felt like it wasn't as deep and that they could take a little bit more of a luxury pick on a running back in the 4th and 5th. So I do think some of these guys are going to be fantasy relevant. Now, if we get a few of these guys dropping all the way to the 6th, 7th round, it's a little scarier for me as far as fantasy is concerned. But I do think there's a lot of talented guys still out there. So, and there's still some decent landing spots coming up. We got some nice landing spots in that second round for running backs. But some of these teams, even that took a running back, I could see them doubling up and taking another running back, to be honest with you. Some of these teams don't have great actual backups. So, even if they did take a running back early, I could see someone, even like, I can even see a team like the Raiders, even though you took JT in the first round, I could see them adding somebody later in the draft as a possible backup because it's not like their running back room is fantastic. They got Raheem Mostert, is quite a bit of an older player, been not banged up the last couple of years. don't have anybody else. Sincere McCormick, a guy showed a little bit, but then he was hurt as well. So I think you could see a lot of those guys still going. And we've seen some tight ends drop. I think there's some nice tight ends still on the board that could come out there. Garrett Helms out there. I still think Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech is an interesting guy. Luke Lachey from Iowa. Aronde Gadsden is one of my favorite guys from Syracuse. Brent Keithy, a guy that was pretty highly rated and has dealt with injuries. He's a guy that you could see somebody maybe taking a stab at. Wide receivers. Yeah, we talked about Emanuel from Stanford, still available out there. Jalen Royals is a guy a lot of people liked. Xavier Streppo from Miami. Torrey Horton, a guy that was pretty highly ranked a few years ago, dealt with some injuries and kind of fell. Tez Johnson from Oregon still out there. Isaiah Bond, a lot of people had originally had a first-round grade, and he's kind of dropped. As we see, he didn't go in the top 3 rounds. So those guys stay out there. A burner like Dante Thornton Jr., speedster Andrew Armstrong, a guy from Arkansas that a lot of people like, is still on the board. Nick Nash, one of the leading receivers in the nation out of San Jose State. A couple Colorado guys. Jimmy Horn is still out there. LaJohntay Wester, 2 guys I like. Ricky White, I think, could be a pretty solid guy on an NFL team. So going to be kind of interesting to see where these guys fall, who goes where. Any big surprise for you, Jorge?
That I'm awake still, I think would probably be a big surprise to me right now. The second surprise is Jamie offering to send a free jersey for my background. Who would you want to add to that? Is a great question, man. You talking like old school jersey or modern jersey? What are we doing? Let me know. But that's very kind of you. We got Aiden in the chat. Our co-host here on Dynasty 365. Packers wide receiver room is extremely crowded now. Dobbs and/or Wicks got to be traded. I think it's Dobbs that goes. I like Dontavian Wicks. And Jamie says any type of jersey, dude. You are beyond thoughtful. Let me give it some thought here, and I'll DM you. Thank you very much. Anything shocking to me? I gotta be honest with you. When the Raiders drafted Genty, my immediate thought is like, who the hell's going to block for him? Like, these offensive linemen are not exactly great for the Raiders. Was it Colton Miller is either holding out or he got released? They're starting left tackle. What's going on there? And, I know we were joking about it with the Raiders taking back-to-back offensive linemen just now in the 3rd round. But you know what? Hey, now all of a sudden you have an offensive line that you're building to protect Geno and to open up some running lanes for Genty. So very secretly, I did not think that. I thought the Raiders were going to draft Genty, help some defensive players, or fill in some spots on the defense. Completely ignored the O-line, and then Genty was going to be considered a bust for fantasy because he couldn't get. There were no running lanes for him to get through or to bounce around. And the Raiders, they've been doing what they need to do.
Yeah, obviously the story for me is this quarterback class. We knew it was a little bit of an issue. People didn't love it. It's been all over the place. I don't know what anyone's doing at this point with these QBs. I love the Luther Burden pick. Love to see Burden going to the Bears. I know that might not be an ideal spot fantasy wise, because like, how are they going to feed all those guys in Chicago? But I like the pick, man. I like it. I think it's nice for him. I think it's the Bears offense is looking pretty legit at this point. If you look across the board at kind of what they're building, hopefully new offensive coordinator can pull it all together. Ben Johnson, therefore, or not offense coordinator, new head coach, excuse me. Still would be interested to see what else the Bears do if they add, running back, someone else here later in this draft. I think we could definitely see that. But I like what they're doing. They worked on the O line. They got Burden, they got Dunze, they got DJ Moore, added Colston Loveland. So I like what they're doing there. Shamar Turner, I think, was a nice add on the inside. So I like that. And I still think they're going to add running back here later in this draft. I figured it might be 4th round or so before they went that way. But I actually like what the Browns did up until that Dylan Gabriel pick. That was a little shocker for me. The fact that they passed on QB pretty early a bunch of times and then turned around and took him in the third, I thought was a bit surprising.
You know what? As somebody who was very bold takey and hot takey on Dylan Gabriel, I am ecstatic that is the case there. So, you know, that's that. I agree with you. That one's probably the most shocking out of all the picks here. That just you thought the Browns are like, okay, the Browns are being smart. They're doing this, and it's like we're gonna go and we're really gonna throw everybody through a wreck. We're still gonna Brown everybody. We're still gonna be the Browns and do something that's completely off the wall and draft the Oregon quarterback. Which, you know what? All he has to do is just beat out Joe Flacco, right? I mean, that's pretty much.
Well, Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. I did think of some decent landing spots for running backs. You know, Quinshot Judkins going to the Browns. You got to figure they're going to use him in a workhorse role. Jaden Higgins and Noel both going to the Texans from Iowa State. I like that. Trayvon Henderson to the Patriots, I think is pretty nice as well. Mason Taylor, I had him as my tight end 3 going to the Jets. I like that landing spot for him. I think he could be good there with Justin Fields. Terrence Ferguson, a little surprising for a few people. I think that moves him up fantasy draft boards going to the Rams early in the second. We've seen the Rams have a pretty decent production at tight end over the last couple of years. So I like that spot for him. Elijah Arroyo, I know John's favorite guy, going to the Seahawks in the second round, I think is a sneaky, interesting pick in tight end premium leagues. I love Trey Harris to the Chargers. That was one of my top fantasy landing spots. I wanted to see Trey Harris on the Chargers. I think he fits really well with Herbert and that team. I think he's going to be the deep outside guy with McConkey kind of working underneath and doing all the things that he does. Jack Besh for the Raiders is a sneaky, interesting pick with him going in the mid-second round. RJ Harvey, nice landing spot for the Broncos. People weren't 100% sure where he would go. I think he's a little more of like an Ashley Jeanty light, but that's a nice landing spot for him, getting second round draft capital going to the Broncos. Third round guys, keep an eye on Harold Fannin Jr., the breakout stud for Bowling Green, setting all kinds of records for them. How does he fit with the Browns? That's going to be an interesting keep an eye on. Kyle Williams, Washington State, going to Patriots. I know we haven't loved any wide receivers on the Patriots lately, but I think, I do like Drake May a lot. If he can end up, earning that number 1 role for Drake May, I think that could be really, really interesting. Isaac Tesla moving up a little bit for the Lions. A guy out of Arkansas, just speed demon, actually had a monster combine. Going to the Lions is a very sneaky pick there. That pushes him way up fantasy draft boards, I think, in the fact that a guy that was going pretty late, if at all, in most mocks prior to the draft. Pat Bryan, one of my favorite guys. I know, Jorge, you love him too. Going to the Broncos. I don't know what it's going to look like fantasy-wise, but I like the opportunity. I think he's going to get a chance to get on the field there. And kind of what they do with their system, Bo Nix, I think there's a chance to hit him. So I like Pat Bryan getting third round draft capital. I like that a ton. He was a guy I was getting like in the 4th round of fantasy drafts. I think that pushes him up a bit. Like I said, I mentioned a little bit earlier, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, the 2 Iowa State wide receivers, both going to the Texans. So CJ Stroud, 2 guys, new guys that know each other, know how to play off each other on that same team, which I think is nice. Caleb Johnson going to the Steelers. Not my favorite back, but I think he's a guy that he plays that zone run game that they really like to do. If they can block for him and improve the O-line, that is a very interesting fantasy spot, as well as he's got a chance to compete with Jalen Warren to be the number 1 for the Steelers. Savion Williams, real interesting spot for the Packers. I don't know what to think about that one, especially with them going wide receiver earlier in the draft. Jalen Milroe, I don't know where you take him in Superflex leagues, being the backup to Darnold. Somebody's going to take him earlier than you expect, I'm guessing, but him going in the 3rd to the Seahawks, 2 spots ahead of Dylan Gabriel, really, really surprising to me there. And that's pretty much outside then Ty Felton, looking to possibly be the burner for the Vikings, last pick in the 3rd round, kind of our fantasy relevant guys so far.
Man, JT, you are a pro when it comes to this. This is amazing. You prep like nobody's business, man. It has been truly a pleasure being on the Stew with JT Brew with you. Love seeing your show back on the air. Hopefully we get a lot more episodes over the summer. And you want to talk, folks out there in the fantasy community, you want to know what hustling is, you want to know what hard work is, look at JT. The guy does like 2 podcasts on Monday. Probably going to take on a podcast on Tuesday. Does 2 podcasts on Wednesdays, and then still finds time to write like a bazillion articles. Like, this guy is a hustler. You are an inspiration to a lot of content creators out there, man. So thank you very much for having me on the Stew.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who joined us watching the show. 1st and 2nd and 3rd round so far. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to jump on if I can get anybody who wants to jump on with me. If I don't, depending on how my day goes, I'm going to try to jump on. Round start early. If I'm not on there, I will definitely be online and talking about draft picks and things like that. I might end up jumping on and do a little bit of a recap once we see where some of the picks go, if anybody else is available to jump on with me. I appreciate it. Jorge, any final comments before we wrap this sucker up as back-to-back 5-hour episodes 2 days in a row here?
Yeah, so little programming note next week on Dynasty 365, which is on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to do a rookie mock post NFL draft. Let's see what the values are for fantasy now that we have landing spots. At 9 p.m. Eastern on Shoot the Gap, we're going to do a 2025 IDP rookie mock, because hopefully Sleeper has all the players now uploaded, or they will have it uploaded by then. 4th and Frames, they're going to do NFL draft reactions and redraft impact. They're going to have D-Bro, Derek Brown from Fantasy Pros, join us, great friend of Fantasy and Frames. And then on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern, the return of the Fantasy and Frames draft show with Stacey Perez as host. You got Keith Fleming, Kevin Tompkins, Erica Brown, who joined us yesterday, and they'll be doing their very first Underdog Best Ball Mania draft of the season. So looking forward to that. Then, of course, that following Monday, May 5th, the return of the 1 Foot Down podcast, our college fantasy football podcast with Chris Battistell. And articles are going to be ramping up. YouTube Shorts are going to be ramping up. It is now officially the start of the real fantasy football season. So we're super excited.
Yeah, I got drafts coming right around the corner, starting up immediately. A lot of my leagues immediately after the draft's over on Monday, we start drafting Dynasty rookie mocks, or not mocks anymore. We're over the mocks. We're getting into the real draft. So we'll have to be breaking these down and figure out where we're taking some of these guys. And obviously some leagues that start up, we'll bring it up on the shows, talk about where we're seeing some of these players for people that have drafts a little bit later in the year. You can kind of see where some of these guys are going early on.
No, absolutely. And depending on what's going on, we said Jamie will jump on with you. He says that in the chat. If I got some time, I will also jump on there. And it's been a great 2 days, man. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, draft's one of my favorite times of the year. We still got some players on the board, man. It's not done. 4th through 7th rounds tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see who goes where and who is going to be fantasy relevant. Thanks everybody for joining us. For Jorge, I'm JT, the Stew with JT Brew here on Fantasy Frames. We'll check you guys next time. Appreciate everyone. Thank you.
You up on trades and why you move. You ain't designed to lose. Find you jumping over seemingly nothing. Racking up points makes the game a little more fun to watch. Can drop release. We started with the mock draft and